Apalah nak tanya, boleh nanti nak tengok MPL dekat Cool City Mall, tidur dekat Sheraton Imperial. Okey tak? Okey, dekat je. Boleh. Tapi kau tahu tak, dekat Cool City Mall atas tu dah ada resident, ada juga Airbnb. So just walking distance. Cool City Mall ada residence, ada Airbnb. Turun bawah aja masuk venue. Mana Nona? Pula dah hilang. Janganlah. Tak cukup orang. Geto. Aduh, geto mana geto. Guys, jemput makan. Jemput makan. Ini apa? Apa? 5 Bali. Tak ada 5 Bali. Dia hotel nak bawa anak jalan. Okey. Sharon tutup. Abang nak pergi game apa bang? Encik Ramdan nak pergi tengok game apa? Kan? Ini bukan 5 Bali Tambun. Ini dari Siam. Nak pergi dengan anak-anak semua Dah ada tiket belum? DM saya nanti. Sebab nak bawa anak-anak, nak bawa family, saya utamakan. Geto mana Geto? Alah Geto. Sebab awak saya buka room tau. Apa pasal ramai-ramai ni? Botak jom lawan. Kau tahu tak kau tengah bercakap dengan siapa babi? Ha?
Assalam BG Lord.
Hey Lia. Semalam kau pergi dating. Satu hari suntuk kau tak masuk live. Game SRG dengan ONIC kau tak masuk. Kau pergi dating kau takut masuk. Takut abang lewat kacau. Nanti boyfriend nampak bergaduh. Kan? Dia dok.
Psyker Jala. Taket TNGK.
Takut tengok. You. Ni. Bodoh ni. Kan? Kawan siapa Kawan siapa? Bagi tahu kat dia, mak bapak dia tak ajar adab ke apa? Boleh, kalau aku nak panggil botak pun boleh. Tapi sebaya-baya aku, yang aku kenal rapat-rapat. Kan? Yang kau tak kenal aku pun tak. Kan? Kau boleh botak macam tu kan? Mana Geto? Geto tak ada tu. Kawan tak sistem. Geto memang okey seorang lagi masuk. Aku tolong buka. Ataupun korang yang nak invite. Gua nak invite siapa-siapa tak? Nima. Invite kawan perempuan awak seorang. Ni Nona. Lia main tak? Jom. Saya nak bawa Lia masuk. Lia.
SMLM him GG.
Lia masuk. Main jom kita main sama. Janji legend ke atas.
Scrang Kahe.
Oh sekarang kerja. Kau nampak tak?
No.
Nampak tak? Semalam dia kerja, dia tak boleh masuk. Hari ni dia kerja, dia boleh masuk live. Dekat situ nampak sangat dia bohong. Takkanlah malam pergi dating.
Sai Epic Haha here.
Kan? Anak aku tadi pergi kerja, lepas tu dia online.
SMLM Jaga event.
Okey, baju awak nak bila nak ambil? Baju awak bila nak ambil? Kita nak jumpa kat mana? Dia Puchong ke di Putrajaya? Seorang lagi tolong masuklah, masuk.
Masik 2 guys Kosong Satu.
Kali kedua langgar Abang Lot. Alamak, sorry doh. Nawi. Awak menang ke awak kalah? Nawi, kejap. Dia kata dia langgar aku,
Bahu
jadi
saya
aku
mana
nak tengok.
BG Lord.
Kejap, aku nak tengok tadi dia ke? Okey, dia kalah tu. Okey, kali kedua. Tapi kali kedua mungkin, kali pertama mungkin dia menang, kali kedua dia kalah. Okey, sekarang ni aku perlu invite seorang. Baju awak ada. Aku tanya nak jumpa kat mana? Nak jumpa kat mana? Saya bawa. Janji kita ada coffee date. Bukan minta banyak, nak coffee je. Okey, buka lobby ID ya. Buka lobby ID. Siapa nak masuk? Nah, seorang. Wikuk ni siapa? Ni dalam friendly saya. Okeylah, masuk lah. Kejap. Ni dalam friendly aku.
Nak Purple L.
Okey, gas. Wih, sekejap je dah habis. Boleh. Entah awak boleh bagi. Purple L ada. Tapi syarat tu tak boleh ubah. Syarat tetap
DH
syarat.
Makan Nasi KBG
Tak makan
Lord.
nasi ke bang? Dah. Tahu tak semalam? Semalam cerita korang dah tahu dah kan? Semalam aku end live terus pergi klinik dah.
Bang
Sumpah aku
Lord
pergi
apa
klinik.
tips
Tak
cut sugar?
bohong. Okey? Sumpah aku pergi klinik aku tak bohong. So, kau nampak? Ini.
Please ban a hero.
Ini bukti dia. Aku terus pergi buat ECG.
KNGP.
Aku terus pergi buat ECG. Aku terus doktor check lah
KNP.
macam-macam semalam. Alhamdulillah.
Your team is banning.
Alamak, Marcel dia pun dah ban Semalam, sakit lah macam hari tu. Jadi takut lah sakit jantung ke apa ke. So immediately aku pergi klinik. Kan, aku pergi check.
The enemy is
BP okey. Pulse okey. Heartbeat
Result?
okey. ECG okey. ECG ni tu check jantung lah. Semua okey. Everything looks very good. So doktor cakap macam ni lah. Saya cek macam ni. Cik pergi luar sebelah kiri tu ada 7-Eleven. Cik pergi beli Gaviscon.
Please pick a hero.
Kan, cik pergi beli Gaviscon. Lepas tu cik makan. Kalau Gaviscon tu nanti okey, cik beli je lah stok. Kan? So aku pun pergi beli Gaviscon.
The
Aku
enemy
makan.
is picking.
Selepas aku makan, sampai hari ni,
Engen K.
sakit hilang. So, aku beli satu kotak. Aku beli satu kotak, aku spare dekat sini. So, dia suspect mungkin gastrik ataupun GERD attack yang sampai. Tapi dia tengok dada aku, dia kata kenapa sampai merah-merah, sampai dah luka. Ya, saya tonyo sebab sakit kan.
Arsenya Engen Latu.
Prediction score Grand Final lah.
Dear Antakulu
Grand Final
Hadifan.
ONIC lagi nampak lagi solid lah kali ni berbanding dengan BTR. Siapa pun menang tetap Indonesia bang. Assalamualaikum, salam Syarul. Allah sakit apa ke? Ada sakit jantung.
DHCKP Minim
GERD.
Tehelia.
We'll find a way.
Dia untuk
even
ulu
when
hati
all
kan.
is forlorn.
Dia untuk ulu hati apa semua. Tapi aku rasa kalau aku dah start couple dengan Lia, hilang semua sakit ni. Aku rasa lah.
BTR Manang 3-1. Prize pool no 3 BPE.
Price pun nombor 3 berapa?
HURMMM. Laya Hattie Hattie Tau. 2 Dare Nak Kakap.
Kalau macam tu. Price pun nombor 3 108. 108,000 untuk
Sniper ready.
nombor
Give me
3,
a
nombor
target.
4
Please pick a
63,000.
hero.
Nombor 4 63,000. Nona pun dah macam ni. Tapi tak tahulah. Kalau Nona pun okey je Nona. Sebab tak ada siapa cakap ya doh. Jadi aku mencari.
Bang Lord Kentu Talk.
Abang kentut tak? Aish. Apa sal boleh tanya pasal kentut
Edgusion.
pula?
Huh?
Tak kenapa
KNG.
pasal kentut. Samalah saya malam-malam tidur dia naik sampai ke tekak asid. Aku tak adalah sampai naik asid tu ke tekak. Tak tahu aku tak pernah sakit tu. Saya dah umur 49 time itu baru first major lah. Selain daripada demam ni aku tak ada sakit lain-lain. Aku tak pernah rasa macam mana gastrik itu. Aku tak pernah rasa GERD tu macam mana. Tak pernah rasalah semua sakit tu macam mana. Cuma tahu tentang sakit heart attack je sebab dah pernah rasa. Banyak sangat pilihan. Baby! Ini satu lagi. Ini 3 bulan sekali baru datang.
Pasai Sakit Latun
Ni
Tanya
stewardess.
Kentut.
Stewardess Malaysia Airlines. Aku rasa dia pun dah ada boyfriend tu. Aku dah mana tu? Mana aku nak cari? Satu pun tak melekat. Tapi perempuan bukan main lagi masuk dalam live aku.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Pasal sakit lah tu tanya.
All troops deployed.
Tak ada boyfriend malas. Abang Lord kan ada. Awak iya kan je. Boleh je Abang Lord settle. Aku nak korang cakap iya je. Aku dah tak aku akan berhenti mencari. Nampak?
Oki Sambing Kanabai.
Flicker terus. Baik tu Abang Lord.
Initiate retreat.
Understood.
Ambil kau. Okey, sambung kerja. Santai lah Lia. Mati kau. Santai, aku datang. Relax kejap.
Initiate retreat. Okay. First blood.
Oh, kita bermain dengan Yin doh. Tak perasan berlaku Yin.
An enemy has been
Good one.
slain. Initiate retreat.
Gather at the turtle. Enemy reach level 4. Enemy reach level 4.
Ally has
Hai.
slain the turtle. Initiate retreat. Ally has been slain.
Understood.
Apa ni? Rusuk bawah guys. Okay guys. Coming guys.
Keep an eye on the request.
Understood.
Backup. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. Okay.
遊んでる暇はないんだ。
You have been slain.
Apa tu Gushen? 040 tu.
Okay.
Understood.
割れるかよ。
Enemy battle spell on CD.
やけどするぜ。
Slain. Slain. Enemy dominating.
やれるぜ。どうだ。
Our turret has been destroyed. Initiate retreat.
Sanalah saya malam-malam tidur sampai ke dekat exit tu. Okey. Sorry guys. Pasal kita kena bantai
し
ni.
ぶといぜ。
Killing spree. Enemy godlike.
どうだ。 せいや。 どうだ。飛ばしてくぜ。
Initiate retreat. Rampage.
Babilah.
か。
Our turret has been destroyed.
俺はしぶといぜ。
Enemy battle spell on CD.
The enemy has slain the turret. Launch attack.
Dua. Ah.
Double kill. Initiate retreat. Okay.
Nobar.
Destroyed.
Nobar ONIC. Main je lah bang, itulah.
Our turret is under attack.
俺はしぶといぜ
Gushen dah online
Request backup. Okay.
任せな
Mati ni.
行くぜ
Shut down.
Oh, kau bodoh.
Ally has been slain. Request backup. Our initiate retreat. Destroyed.
Understood.
逃がさん
Legendary. Initiate retreat.
Understood.
おう任せな
The enemy has slain Lord.
Okay, flicker.
飛ばしてくぜ
Kejap. Ada konsil ke apa ke ada ke?
Attack.
Sabar. Tunggu Gushen.
こっちのもんだ
Our turret is under attack.
Okay. Takut lah tu.
やれるぜ
Our turret has been destroyed.
Attack enemy lord.
Ally has been slain. Shut down.
Mesh boleh buat konsil. Tak boleh. Aku yang kena buat. Aku tanya apa dia tadi.
Is under attack.
Aku tanya apa Bellery.
Our turret is under attack. Been destroyed.
せいや どうだよそ見はな
Tepak Yin. Okey, Chun. Order sampai ya.
やけどするぜもう一丁
Enemy inhibitor turret is under attack.
Baik. Jom. Ambush cushion tu. Main.
おう任せな
Launch attack. Your team destroyed a turret. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Bocah dah flicker Sayangnya.
Retreat. Okay.
Good one Nona. Api mati juga. It's okay.
Enemy double kill.
Sorry ya bro, Malay atas kelakuan salah satu streamer Indo. Gak apa-apa bang. Mungkin dia tak tahulah apa niat dia kan. Dia udah lakukan kesalahan, gak apa-apa.
Has been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed.
Tak sempat lah. Jangan bagi muka bang. Dia bukan macam tu ke? Kan? Sama ada dia buat secara sengaja ataupun tidak. Kan? Itu memang kesalahan. Bukan. disebabkan dia adalah seorang yang terkenal. Faham tak? Sebab korang pun sama je mengata macam-macam. Disebabkan korang tak dikenali, and then tak adalah orang ambil kisah. Tapi itu adalah orang yang dikenali. Sama juga kalau aku bercakap sesuatu kan kepada individu maupun negara, orang akan klip cepat. Dia akan jadi lebih viral. Faham ramai je orang kita pun. So biar dia settle kan. Dia dah pun kata dia nak minta maaf ke apa ke, pergi mampus kat dia lah. Tapi kalau aku jumpa dia depan-depan, minta maaf lah.
duit dalam bank aku tak kerang hahaha.
Jom, one more game, boleh ke? Tak boleh. Tak boleh, jangan tekan. Tak boleh, Duk. Tak boleh, tak sempat. Let's see. Sekejap saya perlu ambil link, Duk. Saya kena cari. Hari ni
Brawl a game.
tak boleh. Kejap, saya kena letak kat sini. Okey. Alright. Baru nampak. Remove. So saya tinggalkan AC Yang ni saya remove. Lepas tu dekat sini AC, yang ini saya remove. Okey, semua sama Alright. Kenapa bang saya cakap macam tu kan? Bagi aku itu bagi korang itu keterlaluan ke apa ke tak. Kalau dia directly dia menghina negara maupun agama, aku antara orang yang ke depan lah. Aku cakap terus terang. Tapi sekadar yang macam budak-budak punya apa semua kan, kau suruh aku masuk campur, sorry kan. All the while aku dalam e-sport kan, banyak je aku tegur dan apa semua, end up semua bingai-bingai bocah-bocah ni kan, a lot of things. So pergi mampus lah, handle lah sendiri pergilah cari KOL ke influencer ke yang korang rasa macam boleh wise up, boleh bantu kan. Aku hanya akan bersuara sekiranya bagi aku benda tu sangat besar dan melibatkan agama. Kalau lain, pergi mampus kau korang. Pergi cari siapa yang boleh bantu korang. Not Abang Lot. Aku nak buat kerja aku santai. Esok apa tu? Podcast keluar malam ni kan, besok. Patut saya kena serang semalam. Ada je orang bagi jaga aku. Contoh ni ada je. Orang kata meledek siapa semua, apa masalahnya? Kau nak ambil tindakan, kenapa kau ada kat Luminate je? Sebabkan dia terkenal. Yang orang lain tu kau biar.
Sorry bang Lord saya beban.
Yang lain tu kau biar.
Games of the future.
Gujant, bila je dorang tak serang hahaha.
Gushen serang aku tak kisah tu. Yang betul bocah sendu tak layan bak kata orang Indo campur. Biarlah bang. Itu all the consequences dia kena tahan. Of course akan ada orang marah sebab dia orang yang dikenali. So biarlah dia menanggung. Saya tak suruh orang Malaysia tak pergi serang, tak. Kan kalau korang rasa benda tu tak patut, korang pergi lah. Sebab aku tak suruh. Aku tak suruh. And Mamat tu pun kita tak tahu untuk apa. So dia sebenarnya tak best untuk dia kadang bukan apa. Orang-orang seperti ini dia akan mencetuskan perang antara fans. Kau faham tak? Orang-orang macam ni dia akan mencetuskan perak sebab dia boleh influencekan fans dia.
This is the day that we all have been waiting for the last couple of days because
Ya,
now,
today last.
we're gonna
Hari ni
find out
hari
who's
yang
gonna take
terakhir.
that
Kita
trophy.
akan tengok pukul
And the
7 kejap
cash
lagi
prize,
SRG
which is
ONIC.
very attractive.
Sorry,
And we saw
SRG
the
dengan
breakdown.
Aurora, sorry
And also,
Dan
which is
kemudian
cool that
ONIC
all
dan
the
BTR
four
di
teams
Grand
actually
Final.
get paid today. That's really cool. All the four teams that are playing today,
It's okay,
they are
guys.
walking away with something for sure. But everybody has got their
So
eyes
kalau
on,
korang suruh
one of the
aku
two
yang buat
teams,
statement ke
SRG
apa ke, tolong
and
ambil
the
tindakan
biggest
No,
one, and
no,
ONIC
no,
has
no.
got
I
eyes
got a
on
lot
the
of things to do.
trophy
Banyak lagi
plus the
masalah
winning
negara
prize
aku belum
will be
settle. That is not
everyone's
my
getting
problem,
something
okay?
today, right? That's a cool.
That definitely is, and while we're flying here, I would like
Sejenis
to
beria game pon
mention
beria
to
Kan,
you
masalah
Benda
bini nombor
NTA.
3 pun aku tak dapat lagi. Ada pula benda lain aku kena tengok. Bini nombor 3 aku tak dapat lagi tau. Aku nak beritahu. Apa yang tak dapat lagi? Lagi aku nak ambil hal luar.
Freedom back. Thank you very much.
Kuat lagi ke bang?
Hey,
kuat.
being general
Kau jangan tanya macam tu.
for MLBB here, Mobile. We appreciate you so much. Without you, this all beautiful event wouldn't be possible.
That's so true. I mean, before we jump into
Kan
the
tengah
game,
pening nak
Sekarang
pilih
tenda
Lia ke
pening
Nona
nak
ke bang.
pilih
Tu baby pun tadi
LYA
masuk.
Nana
literally,
Bang.
this is the last day for the whole
Aku
Ah, ni
Sai
Bani
single
pula.
bang
Oi,
more than
Bani
K-Top
Zainul tu.
WK
Ni pun ada satu lagi kejap kita tengok. Okey ke tak okey? Dania Amirat Mos.
one hell of a city, I would say. I mean, very
Alamak, ni
futuristic.
macam bini orang tu.
Everything, you've got everything and perfect weather as well at the moment,
At
right? We've been
Bawang
having
Kuda
great
Hari
Hari
weather
tu.
22.
in
Ni tak
Astana,
boleh.
and of course, feature the
Reject.
games of the future, the final day of this season. It's coming to an end, and we are slightly,
Akal saya single, Bang Lot.
sad. Let's
Tak
say
nak.
final day once again. Welcome to Visual Games of the Future and MLBB, the final
Cari
day right
perhatian kalau
here.
orang
My name is
Malaysia
Heidi, and I've got my handsome co-host
mencabut
right there,
cari
Steve Volko,
publicity.
right there with me. And today is the day that
Third place
we all
BO3,
have
yes,
been
third
waiting
place
for,
BO3.
the finals for MLBB, and we'll be seeing
Jangan tengok
two
suara
matches
bang.
today, and not
Eh,
how
Nur
many
Razian pun
games,
ada.
how many
Kejap,
maps
aku
they're gonna
rasa Nur
go,
Razian.
because we have a best of 3 going for this for the third place, and of course
Nur
the
Razian pun
finals,
mak
the
orang.
grand
Kau jangan
finals
buat
going
besar.
for a best of 5. That's going to be
laki
one
dia datang
hell of a
mampus aku.
Nona Nak Gusion
Waalaikumsalam
SBB
Shadows.
Nak Sambal Bilis Hahaya.
Dia dah tukar nama KGE Shadows tu. Memang KGE Shadows pun.
Yeah, and
Sehat-sehat,
not
alhamdulillah,
only
saya dah
about
makan.
that, we are also going to play third place.
Yes.
So as in traditional sports,
Kadang-kadang bukan apa, drama ni bagus je untuk korang kan suka drama, layan je lah. Tapi saya dah tak ambil tahu lah pasal drama-drama ni. Serius abang, saya abang Lot yang berbeza tu untuk tahun 2026.
Yeah.
Sejak Todak dah tak ada e-sport, fokus on branding, fokus sponsor. Saya dah tak ambil kisah pasal
against the Bigatron by Vitality, but nonetheless,
Drama.
Oi
Bigatron
salam
Vitality
berdia
is
jamak
here
rang
for the
kanarang.
reason, and they'll be
Selamba je dia
participating a
mak
little
orang.
bit later. We'll be focusing more on team
Dan dia lawan
SRG
17,
against
aduh.
Team Aurora Games.
Of course,
Single
we're
mom,
gonna
single mom.
start
Cakap
with
single mom.
SRG and Aurora Gaming
sedap sikit
pretty
dengar.
soon, and then we move to the
Dulu
grand
TR,
finals,
sekarang
which we are
KGE.
keeping for the last, of course, to get that excitement
Itulah hari tu
running with
TR,
everyone.
sekarang dah tukar
With
nama
ONIC
KGE pula.
versus
Kan, ni
Bigatron by
geng-geng Syah ni.
Vitality. I mean, everybody here in the arena,
Prediction
everybody's
abang Lot,
pumped up.
yang
I
ini
mean, I
eh.
could see Steel Volko coming
Saya
very
tak
excited
rasakan,
today. I mean, all the
saya nak
energy
tengok
up,
kalau
all over the
SRG
place.
ni
So, this is going to be
jujur lah
something to
kalau
watch.
SRG
We
main
have
macam mana dia
up
main
next
dengan ONIC,
SRG
Aurora
versus
menang.
Aurora. If you look at the performances yesterday in the semi-finals,
Tapi saya nak bagi tahu
everybody actually
selepas
put up a really
MSC,
good fight.
Aurora dan
SRG
SRG
facing
dua-dua
ONIC
sedang
yesterday, which
struggle.
they unfortunately had to lose,
Dua-dua
but they
sedang
still got a
sedang
chance for
struggle.
grabbing that third place today. We only went 2 maps
Warga
yesterday
Malay
with
tolong jangan
SRG
benci gas
and
semua orang
ONIC.
Induk. Gas semua
And,
orang
I mean,
Induk kok
both of
kayak
the
gitu.
maps,
Sama
ONIC
juga.
took it, unfortunately. That doesn't mean SRG is
Tak
bad. I mean,
semua
they
orang
really
Malaysia
put up
pun
a
macam
fight
tu.
yesterday. The scores were, I mean, for the
Saya
first
nampak
game
ada
we
satu
had,
komen
for the first map, we
Rain
had 7 to
Jotai
14,
Lot.
kills
Thank
that
you,
were
thank you, thank you.
ONIC to
Assalamualaikum,
14,
waalaikumsalam.
of course,
Member
and
tu
also 9 to 20
Rain tak nobar ke?
for the second game. I mean,
Alizan,
second map, and that
Alizan
was
tanya.
the end of
Sorry Alizan.
yesterday's best of
Rain
three
tak
for,
nobar, dia masih
for
lagi
SRG.
kampung. Saya rasa dia
once
di
again,
kampung,
it's a
mungkin
good
malam
thing
ni
they
baru
got one
sampai.
more chance today.
Definitely.
So minggu depan dah start MPL.
Like you were saying,
Elok
there's
dia
no
balik
bad
dulu.
teams there.
Sama
Dan
je aku
Sebab
orang
lepas ni 3 bulan guys. 3 bulan saya Rain semua memang tak ada weekend lah. Korang kena faham kerja kita orang kadang-kadang tidak ada cuti. Tidak ada hari minggu untuk kami selepas ini. 3 hari kena nobar. Kalau tak nobar tak ada info. Hari Isnin nak kena shoot podcast. podcast. Hari Selasa dah semua konten-konten semua akan rilis. Nak cuti Rabu Khamis tapi semua orang tengah kerja. Apa je boleh buat, cuti tidur je lah. Kan, tapi kadang-kadang cuti pun tak boleh, ada kerja-kerja lain. So boleh katakan hampir tiada cuti lah. Apa yang saya buat, saya akan masuk lambat sikit.
Tahan ni MCM Pack Jadul Khan
Ke gereja ke Bang Lok? Gereja, saya Islam Fish. Saya Islam. Tapi saya pergi lagi. Gereja hari tu bulan 2 saya pergi. Ada my wife punya cousin kahwin di
Acadia
di
Talk
Sabah.
Band Valeric Auto Kala.
Tahun ni macam pack jadual. Ya, betul.
Redictionary IESG
SRG 1 Aurora 3. Boleh je orang buat prediction, tak ada masalah. Bila ada drama maksudnya MPL dah nak start dah. Ya, betul. Betul. Kalau dulu tanda je Bang Lok. Enggak apa-apa. Sebab ada yang belum tahu lagi. Waalaikumsalam Vera. Weh, saya ada satu lagi calon baru ke? Vera. Okey, saya follow back. Sebab dia dah follow aku. Tapi saya rasa daripada hari tu saya duk follow Vera ni, dia tak accept doh, dia dah lah private.
They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people.
Kick Nacho, salam Iwas fam. Salam Iwas fam. Waalaikumsalam. Selamat datang. Apalah single lagi kan? Ya, single 2. Nak juga, tak boleh. Saya kira Abang Lot yang punya Todak. Bukan. Saya hanya bekerja di Todak. SRG Aurora. Nah, sekarang. Jam 7. Malaysia jam 6. Hello Naga Bonar, welcome. Jujur gara-gara Luminar orang Indo yang berbaik kena juga. Makin susah mau damai. Iya, makin susah mau damai, itulah cakap. Akibat seorang yang mengeluarkan statement sebegitu, kan, biasanya community enggak apa-apa guys, tapi bila dikeluarkan statement oleh orang yang ada nama influencer, akibatnya besar. Jadi all the influencers make sure kan korang menjadi pendamai, bukan untuk jadi batu api. Semua okey. SRG boleh champ ke? Ini tempat ketiga keempat, kalau menang pun tetap balik, tak masuk final.
Just fortunate to be here, as you guys were seeing on the video. Just quick reminder, Phygital Sports. What is Phygital Sports? It's about a little bit about
lawakan mark tu macam tu lah mark. Kalau saya buat mark itu kan macam untuk MPL Talk, boleh ke? Orang rasa okey ke? Korang nak ke simpan sebagai satu collection MPL Talk?
Official website phygital-plus.com. Make sure you watch because
tapi saya tak buat banyak lah, saya buat dalam 100 pieces je. Buat limited.
So we tell you do not miss this because today is an action-packed day everywhere. All the discipline that remains, we got the finals, grand finals running today. So one good day to watch this on the
just nak tengok lah community MPL Talk kan, yang selalu sokong apa semua kan. 100 boleh jual tak? Kalau 100 boleh jual, nanti saya buat lah design lain ataupun merchandise lain. Sebab salah satu aku punya impian juga, dia bukan impian lah, dalam wishlist yang saya nak keluarkan merchandise daripada my podcast team. Tapi kena try dulu, kena test the market dengan yang produk yang murah sikit kan, dan kuantiti yang rendah, so ada buyer. So kita next one kita keluarkan tinggikan sikit, kita kena test market. Hai bang, hai Jojo kan, kalau kita test market kan, kita shock sendiri buat 1000, lepas tu tak boleh berjual kan, menjadi rugi.
ONIC at 3-0. Unfortunately, that's
Nah,
not the case,
sentiasa
but there will be
kalau macam podcast, saya berani boleh bagi tahu setiap podcast ataupun MPL Talk 60,000 view tak hilang.
Pun RM 441
60,000
Number
okey.
4 Pun RM 257K.
Take a look to make sure to
RRQ
miss any
jelas
announcements,
juara.
any feedbacks, any
Aduh,
information
bang.
that is related to the
Selain
our
SRG,
games of the future.
tim mana yang pantas jadi juara di MPL MY season depan bang? Aduh.
So we have all the same 4 teams competing today as well.
Kita harus lihat 2 minggu yang pertama guys. Rasanya kalau harga bawah RM 30 okey kot bang untuk mula-mula. Ya, saya bukan nak cari untung sangat guys.
with center
Sebenarnya
connecting.
yang
Shout
the
out to
first
the,
yang saya nak
partner
keluarkan,
center
saya
connecting
just
for
nak
that.
cari
Menang top
data.
180,000
Saya nak cari
USD.
data, maknanya ada buyer, ada orang suka nak simpan collection. Saya lebih kepada nak ni je. Kan, tapi tak nak rugi lah.
Top 463,000 USD.
But other than that, he's been going strong. And then we got Sigidom, who actually grabbed two
Saya rasa
or
BTR
three
juara.
MVPs in the last
Okay,
3
let's see,
days.
let's
And
see.
then
Tapi saya rasa
Luna
macam
was
ONIC back-to-back champion.
and contributing to the whole team as well.
Saya
I
dapat
mean, they
rasakan
had
macam
and
ONIC
competed
back-to-back
against
champion.
Bigatron yesterday.
Mungkin
Bigatron
revenge
is gonna be
ONIC
the grand
kalah di
finals
MPL
today,
ID.
but, against Bigatron,
Ya, saya
there
rasa
was
macam
11-4.
ONIC.
They went through 3 maps, right?
Saya
And,
rasa lah.
it's gonna be interesting to see how many
Nanti
maps
macam
they will
RRQ
go today.
Tora 2 minggu
But,
je
before
perform.
we move on, we need to shout
BTR
out to
kuat
Sven because
lagi.
something cool that they're doing. They're
Final siapa
gifting
main? ONIC dengan
their
BTR.
high-quality audio equipments to all the finalists for every discipline that's happening in Games for the Future 2026. Huge shout out to them because that's
Pula
so
macam mana
cool
nak
what they're
jadi
doing, right?
handsome?
Yeah, definitely. They're giving as Heidi just now was explaining. They give premium.
RS
audio.
Anya
Thank you
Chelsea
very much, Sven,
KJDT
for
Botak
Menang
tu.
MLM ni Bangalore.
Pernah dengar tak? Ball is sexy.
Here we see Innocent.
Pada MPL ID,
Unique,
ONIC
Unique,
selalu
Ram,
kalah
as
sama
you were
BTR.
pointing it out
Iya,
earlier.
itu di MPL ID
Aurora
guys.
Gaming, though. Like
Let's see,
Aurora.
ini
Here you
mungkin
go.
tournament
Sigidom,
luar.
Pagu, Rosessa,
Tebak siapa juara bang,
Rosa,
BTR ONIC?
TNZ, and
Saya
Luna.
rasa ONIC.
The team itself, it's
Roster
actually
Flash
doing
menarik tapi
very
tak
well.
sabar nak
It's
tengok
playing
Prime
consistent.
Zaid is back. Ya, itu pun saya nak tengok juga.
For them, they've been losing and they were having tight games overall.
On paper,
and
ONIC
just
lebih-
overall it
lebih
was little bit
kuat
challenging.
lah.
Hopefully they're not tilted from the yesterday's series and they will be playing for their fullest here. at
Okay,
the
Aurora dah
Arena.
masuk
We're here
venue guys
now.
Dah masuk
Teams are
stage.
getting
Rasa
ready.
SRG
Players are
menang
getting
top
ready.
3.
The fans are even getting ready, guys. I hope you
Harapnya
guys
lah,
getting ready
at
as
least
well.
bawa
And
balik
we'd like
dengan,
to pass our words to our beloved casters,
nombor
Wolf
3
and
108,000 guys
Naito. Anytime soon from now.
4 kali
Meanwhile,
MPL
do you
champion
have any final
Saya
words
nak bagi
before
tahu
I'm really excited. The first map of this
4
day,
kali
I mean, the
champion
day
MPL
that
baru nombor 3
everything is getting
GOTF tau.
decided.
Sekali
So
kau
we will
champion
see.
4 kali
We will
juara.
Over to the casters, Wolf and Niso.
$108,000 USD.
Ya, 108.
Harmony between worlds rests
Karena
on
Zaid
fragile
udah lama
land.
kan cuti. Ya betul.
Legends
Mau
of
gak
the
bang
great
saling
Zaid
respect?
tell of the sun-headed man
Mau gak
who
bang
helped
saling
maintaining
respect?
the connection between the
Mau
worlds for
aja.
centuries. But sometimes the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention.
MPL SRG 6 peak champion come soon.
The energy within the
Maybe.
Sun-Headed Man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Apa yang dicuba nak sampaikan kat sini ya? Dah hari trial pun aku masih lagi tak faham. Okay.
Hey, I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the 2 worlds will keep drifting apart. So, no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
So pakai ke RRQ. Iya, story selamatkan dunia game. Ya, ya. Student-student sekarang banyak yang malas buat assignment pakai AI. Kalau yang malas pakai AI macam mana pula bang? Susah dah dalam zaman sekarang, zaman AI sekarang ni. Kan kalau tak pakai rasa ketinggalan, kalau pakai rasa macam malas kan. Tapi Kena pandai-pandai lah. Kena tahu lah mana yang perlu dipakai, mana yang perlu dengan menggunakan otak sendiri. Sebab kalau semuanya menggunakan kuasa hujung jari ni, otak tak berfikir. Otak hanya meminta bantuan komputer. Kan? So kalau untuk nak jadi manusia yang cerdik ni sebenarnya otak kena berfikir
ABG
juga.
Lord ISAP Rokok Laji K.
Ya Tony. Kita orang Malaysia ni penuh je dengan adab. Kalau tak percaya tengoklah sana sini. Dah terbukti sebenarnya kami malas nak layan orang yang tak ada kesopanan dalam nilai sekian. Teruskan guys, teruskan. Loisa. We will miss Hazel. Lawan gameplay dia. Hazel sebenarnya satu kerugian yang besar tu. Kan? Tapi mungkin IG ada sebab kenapa mereka tak sambung. Dan mungkin ada Uni yang main. Let's go Uni. Habiskan one last tournament, one last match before korang semua kembali ke Malaysia untuk mengharungi MPL MY
Semalam SRG
Season
Power Ramai
18.
Work Keycam.
Uni terus, okey apa? Prediksi Abang Lord, saya mengharapkan SRG menang, tak kisahlah berapa pun. Tapi based on reason match, saya rasa Aurora ada kelebihan. Tapi tak boleh menafikan kekuatan SRG tu. SRG pernah ke kalah dengan Aurora? Tak pernah kan?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last and final day of Games of the Future 2026.
Pernah ke dia orang kalah dengan Aurora ni? Tak pernah rasanya.
There in Kazakhstan. Of course, if you guys are joining us, we are coming at you live online.
InsyaAllah menang tu.
And Wolf to bring you the action today throughout this
SRG tak pernah kalah tu.
We got
So
a match
saya
for
rasa
thirds
macam
here. And then we've got the grand finals to follow
ada
after
peluang.
this. So first, we're going to have to focus
MPLID dan
upon
MY
this.
sama ya
And,
tanggalnya.
you know,
Iya.
things at stake here,
Tanggal
Wolf, the
14
biggest
bang.
thing that we can talk about is obviously the prize
Barai
pool
tak ada
is
cuti.
absolutely massive, 900,000,
Rasanya Innocent
almost
potong
$1 million
rambut terpotong sekali lah
across the
performance dia.
And between the third and fourth place, just if people are curious,
Halo Bang Lord, salam
it's
dari
about
Kokas. Hai, sang
40-ish plus
pendaki.
$1,000 difference. That's quite a bit of money.
Cikruk.
That's a lot of money.
Berapa game best of 3
Last
lagi?
second
Ini
boleh
last best of
kalah
3
Aurora
grand final
Gaming.
nanti BO5.
And that's the reason why you should
Tak pernah lagi alright.
really.
Kalau Skies boleh kalah Aurora Gaming.
I personally don't like
SRG menang, saya main ML semula. Cantik, let's go SRG. Pastikan kawan kita Mr. EP, Mr. F kembali bermain MLBB ya. Dia kecewa dengan kekalahan, tak masuk grand final sampai dia tak nak main dah. Dia membuat keputusan untuk menonton je sekarang. Waalaikumsalam Nasgor Pistachio. Batam, welcome orang Batam.
SRG2.
Tak pernah lagi bang Team Spirit dengan Aurora, tak pernah menang lagi lawan SRG. Walaupun dalam orang kata apa, the downfall of SRG ataupun di kala tidak perform, tapi dua pasukan ni belum lagi mengambil kesempatan untuk mengalahkan SRG. Bagus. A good stats here. Semoga SRG menang hari ini bang. Amin. Dari tajuk lama bang. Okey.
Yeah, I think that was a nail biter.
Ada live kat YT? Ada. Saya live kat YT guys. Yang mana yang ada dekat YT jangan lupa untuk bantu saya subscribe. Saya tinggal dalam 400 lebih saja untuk mencecah 10,000 subscriber yang pertama guys. Terima kasih. Kan, saya harap nanti di MPL Talk nanti kan boleh capai my first 20,000. Kenapa SRG semalam kalah grand final semua orang tu?
We're talking about the Matilda and Ikshia.
BO3. Tiga Turki, satu Malaysia. Okay, let's watch. Katanya ada tim Indo yang mau ambil Skies bermain di MPLID. Apa benar Bang Lord? Enggak benar. Itu semua adalah rumus palsu guys.
Well, It's about
Bang,
I
pendapat
guess
tentang
my
isu
quick
Lumu
answer
ini,
to that, and that was proven
biarlah
by the
dia dengan
lineup
isu
that
dia.
was brought by-
Sebagai KOL harus tahu apa yang kita boleh mengeluarkan statement ataupun menaikkan apa-apa komen di social media. Kita jangan jadi batu api. Kalau statement itu datang daripada public, saya rasa tak ada siapa peduli. Tapi hanya disebabkan dia sebagai orang yang terkenal, influencer, kan, menjadi tak baik. So,
and you're gonna be fine. And if you can't win, for example,
Yalah.
your gold versus gold matchup is
lucu
not
kau
gonna win.
lihat lu
What you
lihat
have
di
to do is
TikTok
just
Malay
pick a
hina
hero in the middle
Indo
that
alah
will
sering
that
ada
will
aja
win
ada
that
aja
game, and then
sama
your
aja
role
bang
can
dua-dua
get
sama aja bang Malay
the
ke
gold lane.
Indo
It's
ke
like you compensate
sama
in
aja bang.
other parts of the draft. That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say. So
Katakanlah kalau ada season 18 ada champ baru,
all I'm trying to say
rugilah
is that
tim-tim
you just
Malaysia
have to
sebab
pick
dia orang
your
tak dapat nak
matchups.
kejar.
That's the meta, basically.
Katakanlah kalau
If you win your
SRG,
league matchups,
kalau
it
season
means you
11 ada champ baru, rugilah tim-tim
Who would've
Malaysia sebab
thought,
dia
you
orang
know, who
tak
would've
dapat
thought
nak
that
kejar
that
SRG waktu dia orang
matchup in
tengah
the
peak.
gold lane would have been an Ixtra and a Mia. I mean, even when Leo and I were going through that draft,
Kalau season lepas ada champ baru,
that was
rugilah
not
sebab
on our
tak
list,
dapat
you know
kerja
what I mean?
ketika
And I don't think it
SRG
was on
di
a lot of
peak.
people's list. But I
Bang,
know people
abang pernah
were
tengok tak produk
rejoicing
dulu bang?
to the fact that even Mia
6
gets a
season
win,
berturut-turut grand finalist walaupun tak
be
menang
promising for
5
some
pit
people,
4
not just
pit
the Mia
dia
mains
hanya
out
dalam
there, but
6
also
season
just,
tu atau
again,
27
the
season tu
people
dia
that
hanya
like to
menang
kind of
3
go
kali
outside
sama
the
juga
norm or outside the
kan
meta,
ketika
that,
itulah pasukan lain
we're used
mengambil
to seeing.
peluang
Because
untuk
we've
menjadi
already- I
juara
would say we've already kind of got
dan
that
challenge
standard
dia
going
adalah
where it's
apabila
like,
kau menjadi
you know,
juara
there's already
adalah
gonna be
untuk
that trade for
mengekalkan
Barrett,
kejuaraan itu
Balrog probably,
dan
the Atlas
SRG
if it's not
berjaya
banned
buat
out,
itu bukan
Nolan,
sekali bukan
Kirara,
2 kali
jungle,
tapi
but
5
this is
kali
the top
lebih
most
manis
picked
lagi
hero right now. So
berturut-turut
it is something
jadi
different
inilah
that goes
maksudnya
against the
kalau
norm.
tim lain
You know, I'm
menampakkan
all for it.
ada
As someone who likes to
SRG
go
tengah
against the
tak
meta and who,
perform ini
you know,
adalah
played one
masa
hero
untuk
before he
mengambil
actually
peluang
won
dan
that,
menjadi juara
which is
tetapi
Gord.
the
Yeah, I
biggest
was
challenge
happy to see
adalah
it too.
mampukah kau nak mengekalkan atau menjadi lebih baik supaya tim lain tak potong seperti mana SRG dah buat.
It's hard to justify them from a normal person's perspective. But I guess if you played the gold lane so much and you
Saya orang Indo tapi
obviously
lebih suka
have
tengok MPL yang baik sebab
grinded
semua
out
tim
in
masih
the
fresh.
Land of Dawn,
Pada intinya dominan
in
memang
game
salah.
and through
Prediksi
that,
Abang Lord ini SRG Aurora.
scrims,
Saya tak nak predict. Saya
through
nak
the actual
saya just nak
tournaments.
SRG menang je.
Your understanding of the
2-3
game
ikan
is
sepat SRG
really
juara
exceeds
4.
what normal people
Saya doakan
do.
Sekas boleh bermain semula seperti
And
dulu.
that's
Amin.
Probably this is my guess. This is the reason why Eman, when asked why he picked the Mia, is that he looked at the heroes and
Hina
he
Kot
feels like
Samalam
it
Kala
fits.
0 to 2 Kala Pun DGN Balearic
What the
Danajura.
hell kind of explanation that is. But if you dig deeper, I think what he's trying to say is that my knowledge tells me
Alright, let's go. Kita tukar
having the
kita
Mia
punya
without any kind of threat to the Mia is gonna be okay.
Yeah, I think
kamera
what
ke
made it
atas.
work, though,
Atlas
too,
di
was the
band
fact
keluar.
that, you know, you eventually had
Okey,
that
kita
Rafaela. The
kita tebak
Rafaela
draft
was a
guys.
really
Kita
big
tebak
game
draft
changer.
Atlas di band
Just because
keluar.
of the
Kat
fact
sini
that you
saya
had
rasa
that
yang di
revive,
band
you know,
keluar
we saw a
adalah
lot of fights
Barat
going through that game
dan
three where,
juga Eudora mungkin.
Aurora Gaming would get one of the members down, a big
Freya.
turn by Vitality,
Okey,
but
selalunya
then
Freya
because of the
first ban.
revive, like, you know, they're back to full fighting form quickly, and that was one of the things that we've
Tapi mungkin
seen
dia akan
now
lepaskan
for
Barat
different teams
dengan
that have
Hirara.
drafted in that Rafaela, and
Pakito
now
di
you
band.
see the
Si
trades
Gebamnya
happening
Pakito
between,
pun
like,
boleh
Matilda,
tahan.
even, for example, Matilda, Rafaela. And I don't know how much of that is going to be different.
Eh,
here in
serius
this
tak?
first
Luna
place
yang
match,
main?
but the bands already look
memang
pretty
Luna
standard
main
from
pun.
what we've seen. It is going to be the Atlas going out, Paquito there, Freya, pretty much a red side staple. And I think the main question is, do you go ahead and just grab the Hirara for Uni? I think that's one of the main things.
Tengok dari line up semua tim mana yang nampak yang solid. Flash, BTR.
That's I believe I was able to talk to some of the players.
Zuxin,
and they feel the same way as I feel like. Of course,
Apakah Selina akan di-ban di sini? Atau dia akan lepaskan Selina pergi ke Stormy? Kalau sini Selina tak ban, confirm Aurora akan ban Selina. Sebab Stormy dan juga Rosa dua Selina user yang gempak di dunia.
How much impact there could be with this hero, with the Barretts. A lot of people, a lot of players feel confident that it is indeed the strongest hero we have in our meta game right now. We're about to see it.
Okay, dia sendiri yang ban Selina.
Again, Aurora Gaming.
Kena.
they like
Marcel
to play
dibuang.
Eudora, but they also like to play Tianzi's hero like maybe third.
Hirara,
Melissa's hero,
first
third
pick.
pick, or even into that more.
Or
later
Barat.
into the draft. Okay, is this Barrett or Hirara? Is the question.
I think they're gonna go Hirara, man. I think they're gonna go
Hirara
Hirara.
ke Barat?
I wonder what the audience is more a fan of. Are they Aurora
Kau
Games
rasa
fans
Hirara
or
ke
the
Barat,
SRG
guys?
fans? Because yesterday everybody in the audience had their, the signs on their phones and everything else, and it was good to see. I know there's a lot of ONIC fans waiting to see if ONIC can be a repeat
Belleric.
champion here, but as we wait for this,
Saya tak
next
rasakan
pickup
SRG
for
boleh
SRG, that'll tell us what's
perihalkan
going to be
Belleric
traded
tu.
out. Is it the Barretts?
Sebab kalau ambil Belleric, Hirara dengan Barat
Both are good, and
lepas
both kinda
lagi
start your
sakit.
composition off great.
Melissa.
On blue side, and it's going to be neither, man. It's the Melissa. The other hero
Harapnya dengan
that
adanya
is
tim-tim besar yang masuk
rising
ML
once
nanti
again
dapat
in
improve. Ada ke
priority,
tim besar
although
masuk?
it's been picked the most, but is this worth the trade? You give the Barretts over.
Tapi TNZ boleh ambil Fanny
I don't know what the Belric.
Sekarang Fanny ada, Barat ada, Belleric ada, Hirara ada.
Both are good, but I think they will go Hirara because they want to reach this Melissa. And TNZ with any kind of hero is already really good. And if you give him an OP hero, he's gonna make it work for sure.
Barat
Especially with
Aurora
the
pun sedap
Barretts
juga.
as well. If you add those two
Hirara.
factors, then
Alright.
it's a no.
Kena. Kita punya predict sekarang ni aku dah makin improve tu aku punya draft. Tebak draft ni. Okey, di sini apakah
get the Uranus, I feel like is
that's
the
what I was
better
thinking.
option. Yeah.
Just grab the
Barat Idora,
I almost half expected. I guess that's why
Idora
they decided
dan
to go ahead and trade
juga
it. It's like we'll take the
Belleric.
Melissa because they're
Pusing-pusing hero itu je kan?
Instead, where Aurora Gaming picked up Uranus because that
boleh jadi
seems to be
Harley,
more
betul,
of
setuju.
an answer when the Melissa is there. They
Tapi
like to
kalau
go
tak ambil
ahead and
Harley,
build
saya
that,
rasa Aurora yang akan ambil tu kali ni Harley ni.
The Uranus pick, but Barrett's, like you mentioned, probably the most impactful, I would
Fanny,
say.
let's
hero right now.
go.
Whoa, it's going to be a Fanny instead.
Fanny Uranus.
For Uni.
Okay,
Like
1-0
you
untuk SRG.
mentioned, instead of the Nolan, it's Fanny, and then the Uranus goes over. It makes sense.
Mia. Semalam
But
BTR
yeah,
bawa
do you think the
Mia
Fanny is a
Eman
good
main
pick for
Mia.
Uni right now?
Yep.
Game
Obviously,
ketiga.
Yes. My brain defaulted into
You do.
thinking that Fanny was automatically banned, but it isn't. And that meant that this time for
Korang
SRG,
tahu tak?
they're gonna get a strong
Pascol
hero
antara paling yang
in a
paling
way that
happy
it
aku
can
rasa.
make a lot of outputs.
Kalau
It's like-
dekat tournament
it's a
besar
strong
macam
hero
ni
when
kan.
used properly is what I'm trying
Mia
to say.
dimainkan. Ini ambil top 3 ya, betul, top 3.
Still not the easiest to pilot. Aurora Gaming though,
Okay,
great
so-
response is the Matilda. Typically,
Yum
when
dengan Sky,
you are
Yum
facing
dengan
against the,
Stormy belum pilih hero
the
lagi.
Fanny, you would look for
HII.
any
Hai.
kind of,
MLM ni Layla
knockdown,
DLM Grand Final
Grace
Duelist
datang
Lap
macam
Wrap.
budak-budak apa
realize that
sedap tu.
we don't really need
Ah.
a lot of stunts against
Budak-budak
the
tu
Fanny.
yang
If
datang
we can
high-high.
sustain ourselves,
Ini ada
then
makro ke?
it's
Let's
also-
see,
it
let's see,
also
let's see.
works against the Fanny, because all
Kan,
of a
tapi
sudden,
masalahnya
you're
sekarang
not
ni ada
controlling the
Matilda.
Fanny, but
Assalamualaikum
the
salam.
Fanny is not
Zarim
taking
0427. Semoga dirahmati dan diberkati Allah. Amin.
you're getting
Apa pendapat Abang Lot tentang Mia Iman?
I do understand why
Saya
this
tak
is
tengok
the-
game tu. Saya just buka
Harley
tengok ada. Lepas tu dah. Lepas tu ujung-ujung saya tengok, BTR dah menang. Semalam kan saya tengah tak berapa sihat.
Be the choice. to
Kenapa
deal with it,
Fanny?
but, I think the Matilda
Kenapa tak boleh
obviously just
Fanny?
works better with this, especially when you have a Barrett
Waalaikumsalam. Dot.
already a mobile enough hero in the Herrera that
Puasa M series lagi lah ni kalau prestasi tim macam ni.
Good ban here because I expected Rafaela to be picked up by SRG.
Kenapa Harley Talk Doc?
If it was let free, because that seems to be
Kenapa
also
perlu ambil Harley?
typical response, right?
Mereka
There's a Matilda over
rasakan
here. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a Rafaela. We had
draft
this
ni
whole
lebih
debate
sesuai nak bawa.
yesterday.
Tak semestinya Harley itu sentiasa perlu dibawa.
Semalam okay jah Harley Piquet.
Biar je lah bang.
Utility provided by the Rafaela,
Biarlah bang dia orang nak main
like
apa
how she can
pun.
speed up
Aduh
her
abang
whole
ni
team
kenapa tak pick
in
ni?
comparison
Kenapa
with,
nak
like,
kena pick
Matilda.
itu?
You basically
Kenapa
can
tau?
guiding win one
Layan
person,
je boleh
you know
tak?
what I mean? So it's like we kind of saw that in action a lot where now this Rafaela I think is going to be the
Waalaikumsalam.
immediate answer to a Matilda. So gold lane ban coming out, that Moskov. Now we have to question what is going the gold lane. We got a whole hey, they're going opposite of each other. The sweeps, one for Aurora, one for SRG.
Belleric di ban, Rafaela di ban, Moskov di ban, Valentina di ban. Okay, so aku dapat rasakan Stormy akan pakai Novaria kat
I
sini.
think I kind of recognize that they probably have
Kiri
watched
kanan boleh pakai
since day
Novaria.
one, so, That's pretty cool.
Kenapa
For
semalam
Aurora,
tak
you're
pick
gonna be
Fanny?
looking okay, they immediately go Brody. Good answer to the Melissa and also
Apa
good
dia tak biar
answer
download?
to the Fanny. So I think this checks both boxes. Another option might be the Moscow, which I would have said. However, it is gonna struggle against the early combo.
No worries,
of
that's
SRG.
okay.
So the Brody makes total sense here.
Okay, Brody
you
di
now have to
situ.
look for your burst from your mage if you're SRG. So
Let's go.
I wonder if this is like Novaria plus a
Yes.
stun.
Novaria
Maybe
plus
Novaria
Sengaja
and
ka?
Novaria plus apa?
maybe?
Novaria Cho.
Novaria Badang.
Novaria has also just kind of risen ever since her little.
Kalau Badang
little
letak
buff that
tembok,
she's gotten
Matilda boleh
recently.
lepas ke?
The Cho
Boleh kan?
Daddy
stand out
Terracer.
quite a bit though. So
Dia tetap boleh
now that
lepas
it's
kan?
open, we'll see if that goes in the hands of Yums. Would work. You can also scout.
Ataupun dia akan
scout out
sangkut.
if you do grab that Novaria with that.
Atlas dah
Astral.
depend.
Whoa. Okay.
Minotaur.
No Astral Echo. It's going to be a
Louis.
diversion with this Louis Yi. And then the Minotaur.
Yes, God.
Wow. So they got two tanky dudes.
Brody menang lane Melissa. Okay,
Yep,
let's
they get the
see.
condition that they need.
Kita kat Malaysia
To
cukup lah
get
meletak
Melissa.
harapan kat mana-mana
I
tim.
am
Buat akhir
partial
kita
about this
menang
team
MSC
because
2000 pun
it's-
kebetulan prime satu.
is
Bang, mana boleh prime satu season? Dah dekat Malaysia tu dah 5 season dia champion.
and it
Saya tahu
does
abang
not
kecewa.
Eudora
necessarily
settle Fanny.
solve the
Kan?
Brody problem,
Tapi
but
saya
it
cakap terus
solves the
terang
parents'
untuk M series
problem, because now if
orang
the
nak klip
front
ini
is so
boleh
much
klip
for
kena
parents,
bagi tahu
you allow
Untuk
for
M
the
series
Louis to just dish out
saya
that
nak bagi
to
tahu
Barca with the
kalau tim Malaysia tak
duality
improve
of
kau tahu tak
Right,
M series ni
duality
siapa yang akan
procs,
jadi champion?
dispersion, and the Eudora is just
Okay.
a good way to
Tak ada
clean
lagi
this
dah
up.
cuma
Aurora
Nivos
gaming,
dah
they have,
lepas ini.
drafted a very standard draft
Okay,
like
saya boleh berani
very
nak cakap
safe,
tim daripada
very
Indonesia
strong
boleh
in the
jadi
meta
champion
game,
untuk M
whereas in
series.
SRG, this global lineup that they
Indonesia
have,
dah makin
it does
meningkat,
have
guys.
a lot of potential to go with it. I'm just scared that this might be such a greedy lineup for SRG. Greedy in a way that it needs a lot to farm.
Well, some final words here from the coaches, of course. Coach Midnight, Coach Arcadia.
Cuma Nivos bang
On
lot.
the opposite
Enggak ada dah
ends
cuma
here
Nivos.
with the teams. I would definitely say it's one of those cases, man, where I am also questioning what is the meta, because with what SRG brought to the table,
Tak bang.
it's
Meta
very
berubah lagi.
Ya pasti dia
just
akan berubah.
specific to them, and I think the play style they want to take
Pasti
to
akan
game
berubah.
one.
Tapi
And I'm
meta
all for it.
berubah
Again,
ni saya
I
rasa
like that there is some of this flavor being thrown around with our current drafts, with our pickings, and I'm all for it.
Kau
But
bagi
let's
tahu
see if
aku
that
tim
kind of
Malaysia yang betul-betul
uniqueness
mengambil
ends up
peluang
working
dengan
against a more
perubahan meta ni
standard
siapa?
lineup that we've seen before,
Kan,
especially
meta
from
berubah
Aurora
kan
Gaming.
tiba-tiba
Ladies
tim
and
ini
gentlemen, we're gonna jump into the latest
main
round here.
gempak
It's
gila
game
kan dah
one
macam
of our third
macam
place
world class
deciding
punya
match
material ada
between
ke?
the Selangor
Kau bagi
Red
tahu kat aku
Giants and Aurora
meta dah
Gaming.
berubah tu
Well, first thing, a quick look at
18.8 dah patch lah 18.8. Kau bagi tahu kat aku tim Malaysia mana, coach mana yang betul-betul study pasal meta ni jadi gempak gila punya. Kau bagi tahu kat aku. Kau tahu aku tak masih lagi atau macam
Yep, nothing really out of the
biar lu.
ordinary for both teams.
Some really good dodges there from Rosa, by the way. You know, a little sidestep here and there. Able to go ahead and poke down. Again, the Eudora has also, it's so
Hello
funny
bang.
how
Cam kat bawah. Ya betul.
Eudora was just picked and picked and picked
I am
until
back.
she kind of slowly fell down, you know, and like you mentioned, that Eudora, whoa, there's burst on Uni.
Iwan so Kolil.
So much damage out there.
Did he just show up there and like want to fight Tienzi?
Eh
or-
eh eh.
Frankly, Naisu, I lagged a little bit. You know, I was blurred from his. I didn't see the start of it at the end of it.
Bang jangan spam boleh tak bang?
But here
Abang
they
Khairul
want to
Nizam.
contest
Prediction
this,
RE
purple buff.
IESG
Boleh ya
0
bang
and UOA 2.
Saya minta
That's
bantuan
gonna be
abang ah.
enough, for SRG.
Kalau boleh lah jangan spam.
Use Cram to
Saya baca
Sona,
SRG 20.
dropping
Abang nak bagi tahu kat siapa
Prediction
bang?
RE IESG 0A UOA 2.
Topping up once again is not going to be a problem.
Hey, you know what? We'll just say that happened to Uni too. You know, just leave it at that. But yeah, that's a
Jangan
an
mute,
early
jangan mute.
death you don't want to take, especially on a
Kita
fanny.
kena
Again,
minta
most of the
tolong.
times the fannies are brought
So
up,
bila kita minta
we
dia
know
pun
that if
okey
you
okey
struggle
lah.
early on or you get behind,
Tapi kalau dia teruskan lagi
you kind of
kita buat lah.
default into this instead of looking for kills. It's like you're pushing the map elsewhere.
Okey, terima
Looks like he
kasih.
might try to make an attempt on TNZ now.
Ah, baik dah Uni.
Oh, so much damage coming from Uni.
Dia balas balik macam tu lah Uni. Ha. Balas balik. Baik Uni.
They already lost one of their heroes up
Steady,
top.
Abang Lot.
TNZ down for the count. Turtle being started by SRG right now. Uni back in action to collect it. That's how fast the Fanny can travel around the map.
Ui,
So much coming out
sakit
from Aurora
bro
Gaming.
Aurora ni.
Not from Rosa, but SRG will be safe. They get out there.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. You know, Uni getting revenge there, able to go ahead and take out TNZ. That's fine. Innocent now. Oh, Innocent, you're in trouble.
Innocent is in trouble. Go away. Already used.
Okay.
The damage from Rosa is too much.
Boom, boom.
Innocent actually keeps himself alive. The heal coming up from him first.
Baik, Yums. Tak ada follow up,
But the
bongo.
secondary stun will. In comes Uni once again, but TNZ
It's okay.
is not the best target now for SRG. And if I'm seeing this correctly, I did see that TNZ actually has a lot more EXP compared to the Fanny.
Bang, kenapa kau perlu spam untuk nak tahu jawapan tu? Apa yang kau beria sangat ni?
Too far away from SRG even after the death up top.
Yeah, I can't believe no one died in that fight. It was great use of the ultimate from the Melissa.
Aku rasa daripada semalam, kan?
Knew that they had a diversion.
Aku dah tak maki-maki orang, kan? Aku gunakan bahasa yang elok. Aku tak menjerit-jerit.
Kind of traditional marksman. Let's say even aside from the Melissa, right? Because she's
Tak
got
ada
that
kenapa.
ultimate. But before she has the ultimate, you see so much pressure put into that lane to try
Kenapa
to like
dengan
convert a
aku?
kill early on, delay them as much as possible.
JNGNLA
This is even what
spam
happened
saya
to
Godel
M1
NK
last night.
mute tau.
But
Thanks,
then
thanks.
eventually, you know, if you have a diversion to bring the team there quickly, all the better. And this is also why we saw, I believe, the Louis banned out a couple times too, because teams just didn't want to give that to the opponent.
Yeah. It's one of those heroes that will always be a problem, like, no matter what, because you're always like looking over your shoulders, technically speaking. But here, for
dekat
side of
TT ni,
SRG, they really have to
spam.
control
Satu
this
soalan
for
je pun.
this upcoming
Tapi dia
turtle.
punya spam
Just don't
tu,
wanna give a
untuk
lot
apa
more
aku tak
match for
tahu.
Aurora Gaming. To be fair, Aurora Gaming are positioning themselves well. Look at how fast the Barretts can move with the Matilda from top now to mid now.
Okay, let's go.
They saw Cram.
Kasih tahu ini fight nak berlaku macam mana ni? 4 lawan 3, 4 lawan 4. Okey. 5 lawan 4 dah. Ini 5 lawan 4 ni. Ni 5 lawan 4, 5 lawan 5 dah. Mati Luna. Luna mati dulu.
They do get the retribution, but the kill coming up from the Melissa. Oh, the circling eagle is not that on point.
Good one.
Very tanky. Two tanky dudes protecting this Melissa, allowing for Melissa to get a kill in exchange for the turtle.
Okay, TNZ's gonna get out of there. That was a turtle that they had to fight for. Just couldn't find the opening. And yeah, I would say, you know, this is kind of the case.
Okay,
Whoa,
go.
Hold on, they still want to go for more. Rosa will be able to get out. Pagu's just so good with the Matilda, man.
That's what Matilda does. You think a fight is about to
Kacau tu
break
Matilda
out,
ni,
and
dia
it's
bawa
just-
lari tu
you know, it's a
kawan-kawan.
feint. It's not actually going to happen just because they can just disengage.
Hey.
Guiding wind on out. Nice stun there, but this is Cram on the Uranus. He'll tank that up. Oh,
Oh, they do go for the play up top. Uni's down. Just like that. Very simple for SRG to be able, for Aurora Gaming to be able to take out the Fanny. And it seems like, yeah, Lunar is enough. And they get more as Yums is taken out. They're not
a cool
respecting
guy.
the damage
Late
of
game
Aurora
better mana
Gaming.
hey man, every single time I see a Brody tear apart some memories, you gotta walk away from it, you know? Like, it's the cool way to do it. Stormy's gonna be in trouble. Oh, circling eagle.
They go in. It's coming enough for now, but that is just for them to shoo away the members
Talk
of SRG
McCam,
as they
Brody
were
Toddy.
taking
Tak macam Brody
the
tadi.
objective.
Bodoh punya Brody tadi.
Great take coming out from Aurora Gaming. Will be able to push.
Dah lah fit
into the
awal-awal.
lane. And in the middle, they put their they place their influence once again in here.
Cool.
Oh, look at this! They're just farming up top. The Brody with the Matilda
Sociabus.
again.
SB.
10 dari
my
someone.
goodness, there's
Sekarang
so
ni
much
semua
that
tim
Pagu is
power
doing.
even tim
You can
bawah-bawah.
just rotate as
Semua ada
quickly
chance
as you
jadi
need to.
champion.
Betul, Saman, terima kasih untuk storing-nya. Sekarang ni semua tim power, even tim bawah-bawah. Semua ada champion. Kalau kita tengok dekat international pun dah tak banyak perbezaan. Harapnya dekat lokal nanti kan. Macam tu. Kau nampak dia bawa lari tu.
Hang tahan depan baru
Terima kasih
sampai.
Zaman. Dia bawa lari tu.
It's very tanky. It doesn't really threaten for any stun, so there's no stoppage from SRG. They still want to
Kerang
take
boleh
this
mati ke?
turtle fight. Torn apart memory hurts. In comes Uni, and wants to take
Uni,
on Pagu,
Uni,
but
what are you
Pagu
doing?
decided
What
to
are you
target
doing?
the Matilda. In
Okay.
fact, Aurora Gaming are returning in kind. They do take the turtle and they actually fend off Uni. The Aurora Gaming siege composition is now online. 5-man unit in the middle. Hirara with a dodge. And they will also escape the Minoan Fury.
Wih, kena 1, 2, 3, 4.
More electrifying damage coming out from both
Stun Banyan.
this Eudora as well as this Brody, the double
Wih,
electric.
Eudora sekarang ni boleh kena multiple hero
It's too much to handle.
Is that what Brody has? Does he have electricity in those marks?
Kena 4
You know,
sia.
he's got the, I don't know what it is, arcane energy or whatever it is, but it definitely hurts. And that's a kill that's easy to get for them. Off the stun, the lightning ball stun.
Kena makan terus.
Lunar again, they do have the damage. Flicker committed. That's gonna be enough. Lunar bid his time down the bottom lane. Understood where the Fanny could be. Game sense as well as game IQ from Lunar is top of the line for sure.
That's why I said, man, you can't give Lunar the Barretts. Oh, he's going to take some damage here, though, but he's got enough shields and he can just Guiding Wind out of this, but I think it's a bait. They're going to force the Flicker anyway. There's a heal from Yumes, but look at this. Lunar just knows. He's so safe to be able to just say, I can play at less than half health. I can just fly. Like, I can evolve whatever this dinosaur is, I can then get wings.
tengok dah
because I
Rosa
have a
ni.
Matilda in the hands of Pagu.
I just like how
Eudora boleh tunggu depan tu macam tank tu.
most especially the way they're utilizing the Matilda.
Betapa tak respectnya dia. Sebab apa dia tak respect? Dia rasa macam
And whenever they press the attack, you know that they can be aggressive because they're
ayam
moving the
juga. Dia
Matilda
rasa
to heal
macam
them up
tim ayam tu. Dia buat macam
So they're
tim
always
ayam tu.
incentivized to make an aggressive play against SRG. And not only are
Dia
they
buat
doing
tim
that, they're
macam
also
tim ayam
making
tu.
the right moves. They're reading the map like crazy. And now Uni wants to poke TNZ. Look at that. All the damage that Uni was able to deal, it's the Matilda with just one skill tool.
Betapa dia tak
They're
takutnya.
topped up.
Okay. Topped up.
Wih, ini SRG bengok Rosa. Kau buat macam tu Sekejap lagi dia orang dapat satu moment je dia comeback. Dia pantai-pantai nanti. Dia recall depan muka kau baru kau tahu.
Get some push, because that's all about you can do. So Lord is secured, Aurora Gaming gets that secure. They're going to be looking for another kill. You're not going to be able to survive this as Cram tries to get away. He does pop the Consecrate, but TNZ will pick up that one, and they're going to take this tier 2 turret down as well.
Amazing siege coming out from Aurora Gaming. SRG seems like
push lagi satu, push lagi satu.
now. Holy shields to be popped with just one minion up top. So
Go ni push lagi satu. Please, sekarang itu je boleh buat.
Trying to push TNC going into the backlines just to poke, just to force some reactions. Reactions are there coming out from SRG as Innocent dips himself into that fight. They do defend and they will only lose about 30% HP on their turret up top. But Aurora Gaming are relentless. They want to try in the middle because they do have the Lord. TNZ, look at that. How brave TNZ is. Forcing reactions again from SRG. No more holy shields on the backlines. No. Great initiation from Innocent. Catching the Brody. They take out one. That's an immediate takedown. SRG finding the Brody. The heals coming up from Pagu wasn't enough. And it will be Innocent to collect the kill. All the while that's happening, Uni is going to be there. Look at this, the diversion play. I really want to find out how they took out the Brody, but I guess it's just a duality stack. And for some reason, they take out...
Kasih sikit lagi.
Now Lunar in trouble. Overstaying in front of SRG. Cram.
Good one.
Recalls, but you gotta be careful. TNZ on the backlines. Yumes receives the damage.
Okay, Innocent dah ada damage guys. Innocent dah ada damage. Tadi kau buat macam ayam kan. Kau sabar jap.
But there's no follow-up just yet. They want to go for another kill. They eventually take out Yumes with the damage coming in from TNC. 3 versus 3. But the damage of torn apart memory, poking them down. TNC wants to collect the kill, but he won't be able to do so.
Dah tahu dah nak mati dah Kram. Tak perlu pun kat situ.
He's able to with a Sky Piercer. Skiggy Boom is gonna take the turn. And they want to go for more up top, and they're not stopping. Nice to Aurora Gaming is way too good at it.
Wolf, the fight started in the base, it went down to the mid lane, and then ended in the
Aku dah
base
cuba
of
nak
SRG.
husnuzon tu game ni.
And that was probably one of the longest continued fights we've seen in MLBB. I mean, my goodness, is that, again, the power of the Matilda, and also we got to throw in some flying clouds there too, right? Give it up to the flying clouds to bring everybody back into the fight that quick. But it all resulted into some base turrets going down for SRG. I still have to commend what they were able to
Ya,
do.
harapan
They
Melissa,
found
betul-betul.
Sigibum and actually
Terbanglah
were
Oni.
able to
Oni
defend
sedang
his
terbang
base
guys, sabar guys.
and try to turn the
Ah,
tide.
tu
That
terbang
might
dah.
have been the best
Sabar guys,
opportunity that
terbang
they
dia.
had to make something happen.
141 ni
But they did start to get at least
Susah
a little
tu
bit of
nak
goal
lawan
in the
dengan
pot.
Melissa,
Now, this is
sorry,
a
nak
major
lawan dengan
defensive
Matilda
drive.
dengan
This is a
Barat ni.
major at least. And
Kena
what we're
telan je.
seeing here is Aurora Gaming is weaving around TNZ. TNZ has these stacks here, and they just kind of whittle down the members of the SRG and then want him to go ahead and finish it up with that stack, that Skypiercer that he has. So Sigibum's going to go ahead and start up this Lord. It spawns in. I'm wondering, the Selengar Red Giants actually want to contest this?
Minute 15 in O Savage.
Minute 15 Inno Savage. Let's go.
Models this time, no ultimate commitment just yet. Luna wants to go in. TNZ is here. They want to poke crab. And not even poke. They're threatening for a lethal. Now up against her. The no Luna goes in, but the damage coming up from Rosa. Go away, stopping two. It's not going to be enough. The Hirara will be able to get the kill. TNZ onto the backline still.
Tapi Nelson mati dulu. Macam mana ni? Tunggu dia dia spawn dulu ke?
Get away from danger zone and the kill on
Kau pakai teori apa tu, Gushen?
to retreat and get to the Lord this time.
So they retreat. That was really good juggling happening there. Oni was able to go ahead and at least get TNZ low enough, but he bought the immortality. That proc, he was able to get out with a guiding wind. Then he picked up a winter crown too. He hasn't used the winter crown, so he still has that, and he maintains that that Skypiercer that he has. But there is starting to show that it's getting a little bit harder to just kind of force into these fights. They have to rely on Lunar to get the Daytona's welcome or the stuns from Rosa, and that's one of the major things. Now that they've got the Lord though, and there's only one base turret for SRG, this is going to be another case of, can they pull off this defense? Can they make something happen? Whoa, cramp!
Wow, but he's not gonna survive. The Skypiercer from TNZ makes quick work now. They will use the Daytona's welcome for another tank hero that Humes will not survive long. Sigibum feels confident. The Sword of Our Memory is gonna be enough because there are no tank heroes anymore for SRG. They're not taking the base and Innocent with it. They want to go for a clean wipe, but it won't matter. Game 1 goes for Aurora Gaming.
What a clinic put on by Aurora Gaming, and especially TNZ here with the Hirara. Again, 10 kills, I think. And it looks like, you know, they're happy about it. Rosa checking the eye there. You know, I think they were celebrating really good about that one because, man, was that a great game one in this best of three. Again, it's a best of three for this third place match. Aurora Gaming gets the first one. We're going to throw it to a break.
Apa yang tak kena dorong SRG ni sekarang ni?
SBB Alpha SBB Ajura. Bingai. Banglord IMMM.
Apa yang kau marah sangat dengan admin aku ni? Biarlah dia orang. Alah. Tiba-tiba kau marah admin aku pula. Aku rembat kau ni baru tahu.
Pick Mid Kala. Eudora DGN Lu Yi DMG Beza BYK.
Disebabkan korang-korang lah yang pergi bacok dulu waktu Malaysia menang. Live-live macam aku dengan streamer-streamer lain terpaksa hadap semua benda ni. Kau faham? Ketawa rosak bang Lok. Bagilah second game bagilah sekali main balik
Relax BG. Kita Boric PSA LSRG Ja BG.
Mana pasal WC Ya, satu lagi lepas Lumine juga. Setelah Lumine punya postingan tu juga pun jadi isu juga.
Really nice one.
Yeah, I mean, what a game from Aurora Gaming overall in general. I mean, they yesterday I was thinking today that they might be a little bit tilted
Mainkan sekat bareng sama Uni Waalaikumsalam, Mats. Welcome.
Winning our partner because Freedom, thank you very much for making this beautiful tournament happen and sponsoring MLBB tournament here.
Beginilah bang, kalau
Kazakhstan,
kalah
and
di
the
international
game in
apa
the
semua
future
kena
here in
bacot terus.
Astana. We'd like to appreciate you so much.
Dia tak masuk
So that
ke?
you're,
Tak tahu lah kalau
being
coach
nice,
bagi
and
masuk.
Thank you very much for that. Back to the thing. So,
XPESRG
what I was
Kala,
saying
at least
earlier,
X Merampat di
I was
Negara
saying
org.
that
Itu kalah dengan Matilda di
personally
Bangla.
thought that
Iya.
Aurora could be tilted.
Banyak sangat lah guys hero. Mana satu nak di ban? Cuba bagi tahu. Terlalu banyak hero. Raya wajib di ban, Atlas wajib di ban, Marcel wajib di ban, Pakito wajib di ban. Kan Selina juga wajib di ban. Lepas itu dapat ini, ambil itu, dapat ini. Kau tak boleh buat apa. Bermaksud kau kena ready kalau sekiranya hero ni lepas. Kalau hero ni lepas kau kena tahu macam mana kau nak main. Kau kena come out with a better draft. Okay, saya nak main lepaskan Idora, so I have to play this kind of draft untuk bermain lawan Idora tu. Faham? Kalau aku nak lepaskan Matilda, saya perlu bawa hero seperti ini untuk berhadapan dengan Matilda.
To be honest, from the start, great start by Aurora Gaming here, and by 11th minute they already had 6 kills lead. And
so itu yang mereka buat, tapi semua benda tengah tak jadi ni. SRG bukannya pasukan bingai tu. Tapi saya rasa ini salah satu orang kata apa, ni aku masuk balik dah kenapa keram. Itu aku persoalkan tadi je. Tapi ini satu pengalaman untuk fan-fan SRG kan. Inilah rasanya untuk tim-tim lain. Mungkin korang menjadi fan ketika di prime kan. Inilah rasanya bila tim korang kalah tak perform macam inilah rasanya. Jadi di ketika di atas tu jangan bacok sangat orang di bawah. Macam inilah rasa. Tak mungkin orang tak pernah rasa.
Jelas BG Lord Diahaha.
Tak apa, ini salah satu pengalaman juga. Satu pengalaman. Pengalaman, aku suruh dia jadikan ini sebagai pengalaman. Pengalaman macam mana nak terima kegalahan. Kan? Terima je alhamdulillah. Kan macam tu okey. Bye-bye MPLM aku malas dah tengok. Janganlah macam tu. Lepas ni banyak kan rank je lah bang better. Jadi dengan kompetitif. Banyak lah, relax lah. Kita kan ada makro sikit. So kita kena tunggu sampai ada makro banyak.
I believe. Yeah, they did the 2-0. So,
kita ada makro sikit guys.
And Selangor Red Giants look promising in my opinion, but however this game actually now surprised me personally, and it will be interesting if Selangor Red Giants have their strength through and they can come back in the game number 2 and after the game number 3.
Bagi je lah adik main, nak tengok juga. Kalau kalah pun biarlah dengan adik, kalah pun kita orang okey je. Bermaksud memang Selangor ataupun SRG tengah underperform. Kita orang okey je. Bagi je sekesh main. Setuju tak guys? Setuju tak? Kalau kalah pun tak apa. Bagi je dia main. Kalau aku rasa bagi je lah. Kalau menang alhamdulillah. Kalau kalah tak apa. It's okay, we try. Tengah teruk. Ganti coachnya jadi Raja Gopal.
But that didn't happen. But I mean, Melissa, that was a good pick as well. By SRG right there, and of course, I mean Uranus by Cram did a good defense right there towards the end, I believe. Great performance, both the teams. But at the same time, I mean Aurora had the map.
What is going on? What is going on, bro? Suruh Lafel main jungle kat SRG bang.
Great performance by both the teams.
Tak ada Lafel. Role dia adalah EXP ataupun Rom. Dia memang badan je. Apa dia 1/7. Beza banyak. 44 dengan 52 damage taken. 48 banyaknya kau ambil damage Sebagai user Fanny, kenapa kau ambil damage banyak tu?
Congrats to Sigibum for doing that, and we'll be looking forward how it's going to be played out on game number 2. Yeah. Also, most surprising is if there are going to be any interesting drafts we see, or we might see in the near future from the Selangor Red Giants, because
Kram tak boleh main
TNZ here
barat. Apa pendapat lo that statement? Siapa yang bagi tahu Kram tak boleh main barat? Boleh je. Shuna. Boleh je. Play SRG ni kita tak boleh katakan mereka ni tak boleh main hero tu main ini lah. They are different level.
It's so rare to see him underperforming, because you get to see him always outperforming and doing it so
Cuma
well.
bila kita tengok dia orang as a whole team tak perform, mulalah akan ada statement daripada public ataupun daripada streamer tu. Kram tak boleh main lah. Boleh je main. The whole team tak main dengan elok. Dah lah bang jangan duk spam lah bang Cuma saya nak bagi tahu dekat teman-teman Indonesia kan. Tak perlu spam. Tak perlu mau spam. Aku tahu kalian tengah seronok. Ya udah. Tak perlu spam. Bisa kan?
But they will now compete for 2 different prizes: the championship title and a place on the podium. The first match of the day will decide the bronze medal. Aurora Gaming will face Selangor Red Giants in the battle for 3rd place. For Aurora Gaming, this match is a chance to complete a remarkable comeback. Their tournament began with a defeat to Selangor Red Giants in the very
Sabar
first
bang ini
match.
Eugen.
Since then, Aurora have responded with resilience, adapting to their opponents and securing a series of strong victories to reach the final stage. Selangor Red Giants, meanwhile, will look to build on their strong start to the tournament and finish their campaign with a place on the podium. Having already defeated Aurora earlier in the competition, they know exactly what their opponents are capable of. But this time, there will be no second chance. Then comes the main event, the grand final. ONIC will face Bigatron by Vitality with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Championship title at stake. Both teams have fought their way through a demanding tournament and now stand just 1 series away from the trophy. At this stage, individual brilliance alone will not be enough.
Suara IK.
Every draft, rotation, team fight, and objective could determine the outcome. For ONIC and Bigatron by Vitality, this is the moment everything has been building toward. One final battle will decide who leaves Astana as the Mobile Legends Bang Bang champions of the Games of the Future 2026. 4 teams remain. 2 matches are left. And by the end of the day, the podium will be complete with a new champion crowned in Astana. Stay with us.
That was an interesting video about the finalists for today, which is going to be happening in a bit. But we still have to wait for the grand finals, right? We still got possibly two more maps, or we don't know if Aurora managed to win the next one. There's only going to be that one single map which decides the 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very strong and very bold if Aurora closes up with a 2-0 here. Heidi, I do apologize. I said Group A, but it's actually Group C. Yes, they. As we were seeing in the video, they were saying that they already meet each other in the first game of their matches, and Aurora lost 2-0 to the team of Selangor Red Giants here.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how the playing strategies and the games how unfold differently when we compare the past experiences, I mean the past performances as well. I mean, and Pagu, I mean, let's say Rosa and TNC actually played really well. As you said, like Rosa came up with, he went with Eudora, and Eudora and Hirara by TNC both really played as a proper team. Like Rosa setting up for the kills, and then TNC finishing it off with the kills. I mean, TNC ended up getting 10 kills in the last game. I mean, good performance by both of them.
Yeah, I mean, also I'd like to pinpoint on Rosa and Pagu. I mean, those duo, for me, they're considered to be support players. Even though they roam, and there's a little bit different terms in this discipline. For me, they did a lot of assists, let's put it that way. They didn't steal any kills. They got, like, TNC got all the kills that matters. And the thing is, like, those kills were helped by those 2 players that always are staying behind and like stood behind, and we tend to forget about those because they're not notable. We get to see the heroes who are making more skills, but I would like to also, shout out to Pago and Rosa for being just outstanding performance and making sure your team is getting those skills that are necessary, and TNZ getting these items that is necessary for his hero to make sure that you guys close the game properly. I mean, just incredible performance overall from the team of Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, like that was some proper teamwork by Aurora right there, which we saw in the last game. I mean, Sigiboy went Sigibom going with Brody, and Pagu with Matilda, Rosa, of course, Eudora and Hirara.
Abang faham ML ke? Tak faham tu.
Lunas with the Barretts. I mean, great play by the whole team, to be honest. I mean, they went for, I believe, Hirara and Eudora. It's more like they are really good in isolating single targets, which they really played out well.
Bang
And that
Tadap
comp is-
Perkatan
was-
Ayam.
When I saw the drafting, it was more like built for forcing fights, but I guess it's time to decide who's going to be taking the third place yet. So we're going to move to casters, Wolf and Niso. Take it away, gentlemen. It's game time.
Thank you so much, Ilyas and Heidi, once again for breaking things down there from game number one. It was an amazing game for Aurora Gaming, of course, and now they're very close. One more point to go ahead and win the third place match here against, again, a formidable opponent, Selangor Red Giants. I mean, I expect this to go to a game 3, Wolf. Where can SRG adjust? I know we're going to say, draft, but where in the draft can SRG change things up?
I guess they're giving away too much meta picks for Aurora Gaming. I feel like it's always criminal right now to give away both the Hirara as well as the Barretts together. And they traded for a Melissa, which is a good hero, but at the same time, between those three heroes, I think the Melissa will take the least priority. I think you still want to look at the Barretts as your priority hero, and you pair it up with, because that's the thing with Melissa. It needs other heroes to be effective. Whereas for both the Hirara as well as the Barretts, it actually allows for other heroes to be picked up, right? The Hirara is so flexible. You can easily pair it up with any kind of marksman. As you see, the Brody just walked in seamlessly with that, and that's also true with the Barretts.
Okay, again, hero yang sama hero yang sama di band. Atlas pagi tu, Zuxin
doesn't really care about
dan juga Freya.
She is surrounded by a lot of tanky heroes anyway.
Gak apa-apa, biarin mereka aja,
My thoughts about what they could have improved on.
Gak apa-apa bang, biar bang.
See if they change it. They got first pick blue side here. Since they took out the Barretts,
Barat di band,
themselves.
Marcel di
In
band.
this case, I would assume just because Uni on the fanny, like I said, he
So
wasn't really
nak ambil Selina
too
ke?
much around the map until eventually, like
Irara.
they really had to dig
Selina
down
lepas.
for them to potentially turn a game over, and it was just kind of too late because.
Okay, confirm Selina diambil ni.
TNZ had the Hirara. He probably, he was like.
Ui, seronok dia Selina lepas
for
ni.
the majority of the game, he was fully stacked on that Sky Piercer.
Bentar bang
Even if he
tengah
wasn't fully stacked, he was
saya
still
sedang
a threat just because of how they could kind of weave in and out of those fights, and that was what we were basically talking about with the Matilda, right? So if the Matilda isn't brought up here, I'm wondering if SRG would say, you know what, let's try to run it back. Let's go ahead and take the Matilda for ourselves, and make it happen here.
Yep, I can see that.
Kalau saja menang main lagi ke? Tak ada, game ketiga je lah.
Usually you go for assassins.
Habis ini nombor third, fourth match.
Rafaela and the Bellering, though, that prevents it, actually. That prevents the Matilda. Well, you can still pick up the Matilda, but they already know. At least when the Matilda will be picked up, you do have your answers already. So, Aurora Gaming are drafting and answering, responding.
Ya, nombor 3. Kalau menang nombor 3, kalah nombor 4.
Against SRG's choices, first pick choices.
Hey, si gadis yang ayu.
This is Aurora Gaming understanding that potential Matilda can change a lot of things, but they've got an answer for themselves because
dia tak follow aku doh si gadis.
That was played against them, mind you.
Aku baru dah, aku bila nampak perempuan, aku laju je nak follow back. Tapi dia tak follow aku doh. Kecewa doh aku.
To revive and then get back to the fight, and it just kept going and going and going, and you've already got.
Okay, dia dah follow. Okay, yang lain kita ke tepi kejap. Saya follow dulu.
At least
yang jantan-jantan tak payah nak follow aku boleh korang boleh follow, jangan minta follow back je.
We get the Melissa. These are still really good 2 power picks, I feel like, in the first phase.
Korang boleh follow aku, tapi jangan minta follow back.
He's kind of known, like, I
si
feel
gadis, saya ni pencinta wanita.
Sometimes it doesn't work out the way
jangan main follow. Jangan
Unfollow Ab Glory.
Jangan doh.
Again, you can kind of slow down some of that.
Jangan duk, saya tengah mencari 100,000 follower.
Laugh cry.
And it should keep.
Tapi kalau perempuan saya akan follow back.
Now, you're not going to be, letting people fly
Lower
around
bracket
with
ke ni,
you
bang?
Tilda, but at least, you're that protector, but you can also set things up.
Dia bukan lower bracket, tempat ketiga, tempat keempat. Match tempat ketiga, keempat.
But then in the Melissa pick here for SRG, I feel like they want to go aggressively against Aurora Gaming. At the same time, do you really want to? Because this is a Belric with a Rafaela. And the idea is
Terpaksa solo. Siapa aja Karina counter Hirara? Karina counter Hirara. Iya ke?
Means that you will have
dua-dua immune.
Mid game compared to SRG.
Patutnya badang. Tadi aku dah suruh badang. Tak nak ambil. Sekarang baru ambil badang.
They do have a
bedang.
Synergy between their.
Jadi si gadis, awak kena ingat bila saya dah follow back, awak kena sentiasa hadir dalam live saya. Seperti mana awak selalu hadir dalam diri saya, macam itulah awak kena hadir dalam live ini. Okey? Itu syarat kenapa saya follow back. Jangan datang hanya setahun sekali. Awak akan kecewakan saya.
Valeric Terlapes.
Natalia counter Irara. Saya selalu tengok live Abang Lot dekat YT. Sekali saya tengok. Oh ya? Baik. Terima kasih. Nanti kita keluar minum kopi.
So yeah, really good drafting here. Seeing from
langsung. Siapa final? ONIC dengan BTR.
Since it's already the Nolan band,
final Indo menjadi kenyataan.
As well. These are all junglers that TNZ has played.
Baru nak unfollow. Jangan.
SRG.
Maybe he gives it a go. They just swap junglers, right? What if he ends up with the Fanny here? Or maybe like what we've seen previously, where it's like the Leomord has popped up in the jungle now too. So because of choices wise, and you're up against a Hirara, like your common choices are gone.
Yeah. Go for the Ruby. They can go like
SRG tetap di hati. Begitulah guys.
Talk respect to Acadia sama Valeric.
Tak payah nonton final. Kenapa tak payah nonton final?
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like
saya tetap nobar guys. Masalah SRG ni bila ONIC bagi lagi Uni sedangkan bila ONIC bagi lagi Uni sedangkan Sekais tahu cara nak kalahkan Kairi.
All due fairness, I think that TNZ can play so many heroes out there. So
yeah, I was gonna say.
Apa bang, kita ada makro sikit bang. Apakah lagu tema seseorang pencipta wanita untuk Abang Lot? Iya betul. SRG always on top. Ya, teruskan sokongan kalian Abang Lot, ya saya Mas Moskow. IDMY. Tadi siapa menang? Aurora.
Acadia NNTI buat Tima Acardia sama Valeric.
Kalau ni selalu respect sama aku, enggak apa-apa. Apa yang tak kena dengan SRG bang?
Edith and then of course the Selena comes through.
I think internally they have a problem lah. Saya ni satu manusia, saya rasa Balmond is out, Ruby is out.
Great here for your Claude. For Sigaboom.
Oh, that's interesting. Dark system, here we go. But the Edith,
Dark system dia kata. Dark system, here we go.
Is Edith part of the dark system? Wait, is she?
No, not anymore.
Picked up much.
Serious,
Sorry. It wasn't before, but now it is. Think about it, like especially, but it's
disebabkan
like
Balmond pick
dark system, maybe dark prison, perhaps. Not really a dark jail, maybe holding cell.
Punguk lah caster ni. Kenal Abang Lot sebab King Shot. Terima kasih.
I think you tank so much damage from the pokes.
Dia kata dark system doh.
All that. I'm just not confident about this overall lineup of the side of SRG when it comes to like dealing with the early game problems. It's like Rafaela plus the Balmond. It's almost like Angela and Balmond, but this time speedier. And you not only amplify one hero, you amplify so much. How are you peeling through that? How are you going through the skin of Aurora Gaming is what I'm gonna ask. But if they do get to the late game, SRG are scary.
Yes.
Well, let's see. It's again, I have to say this is like the same thing as game one where we're like SRG brings something flavorful to the game. But they're facing match point here for Aurora Gaming. I don't know if that flavor is going to be good enough.
Okay, Flicker dah dibazirkan di situ. A good one.
He's fine. Again, battle spells usually in this first minute or two is kind of what we expect to go down.
Early game sepatutnya kita dominate though. Sebab bila kau main dengan Selena, bila kau mainkan Selena, sepatutnya kau dominate early game.
But with that being said, we know how this can work. Stormy on the arrows, if he's landing them, think about the combination that can come through with that. Either you're landing the arrows and setting it up for your Benang there. Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
Looks like he was just chilling there. He wanted to get that gold card too.
Yeah.
I think he'll grab that. But okay, going back to that, the arrows that you have to follow through on it, the only thing I don't like about this Selena, because we even saw this happen to the Maestro Moreno yesterday, where it's like, yes, you can land these arrows, but if you're not, eventually,
okay, go.
certain part of the game,
Kena. Oh, satu lagi flicker dibazirkan. Good. Dua lele, dua flicker dibazirkan di situ. Good.
That damage profile from your magic damage doesn't fall off, but hell,
okay,
if
go.
you get all full stacks, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, Rafaela dah bagi heal kat situ.
Right now, speed of clearing coming up from Aurora Gaming is really good here in the middle. They are waiting for Rosa to be level 4 this time. I think he will be able to reach that. It's making sure that he's always on top of Pagu, like always there to support his teammates right now. Gonna be able to get the Holy Baptism available, up and ready. Turtle not gonna be started by anyone yet. Cram will actually lose one or a few minions up top because of them staying in here. They're waiting for Uni to be available. They're gonna go for it.
Tak sempat ni.
The arrow will not
Tak
land.
sempat ni.
Aurora Gaming are still taking the objective, and they will. Look at the initiation coming up from there, but no follow-up. Has to figure out.
Betul, no follow-up.
Ultimate. Cram now lifts up one.
Boom, first blood. Let's go.
They do have the chain, and Pagu goes down. By the way, Selena and Edith, this is a classic combo from a long time ago.
That's what I was getting to, you know, the layering of arrows, tossing people in the air with the onward, Earth Shatter combo. Like there's so many multiple ways that SRG can combo. I'm just surprised again that they really couldn't find the opening there to go ahead and
angkat lagi.
Turtle the way they
Angkat lagi, Kram.
Aurora
Kena.
easily able to get
Boom.
it. There's an arrow though.
Angkat.
I'm gonna be moving forward there. But the Holy Baptism as well as some of the heals will make it so that SRG will not be moving forward again. It's an even game for now, with one kill going in favor of SRG, but the Turtle into Aurora Gaming. Cram is low. Knockup is there. TNZ wants to chase. They do have the Rafaela soon. They can speed up this Baman. And that's what they're doing.
Oh,
Flicker
baiklah Kram elak.
from Lunar. Cram
Good
is
one,
gonna
Kram.
be safe. A flicker for a flicker. Cram will actually lose some of the minions again up top. He's not farming well, this Edith. Whereas for Aurora Gaming, they're taking this top lane turret.
Just want to take a moment to appreciate this new Ballman skin, by the way. This is part of the new Titan lineup. One of the first times that I've been seeing it. I know it just came out recently, so it's good to see. Ballman's there. Nice flicker burn. There's an arrow.
Arrow masih kena.
They do have the stun to
Balerik je
use.
duk.
So much firepower. 4 people just to invade. And they don't care. They can group up as 4. This is the way that they are going to protect this squad. Take away the attention from SRG so that it will be a pure 1v1 in the bottom lane where Sigiboom can outplay his opponent. They're going to be very happy about this kind of laning configuration for Aurora Gaming. Because now you're getting so much mileage out of the Rafaela as well as the Balmond. The early game is the meta game right now, Naisu, and it feels like the top teams are showing us why that is the case.
And right now, they're just going to trade objective for a buff. It's going to be another turtle. Second one going to the hands of Aurora Gaming. Uni was able to go ahead and take the purple, but you can see a play potentially looking to unfold here. They might pay attention now to this gold lane now that they're going to rotate down here. With that speed, Conceal is going to be used. I want to answer this. This might just be a disengage just because both teams see each other and they're like, nope, we're good. We don't want to overcommit just yet. Aurora Gaming did this in the last one. In game 1, they kept it relatively even across the board until all of a sudden they flipped a switch and then they just took things under control. I feel like that's where things are going, even for game 2 right now. For Selangor Red Giants, this is again why we were wondering, you know, how do you utilize this kind of lineup that you brought to the table? You're playing around arrows and walls right now, essentially. Cram has been pretty much delayed. I mean, he's tried if the flicker is up, if it's available, maybe something can happen, but right now it's just kind of a farming game for them. Oh no. Speaking of,
wow. The damage! Of course, that's a lethal counter, which will be an execution no matter how tanky you are. The flicker from Cram wasted. And now they still want to go for this buff. Uni stunned up and Uni dead! Look at this kill squad coming up from Aurora Gaming.
Serius
Guys
tau.
JNGN Lion Org Bedo Biarkan Dorg Tien Jukan
Pagi tu di
Tebedon
ban, pagi tu di ban.
Dorja.
Yeah.
Cram was gone in an instant, it felt like. And there's a big problem with this Ballman and the rest of Aurora Gaming right now. TNZ, what a difference, you know, of hero from going from the Hirara now to the Ballman, where you're basically
Top
spinning
respect,
to win,
Valeric
shredding
Khan.
down some of that armor. And imagine, Wolf, we haven't even seen
Mantap
Siggy
Ballman.
Boom utilized yet. He's just
Amic
been doing his
Tumakan.
thing. Being in
Exactly.
the gold lane, having the gold lane experience, sometimes double laning if you can. You know, we know that Claude needs some time to go ahead and build up that power spike, hit the 3 items. Hell, the rest of Aurora Gaming has completely allowed that to happen here.
For sure. They do want to get a chain stun onto Pagu, but Pagu just stands there. Very tanky.
Tiga turtle lah,
Aurora
tiga
Gaming
turtle.
will not be contested
Turtle Mania.
in this turtle zone
Ambil.
here.
Boom.
Did you see how much damage the lethal counter with the retribution can do?
I saw.
At Manga Pink 25 XPE, laugh fry.
You know,
Is that like 40% HP that he's able to get
Turtle didn't
with just
stand a
one
chance,
combo?
man. Turtle didn't stand a chance. I don't know. Maybe the Lord will do better
man.
because TNZ right now, there's going to be more Ballmans popping up in your ranked games. I'm sure after this, just like the Mias. Now everybody has an answer. Down that we've
Prediction
seen Hannity and Mia in
REIESG
games of the
0A
future,
UOA
people are
2.
like, it's,
Habis
you
biru.
know, it's all
Kena rembat
viable.
lagi.
Oh, purple buff.
Purple buff, Yume's taken again. This purple
Bukan
buff
Sembang
is
Kosan.
officially Aurora Gaming's. It's no
Prediction
longer...
REIESG
it's no
0A
longer,
UOA 2.
Unis. It's no longer SRG. SRG right now, 75% of the map is Aurora Gaming's territory, and they're just trespassing. TNZ feels very confident, pops the retribution, forces some reactions right there. And when Uni puts himself into the purple buff of Aurora Gaming, he's not going to be able to find anything. Like, SRG are now fighting for scraps, essentially, against what Aurora Gaming is giving them.
It's one of the tough things to see. Again, maybe there's a lockdown. Finally, we actually locked down TNZ. They had to stop the Ballman, and they do just that.
The Taunt, as well as the Wrath of the Dryad, taking out Stormy, and that will actually result into an Aurora Gaming push in the middle. They do have another stun. Yume's in trouble.
Macam tu je Yumes mati.
Want to go for a change here with Pagu, but now they snag Innocent. Innocent does have Purify.
Oh, from the back.
Oh, from the back it goes Uni to take out Rosa. Really well done coming out from the Assassin, but
Boss Simon
all
Tao
that
Acardia Bu
just
at
to fend
Kapala
off the
Tao.
attack from Aurora Gaming, who's now leading by a 5,000 gold.
They got 5,000 gold up. Lord's going to be up here shortly. They are going to take this. Rosa will be up in 10. But here's, I guess, the caveat for SRG and everybody looking to see this go another game. At least you go ahead, Uni gets a couple
Boss
kills.
Simon
right?
Tak Tahan
Starts to go
Paranggai
ahead. I
Acadia.
believe he has a Sky Piercer. If we could take a look, yeah, he does. He's got one. Oh, they want to force this fight anyway.
They want to force this fight. Indeed, Lunar down. Damage from Innocent is enough. Cram is the sacrifice. But if that means that your gold laner will be able to take one and your jungler onto the orange side or the other side of the map, I think that's going to be worth it for Cram. But they do need a lot more like this.
Yeah, like I said, it was a little caveat. It was a little opening that SRG is going for. Now Innocent is starting to get locked in. He's got his Trinity. You know, Uni's a bit more of a threat. The difficult part is, again, looking for that either swing from the back, that opening that we've seen from Uni now a couple times. And honestly, the biggest person to do that is, if it's not an arrow, it's got to be Yumes here on the Badang. And that's why I was saying, you know, this is a hero he loves to play. They got to make it happen here.
Yeah, the stun connects out of the backlines. Rosa is low, but that is Rafaela to be able to heal up. As long as there's no elimination from SRG, no quick takedown of a hero, Aurora Gaming will be able to heal up.
Valeric
It's 10
on way.
minutes now. And for the longest time, SRG are just struggling. They're looking for the
Sabar bang, sabar
the
bang
farmers sharing some resources here in the middle. They are famished here, SRG. But if they hang on for a few more minutes, maybe there will be a time where the natural gold gained by their heroes through the defenses as well as the ambient gold that you get, maybe that's going to be enough for them to get the items that they need to team fight against Aurora Gaming. It's all going to be a matter of can they get to that point. Let's see. It's Aurora Gaming pushing down here in the bottom lane. They do get it. And they're taking away some green camps from SRG.
Yep. it looks like they were happy with that, you know? Like, go grab some tier 2 turrets. They didn't necessarily have the Lord lined up probably the way that they wanted to, just with the way the SRG kind of fought with them, but that's fine. I think Aurora Gaming, again, maintaining a bit of a lead, getting two tier 2 turrets are fine. Now you're 50 seconds away from the next order. You're also going to go ahead and continue to keep them famished for SRG. But SRG, despite this all, Wolf, hasn't done a terrible job, right? I mean, they've kept things relatively, I would say, within a 2,000 to 3,000 gold range. It hasn't gotten out of control. I mean, the last game we saw, at one point, it was almost 8,000 gold ahead. And that starts to be in the territory of, okay, this is really difficult for us to turn this fight around. Whereas now, as long as Innocent is protected and Uni is able to weave into these fights, you can actually still win this composition that SRG has. That's one of the main things. And now Wounded Nature is available here for you.
Standing Kram, let's go.
When Siggy Boom comes in with that
Game terakhir Kram enggak?
So this is an opportunity now for SRG to make something happen.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like they're within arm's reach at least. It's a long arm, but at the same time, there is a way for them. It's not impossible. Doesn't look impossible for them to get there. But then comes the zone out coming up from Aurora Gaming. Gonna be very tricky now. They do go for the conceal this time, but there is not much initiation yet. Uni comes in the fight already.
Dapat.
Slow. But it will be enough to zone out SRG to the point where they will get the Lord. There will be one kill.
Sakit. Dapat. Go.
Here comes the blazing to it.
Oh, rata.
Down. So is Stormy, and so is Innocent. The triple. 4. Siggy Boom has been quietly farming, now activated, now showing what he is worth.
I don't know what Uni wanted to do.
Uni, apa kau nak buat kat situ?
He tries, he does dodge the lethal encounter, but he goes down anyway.
Kamu tak balik je.
Annalise's sick at
This
bang.
might be it. This is how they fall. SRG with the triple coming
Modal
up from
Balearic
Siggy
Young.
Boom. The placement coming up from Aurora, the early game
Yeah,
lineup,
Empen.
the Balmond with
Settle.
the Rafaela. They will take the 3rd place match.
GG tu.
And Aurora Gaming does it in a sweep in a fight I didn't expect to break
Very
out.
MCM2 Jaham.
The Giants in the
Balearic
jungle
won Almighty.
and get a massive team fight in their favor. Of course, they're going to celebrate this win here.
Report
Really dominant in this series. Once again, Aurora Gaming 2-0, a sweep for the 3rd place finish here at Games of the Future 2026. That'll set them up well with $108,000 prize pool too for that one. So again, you know, this battle of thirds.
Okay, secara official nombor 4 SRG nombor 4. Membawa pulang 60
Unfortunately, we did it.
3,000 US dollar.
It's been a long
Okay lah.
journey for them.
2 kali champion MPL.
They've got some time to
Budakeu,
recover,
Balearic
hopefully,
Acadia.
as all the teams complete here. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick break, though, before we go back to our panel.
Nice.
Kita rank dulu ke?
Sempat Segame Bang. Balearic Talk Ban.
Mana Gushen? Okay, Gushen on lah. Kecewa tu.
Rank Bang Lord.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Kecewa tu.
Hashtag Balearic.
Curtain call. Let's cherish the moment.
Yang ini saya nak tukar ONIC versus BTR jam 9
Bang Lord main Semua Lane K.
best of 5. Ya, saya semua. Saya ni
Talk Respect Balearic.
Saya ni Kairi Malaysia. Saya boleh main semua. Betul, saya Kairi Malaysia.
Wow to buy Semua Lane.
Nona. Oh, Nona. Wow, tiba semua dia. Si gadis. Jom saya nak main dengan gadis-gadis ni boleh ke? Saya nak main dengan gadis-gadis ni.
So siapa?
SB. Aku fans abang dari Indo, gak pernah setuju dengan caca mereka kayak gitu. Jangan masukkan hati bang. Gak apa-apa guys. Someone, terima kasih.
Saya Babanla Banglord Tacket.
Macelo. Gak apa-apa guys. Ini udah jadi lumrah, udah jadi budaya kan. Yang kalah dibacot, yang menang pergi bacot di sana. Udah jadi, saya beban lah bang Lord. Awak dah rank apa?
At Sagatas XP Abglord Carry.
Jujur abang Lord, kalau Malay nak step up, kembangkan MDL, beri kesempatan. Ya betul, saya setuju. Kenapa hari ini Indonesia lebih nampak strong sekarang ni sebab the development daripada MDL lah. Mythic. Okey, jom masuk bagi ID. Kita main dengan gadis-gadis Wow, ini siapa duk? Lias main. Wow. Yang jantan jangan
So siapa?
SB.
20 dari Nona Maba.
Masuk Nona, dah panggil masuk kan? Kejap, mana si gadis ni? Saya tengah mencari satu lagi gadis.
Jap Banglord.
Okey, satu lagi gadis. Mana si Nona? Okey, ni Mawan. Penjebak SRG kalah mungkin kurang perform. Tak. Saya tak boleh nak cakap apa yang aku rasa. Tapi biarlah. Sebab saya sekarang ni lebih mendiamkan diri. Saya sekarang ni lebih mendiamkan diri guys. Saya tak nak komen apa-apa. Cuma kalau tanya saya kecewa tak kecewa.
Chelsea Bang Lawan JDT.
Boleh. Saya boleh je dapat free ticket tu. Kalau kau nak, kau tahu tak? I can get a free ticket if I want to go. Mana perempuan ni? Tapi dah senyap Lord memang tahu kan reason dia orang underperform. Saya tak tahu.
142533417 15,918.
142.
Ni Banglord.
5332. Jangan bagi Suzy Park ke?
At Sagatas High.
Suzy Park Mana Suzy Park ni? Wow. Laju dia tukar DP dia. Laju dia tukar DP tu. Tadi ada nampak gambar muka dia. Okey, seorang lagi. Nah lah. Si Syuk. Ini Syuk kan? Ini Syuk kan? Okey. Dah Kita ada makro sikit. Belum. Boleh tak kalau... Oh, aku tak boleh tu. Dia ni main apa? Memang perempuan ni suka main magic juga. Memang suka mid lane juga. Tak kerti main benda-benda lain Ejen tanya Abang Lord, di Malaysia ada banyak tournament macam komunitas tak? Kalau di Indo sini banyak, jadi scouting pemain pun lebih rapi. Selemah itu sekarang Chelsea JDT dah mendahului. JDT dah mendahului 1-0. Kasih muka dululah bang. Kita ikut draft draft SRG guys. Band Pakito, nak pakai Pakito okey. ban Beleric.
Your team is banning.
Kaki tu dah di ban. Ban Glue, ban Marcel.
Please pick a hero.
Tak tengok tadi, tengok je. Kejap lagi kita layan grand final guys ONIC BTR.
Gaze upon the edge of the void.
Nak aku main lele ke guys? Boleh ke? Dukung siapa Pak? ONIC BTR? Aduh.
My magic will redefine reality.
Kita dukung siapa ya? Mau dukung siapa guys? Mau dukung siapa nih? Siapa nombor 3? Aurora. Aurora dapat nombor 3. Ingat ke tak main Sukansi preparation makin okey tak? Sukansi main lah. Oh, Sukan Asia hari tu, ASEAN Game. SRG tidak pulang wak. BTR. BTR ah? Aku BTR. Gitu ke?
Test. Alpha is online.
Dukung yang menang saja, okey. Dukung yang menang je. Perangko bang, tak nak.
We'll finish off what was left undone.
手加減は期待しないでくれ。
Crowned by heaven's mandate, my
enemy is
legacy
taken.
shall endure.
I am more than a weapon.
MLD, MY ramai kah yang orang main di public? Ramai aja, ramai. BTR bang, BTR bukan selalu di Inter, okey? Tapi my instinct say, hati saya lebih kepada ONIC. I think ONIC lebih bersedia kali ini untuk back to back champion. If you ask me lah, I think ONIC peluangnya lebih.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Okay, saya akan ikut awak.
仕方ないな。やる。なんとか持ちこたえたな。
Alamak, salah bang.
Don't troll. Farm first. Initiate retreat.
Baik. Ini baru betul. Sabar. Wih, boleh tahan dia main ni. Baik dosi gadis ni. Lagi baik daripada Nona duk.
Initiate retreat. Killing spree. Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Slain.
Amalan, mohon maaf ni. Bahasa ini galak di hati dia. Gak apa-apa guys. SRG kalah, ya. It's okay. SRG ya kalah.
Monster kill.
聞いただろ
An ally has slain the turtle.
行くぜ せいや よそ見はなしだ
Launch attack.
Nak ke? Nak masuk ke?
Legendary. Ally has been slain.
こっちのもんだ
Launch attack.
飛ばしてくぜ
Legendary. Initiate retreat. Turtle player.
行くぜ
Launch attack.
止めてみな
You have been slain.
Intimate ke bang?
Your team destroyed a turret.
Kau tengok dari sidang game tadi, orang hebat macam kau mesti boleh baca game. Aku bukannya hebat guys. Mana dah kau dah hebat? Baik, double.
Down. Double kill. Already. Legendary. Your team destroyed a turret. Legendary.
Baik tak? Baik tak? Baik tak?
Instant kill. Legendary.
Bukan SRG Yang Laji under Human Team led to Sekarang improved attack KR SRG.
Weh, belakang! Penipu punya. Tu dia. Saja yang ada cuma tim lagi sekarang improve dapat kerja SRG. Salah tu. SRG pun ada. Enemy dapat lot siap.
Ult is not ready. Instant kill.
Standby ya, standby. Standby. Aku nak kick ni. Standby.
Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready.
Nampak. Jangan rapat-rapat tu, tak boleh buat apa.
Your team destroyed a turret. Brilliant control.
Baik.
Superb AoE. Instant kill. Killing spree. Your team destroyed a turret. Kill. Mega kill. Destroy the turret. Launch attack.
Oh, keluar masuk Abang Lot.
An ally has slain Lord.
suruh ikut aku.
Your team destroyed a turret. Flawless control. Replay.
Settle. Just one movement daripada Abang Lot. Settle. BTR ONIC bang. Ya, jam 9, jam 9. Boleh satu game lagi. Satu game lagi. Jam 9 guys. Belum start lagi. Baik doh. Budak-budak perempuan ni boleh main doh. Nona. Si gadis. Apa nama tak? Suzy. Nama dia Suzy lah kot. Satu lagi korang. Okay, one more. Lepas tu kita layan grand final. Prediction tak tahu lah. Ramai cakap nak SRG, nak BTR menang. Tapi saya rasa on paper ONIC kot. Padu Nolan. Ya.
At Ketchen Aurora SRG MNGKN 2.0 Ni Tiba 2 Ko 2 YG Pelik MMGX Perform
Mana si Gusha ni?
GN Onic MMG La KLH.
Gushan. Ada je urusan dia Mana dia? Dah hilang terus Gushan tengah main track.
Abang
Itulah
Lord
pasal.
Gushan Hilong MCM Anik Hilong.
Aku dah Gushan hilang macam mana hilang. Ya. Dia macam hilang sekelip mata tu. Aku rasa bini dia panggil kot. Kan lepas tu main pula dengan perempuan kan. Memang kena tarik telinga. Dia ingat dia Abang Lord kot. Bini pula masuk live Abang Lord. Main dengan perempuan. Nak padan muka. Dia tak apalah. Bini dia tak marah. Aku marah kot. Padan muka kau Gushan. Okey, kita perlukan goal laner. Ada tak goal laner? Mas. Kita perlukan seorang goal lane. Anybody?
Ha Tula.
Ada ke tak ada? Anybody goal laner? Marksman. Or goal laner? Ada ke? Aku nak bagi main ni. Itu Coach AG. Coach AG yang masuk. AG, Abang Lord mohon maaf, izin. Dash itu kan bahasa Hindi. Dan kalau diartikan di dalam bahasa Indo, artinya negara. Terus kenapa malah jadi ramai? Padahal maksudnya kan negara Malay. Kan? Cuba korang AG Setiawan. AG Setiawan ni Coach AG ke? Bukan Tak tahulah. Kalau iya pun okey aja bang. Apalah dukung siapa? BTR atau ONIC? Boleh tak aku nak seorang ni? Aku invite je lah siapa-siapa tengah online ni. Aku tak tahu siapa ni. Ataupun korang invite lah kawan-kawan korang. Siapa-siapa? Suzy, si gadis, si Nona. Korang invite je kawan-kawan kau seorang. Boleh je. Okay, settle. Macam tu dah. Let's go. Lambatlah korang. Aku dah bagi peluang. Final negara mana? Indo versus Indo. Bukan bang, Coach Age, Steven Age. Oh, okey. Kalau yang Setiawan, Mas Ade Setiawan. Oh, ini Age Setiawan. Okey, bukan. Mas Ade pun bukan, Coach Age pun bukan. Ya, kalau benar dash itu adalah dalam bahasa Indinya negara. Kan? Tapi kalian menggunakan salah artikan itu. Menggunakan bahasa itu lebih kepada mau membacotin. Gitu. Paham tak? Jadi nggak apa-apa. Kalau kalian suka, teruskan aja.
Please ban a hero.
MCM Indosh Lakan.
Okay, ban ini. Alright. Jadi YT dia kata kalau dashnya maksudnya kalau di Hindi adalah negara. Okay, aman. Enggak ada apa-apa masalah. EXP, Pakito. Pakito buang. Oh, dah di ban. Apa lagi? Buang je lah apa-apa. Irara.
The enemy is picking.
Crowned by heaven's mandate,
Please pick a
my
hero.
legacy shall
Okay,
endure.
nah, ambil.
Gaze upon the edge of the void.
At Manfiz Lane MCM Otechnia.
Lain macam otaknya.
D-ranked pun ban Baleric Apatow MSC.
Ambil Uranus. Oh, okey, ambil. Cici pun boleh. Kita bantai. Boleh, cici je boleh. Aduh, main je. Apa nak main je.
Like a winter wonderland.
Okey, kita ada Vezana. Baik, si gadis ni dia boleh main doh, Nona. Korang nak tak aku setiap minggu satu hari main dengan gadis-gadis, tapi gadis-gadis ni semua kena wajib masuk dekat Discord. 2 jam. 2 jam bersama gadis MLBB. Oh, dalam rancangan 2 jam bersama gadis MLBB. Okey ke?
Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Okey lah. Cuba bang. Tak, 1 minggu.
Okay, ban.
1 minggu sehari je. Tapi 2 jam. That's it. No more. 2 jam kalau dapat berapa game? 4 game ataupun 5 game. Busuk-busuk 3 game mesti dapat. Okey tak? Tapi perempuan-perempuan yang nak main dengan aku wajib masuk dalam Discord. Baru kita boleh borak. Baru jadi konten guys. Ni kasih konten lah, kasih konten.
What's your
This
command?
arrow shatters silence and
Open
heralds
wanita
the
mabar lah ni.
spring.
Bukan, tak ada mabar. Free. Dia orang boleh main dengan free. Kau gila ke aku nak
Busuk 2 EHH.
nak ni. Yang tadi apa tu dia tak kira tau. Apa Nona punya aku akan masuk. Wih, 6 game Nona. Sabar. Aku akan masuk dalam list dulu nanti. Ini hari ni tak kira. Hari ni kita 6, hari tu ada lagi. Hari tu ada lagi balance ke? Ada kan? Hari tu ada 3, so total ada 9. Gushen ada 18. Adam, mana Adam Adam ada 1 tu. Apa maksudnya main bareng, Mak? Yes. Tapi main bareng yang berbayar. Busuk-busuk Kita main dengan siapa ni? Tigreal, Minyak, Fanny, Laptop.
Tinggal 1 hari dah.
Tinggal 1, petang 2 dah. Dah petang tak payah kira lah. Tak payah kira, itu tak payah kira. Hari ni tak payah kira. So total 9.
Enemy missing. Okay.
Oh, bawah ada. Hey. Baik. Dia tahu.
Thank you so much, best friend. Itadaki. Oh, makase na. Kochi no mon da.
Launch attack.
Nigasan.
Launch attack. Enemy reached level 4.
Yeah.
Instant kill. Great play. Attack the turtle. An ally has slain the turtle. Initiate retreat. Ult is ready. Ult is ready.
遊んでる暇はないんだ。飛ばしてくぜ。
Ult is not ready.
逃げた。やけどするぜ。もう一丁。
Request backup.
Ayo balak.
Ally has been slain.
そ見はなしだ
Gather at the turtle. Understood.
Kau punya toda ke bang? Bukan bang.
The enemy has slain the turtle. An enemy has been slain.
Baik, good one.
Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack. Request backup. Battle spell in cooldown.
Aku dah shock main Chow tu sekarang ni. Hilang.
Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat. Launch attack.
Pak dah nampak tak? Fuh. Aku dah dapat dah taktik macam mana nak buat kick yang Chow tak kick. Faham tak? Baik kan? Assalamualaikum salam. Baik.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Baik. Sabar.
Request backup. Your team destroyed a turret. Turtle. Good game. Ult is ready.
Oh, 任せな
Ult is ready.
Good one. Itu tak jadi
Team destroyed the turret. Was not ready.
Aduh. Chow kick tadi tu terkick. Itu Chow terkick. Tapi aku kena puji diri sendirilah. Chow aku bertambah baik. Itu je aku boleh cakap. Getting better.
Your turret is under attack. Launch attack. Ult is ready. Our turret has been destroyed.
遊んでる暇はない
Your
おう任せな
Enemy battle spell on CD.
どうだ 遊んでる暇はない
Ult is ready.
Follow Lord.
Launch attack.
こっちのもんだ
Team destroyed a turret. Team destroyed a turret.
Superb control.
Nampak? Itu cara aku punya pancingan Aku pancing. Itu sebenarnya aku pancing guys. Untuk mendapatkan kill. Dan aku tak salah pun. Mati.
Been slain. Your team destroyed a turret.
Baik dua tim ni.
俺はしぶといぜ
Initiate retreat. Ally has been slain. Shut down.
Valeric Kok Van Pansing and Jugik Ka.
ほらほら
Ult is ready. Initiate retreat. Mega kill.
Kan kena. Dah 3 orang nak bunuh aku. Memang kena Satu mesti kena ambil guys. Tu atas dalam ni.
Understood.
Ally has been slain.
Okey, dia dah main jahat Mia dah main jahat guys
Initiate retreat.
Mia dah main jahat
Our turret is under attack. Ult is ready. Double kill.
Superb tanking.
Initiate
Wow.
attack.
余裕だぜ
Udah tua main ML. Ya dah bapak kau tak main, biarlah saya main. Boleh kan?
Ult is not ready. Request backup.
Boleh adik. Janganlah marah. Baik.
Enemy ult on CD.
The enemy has slain Lord.
Enemy equipment on CD.
Ult is not ready. Your team destroyed a turret.
Aku jaga, santai.
So much! Best friend!
Launch attack.
やれるぜ
Ult is ready. Launch attack.
Enemy equipment on CD.
逃がさん
Launch attack. Legendary.
That was amazing!
Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
遊んでる暇はないんだ。
Ult is not ready. Launch attack. Ult is not ready.
Alah, dia dah anti. Bodoh dia. Tapi dah aku dapat tu. Dah start ke belum?
Put Esports and Selangor Red Giants the quarterfinals. It went.
Okey, kejap kita habiskan game ni. Dah start.
Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Legendary.
Great initiation! Enemy equipment on CD.
Weh, serius ah?
Delay ka bang.
Tak ada delay. Saya yang tengah push ni. Baik.
Oh, 任せな。やけどするぜ。よそ見はなしだ。
Kick seorang. Okey. Dapat ni, santai.
こっちのもんだ。
Atas kita menang.
Launch attack. Ult is ready.
おう、任せな。
Mia tau. Mia.
Sword Slayer.
やれるぜ。 遊んでる暇はないんだ。
Follow Lord.
Ult is ready.
Okay, dia dah tak ada ulti. Hahaha.
Double kill. Initiate triple kill. Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Initiate retreat.
Baik.
Mega kill. Launch attack.
Okay, dah settle. Thank you, Dok.
BTR Grand Finals here in beautiful Jakarta Arena.
Sudah start. Okay. Ayo.
Take it away, gentlemen.
Both do bang.
Ayo.
But we're counting on you.
And
Let's
so
go.
began the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest the games of the future in Astana.
Okay, thank you Nona, si gadis Melayu, si apa si gadis Melayu, si gadis Cuk. Let's go BTR ke? Serius tak nak BTR? Makasih bang mau nonton match Indo. Respect. Gak apa-apa bang. Nonton aja bang. Cik bang dah carry. Abang dah carry Okey. Boleh main tu.
Let's do BTR.
Okey, saya ada nasi sebenarnya saya dah bawa sebab
Nonton
saya
Asia Game Asia.
saya masak. Saya ada masak. Saya masak kari telur rebus.
At Sagatas Mantap Do CC Mew.
Sambil-sambil tu saya makan boleh tak? Saya ada masak kari telur. Oh.
Mantap Do Nima Express hahaha.
Ya duk. Kejap saya nak ambil sudu. Dan air.
At F White Heart Amboy Yang the KCC Saibang. At Nona Nona A Salah Sari.
All right.
And here we are, finals for the Games of the Future 20 ONIC, going up against BTR, both from Indonesia, each other in a grand finals match. It's not that they met, it was BTR that got the best of ONIC. A lot of players, analysts, and viewers out there, ONIC Esports will take this one. Your casters, Naisu, who do you think has the upper hand?
Oh man, the upper hand.
Prime Malaysia cuma tak. YT ada orang ke?
I wish it was a best of 7.
YT, say hi. Kenapa dia tunjuk?
We're gonna get a best of 5. I hope
Kosong
we get 5 games for this.
Gia dan NAELL.
ONIC has really, they've.
Ada bug ke apa?
Again, we talk about the meta that for months.
Ada ke YT?
Go dan NAELL.
Apa ni? Like.
Has showed us, man. Like,
hello. Ada bang. Kenapa lag
You can go ahead.
Sekejap guys.
CD Sangkut Ka.
Dah ini memang direct daripada sana guys. Kalau sana lag. Tengok streamer lain sangkut juga ke? Streamer lain pun sama ke? Atau saya seorang je? Bukan. Ini direct feed daripada Kazakhstan. Cuba lari kejap. Lain okey je. Sumpah. Sumpah lain okey.
Science, a lot of mathematics that can prove that that's the case. And I'm already just convinced that ONIC has built themselves or trained in the past few days in a way that they have allowed their players to have so many options in actually getting into the metagame, right? Because we saw how good they were with assassins, with fighters in the gold lane. They can now use, apparently, the supporting heroes for Keyboy once again, when Keyboy was known to be a hero that, or a player that likes to play around the catch type heroes, but now you can actually see him pick up
SRG versus
in specific scenarios. So yeah,
Arura siapa menang?
A lot of good stuff that can
Indo
from the teams right now.
Ya, jumpa makan.
Really figured it out.
I think if I had to say,
kenapa bang?
Again,
yang menang Indo. Ya, SRG kalah.
It'd be ONIC, but if I had to like be a little maybe biased towards someone, I love seeing Emon shine on Bigatron by Vitality, man. Again, for the lore back out there, Emon at one point was a Raider, right? He was an RSG Raider. It was my favorite team back then. Of course, they
guys on paper, ONIC back to back.
And I just think that you know, I would like to see also a different champion for Games of the Future, because if ONIC gets it again, they got it in a sweep last time against Aurora Gaming, but now I don't think we see the sweep here. I think this is at least, you know, I hope at least we get the 4 games come through. Maybe we get the full 5-game series. If we don't, just please not a sweep. But Bigatron by Vitality gonna be on that blue side, man. I think this is where we start to see the standard stuff, you know, more of the standard stuff and the kind of traditional trades going on. I think we might even see a contest for Selena come through.
Bukan tak ada diet. Nanti saya diet balik. Sebab disebabkan diet, saya start sakit.
Some teams are starting to really figure that out too.
Yeah. And I guess
Patutnya saya makan pukul 6 tadi, tapi saya lupa.
The thing that you have to consider here for BTR is what is their priority? Are they more focused on the Eman hero? Because there was a time where they do prioritize Eman's hero, but it felt like yesterday they can actually put it, you know, lower priority with Mia, especially in a matchup where Kelra and Eman is going to be at the same stage. It's the gold standard versus the gold standard stopper. So that will be an interesting match, to say the least. When you said that Eman used to be a raider, one of his rivals
nasi gulai
back then
telur
was Kelra when he was playing.
Saya masak sendiri, kari telur.
So do you prioritize Eman or do you
Letak 2 telur pula tu.
so that you make sure that the gold
2 telur apa ni? Telur SRG.
So that's a
saya tak tunjuk. Memang betul saya makan 2 telur.
BTR now.
Macam kebetulan tu.
I guess I'll
At
answer that right
Masa
now.
Masa Zian Pun Indohina Malaysia Dulu Last 2 Kalo
Macam kebetulan pula.
MCM Mid.
Ada 2 telur ayam dengan kari telur. Memang ayam betul lah, ayam telur.
At the same time,
Kebetulan.
both gold laners, Kelra and Eman,
Bingaya
who know each
Cardia.
other very well. Like again, they're the ones who have been bringing up these more unique picks too. These more unique heroes that can work. So I think you just kind of let that be there. You know, let that be the case. You prioritize elsewhere. And I think the biggest priority with these 2 teams, obviously between Kyrie and Nile, you want to go ahead and lock in your jungler, of course.
Prediction match ni ONIC
That's where we're going to go here.
3-1.
It's of course banned in this last red side ban.
ONIC 3-1.
Because you could just grab it from
Abang kalau cheat day biasa makan apa? Hari ni cheat day juga. Hari ni saya makan es krim mixu. Es krim mixu yang cup tu, yang ada Oreo tu kan, yang apa sundae apa entah, saya makan. Saya dah lama tak makan manis.
And I think
Kali ni saya
everybody's
makan.
really happy too, by the way, to see Kyrie up on the interviews with our boys.
So dah habis makan, saya kena buat apa guys? Saya kena bervitamin kejap.
Great English, man. I mean, I think a lot of people
Patutlah abang lain makan Turkish kebab tadi.
has improved so much.
Betul tu.
Yeah, and
Wah, ramai yang mendukung Vitality
Alright,
Jengen Sambong Dengen Valeric.
I don't know. I just said the Vitality. The robots, the red robots.
The robots, yeah. I thought that's why I was okay. The Vitality. Okay.
I saw Vitality and I'm like the Vitality.
Guys yang baru masuk, jangan lupa untuk tekan button subscribe, button follow. Bantu saya follow boleh guys.
Good looking guy, perfect. Come on.
Bantu saya follow.
One of the best junglers out there. Here's the thing. I went live earlier today. And here's a
Fanny
legit,
lepas.
this is a legit
Gak apa-apa Fanny
story.
lepas.
I went live earlier around
Ada
2
Pakito
PM. You
guys.
know that. You
Pakito
saw me,
Shogun
right?
ni.
You saw me go live.
Okay.
Carl
Aku
TC,
BTR.
The GOAT popped in my chat.
Valeric Hirara.
I asked him,
Jadi
who is
di
the
sininya
best
apa?
jungler right now? And he said Kyrie without a doubt.
Man. Without a doubt.
Yes.
And that came from
is
the GOAT.
Apa pula Rain mana? Rain balik kampung. But next week dah start dah sibuk guys. So dia dah balik kampung, dia menguruskan semua hal-hal peribadi, dia settlekan apa dia ada nak bantu bapak dia bawa pergi check up apa semua. So next week
I think every
dah
single time
sibuk.
that hero pops up now,
MPL dah
we'll
start.
know, okay, Skype
So we gonna get busy guys. Hirara lagi tu.
Don't
tak apa Hirara.
get stacks, especially fully
Sebab
stacked
kemungkinan
those
nak
characters,
sokong Vitality lagi kena tunggu 7 season.
seems unfair, man.
Okay.
If
Make
a
sense.
Hirara is
Yeah,
fully
BO5.
stacked,
JGM Sambong DGN Valeric
It
Barua.
just feels unfair the way that happens.
At
you know? So
Muramasa
the
Sayo
answer
Rain team
Tapi
mana?
Basil
seems
Tuja
to be the
Basilid
Fanny. Grab a
Punya
Fanny,
Sama
you
Selalu
get a power
Dendam
pick
Masa
over
Lalu
here too for
Bagi
Shogun.
Sayo Keja
You grab
Hidmai.
yourselves the Barretts. You have some decent Paquito damage. I
Boleh
didn't
tu
know if
salam.
they were going to
Betul
flex
tu
that, by
salam.
the way, until the Fanny came through. Because I was thinking, okay. is
Berapa kosong
Paquito
baru start.
possibly going to the
Baru
jungle
start John,
like
baru
you
start,
know,
baru start.
or is he going to go in the gold lane possibly?
Baru mulai ke bang? Ya, baru mulai.
Okay, with was actually surprised that ONIC let go of the Barrets, but at the same time the Beric is also.
Bentar bang, saya sedang
Uranus. So there's
menghalau nyamuk.
not much lockdown.
Bentar lagi saya buka kamera ya.
BTR, you already have the.
Okay, Matilda di band keluar Matilda di band keluar.
Just meta picks.
Yeah.
Saya rasa Matilda sekarang ni kena band keluar di band atas tu.
Has been a development in the meta
game.
BO5.
Sort
of feature where the Fanny now answers the Hirara. Well, this was also evident in MSC.
Di sini aman guys kalau nobar di sini nonton bareng di sini aman. Enggak ada apa-apa bacot sana sini aman.
Two tanky dudes with the Hirara. So this is like meta versus meta. And we're gonna be slammed by the best heroes that we have in available in the meta game.
Hey, get slammed. You know?
Info Hazel kemana bang?
But basically, at this point, they're going to go ahead and hone in on these mid lane options for the Maestro himself, Moreno. I think, you know, so far from what we've seen between, of course, in the mid lane, there's some variety there. Whether it's Sans, whether it's Moreno, the way they want to go ahead and approach this is how do you supplement your assassin junglers the best to your ability. Selena was one of them that most people would think for Moreno. That's why it's banned out. On the flip side, the Ruby is banned out mainly for the potential that Kara picks it up to put it in the gold lane. You know, because again, if you go and just supplement the Serara to do her thing, maneuver around everyone. We just saw
Bentar ya, kena check.
By the way.
Dah ada ke
Where
belum?
you get fully stacked and you have these multiple ways of kind of moving around your tanky dudes, but also your crowd control. And then your own kind of iframes. That's why it feels so unfair. So take out a Ruby. I wonder if they'll take out one more. Both of those roam options too, the Matilda and the Rafaela will be banned out though. So that is not going to be available for Finn. And Finn has been
Bentar ya, cari udah ada ke belum?
Oh yeah. Okay, so going to be the Ruby as the ban. Probably another, I guess another catch or another gold lane. In fact, maybe Harith or Moskov the ban here for BTR. And although Ruby is typically played in the roam role before, it's now getting played in the EXP as well as the gold lane. More so in the gold lane now, which is also a good hero to pair up with the Hirara. So that's probably why the Ruby is being banned by BTR. So instead of doubling down on the Kelra bans, they just banned the Vexana, which is a hero that Sans showed us that they can actually play. I think the Valentina is the best pick here for...
Saya kasih tahu fakta Abang Lot yang ramai hujat itu fans SRG dan mereka bakal gaduh. Apa-apa guys. Okey aja.
No, it's not available.
Selena banned out, yeah. So other than that, well, the Vexana actually, we were talking about this even a couple days ago where it's just kind of risen in pick value, stock value.
Yeah.
But Bigatron by Vitality is going to ban that out. So
now,
if you are ONIC, you just pick up your mid now. Yeah, they'll do that. Louis Yi.
Jangan jadi bodoh.
Louis Yi,
Dah tim Malaysia tak lepas, lepas tu kau nak tanya ni MPL ID ke? Kau macam menganjing. Kan nak kata bodoh, tak bodoh. Tahu MPL semua belum start lagi. Tapi saja. Lepas tu bila dia orang bacot kau kan, lepas tu mulalah bawa ajak kawan-kawan. Kan? Budak Indo ni memang teruk lah, IQ rendah lah, tu lah apalah. Kan? Bingai.
You can get there faster and potentially even surprise.
Ajak kawan. Mulut tak reti nak diam.
Yeah. Okay.
Lepas tu duk kata orang.
They will round this up with maybe a Farza. Is Farza even good? Or do they go Navaria themselves? I think the Navaria is one of the answers to Louis from a long time ago, and it, I think, makes sense here.
Alright, Navaria, let's go!
So, they put it like
Sakit pala
afterwards. So,
itulah pasal.
I like how Bigatron has responded, and then they already have 3 good meta hero picks. They close it out with a good catch, which is more of a stabilizer for their lane. It's a reliable response to the Louis because you have a lot of distance. In case there will be a diversion, an avatar of the Guardian can be there to save them. So it's a really good way to approach this draft.
Ada satu lagi ya, belum
The 5 heroes that they built now. ONIC, how will they close this out? They need some sort of reach and some sort of burst. And then there's the reach.
Carry, dude.
I was gonna say, is this the reach though? She's got like the shortest range in the game, but I mean, you're shredding. You're shredding.
Aku tertanya-tanya juga daripada tadi, apakah carry ni boleh dimainkan dengan meta sekarang? Halo Bang Lor, hi. Now ONIC is bringing carry, bhai.
If you need help in that lane, again, that's why that Louis is picked up. It's really strong to just go ahead and, ultimate down to the gold lane if you need to.
Yeah. And the reason
Let's
why
see how
is, well,
this carry gonna perform.
The burst, there is no question about that when it comes to like the carry. The carry can just output so much damage in a short period of time. So they got that covered already.
SRG kalah 2-0.
Say that they needed that they can get reach out of.
Wih, ramai hari ni.
You're looking at the heroes.
Wah, finally mereka dah boleh tunjuk.
BTR. So
Tunjuk
it's not like
audience.
You have to reach too far when you're playing.
Good.
This,
Kazakhstan. Aurora menang. Ramai.
If you have the Malefic gun, then you're already okay. The only problem, though, that I'm gonna say about ONIC,
Predict game pertama okay.
is that there is no
predict game pertama. Kalau melihat kepada hero, kiri dan kanan, saya lebih kepada kiri, BTR.
This guy is gonna have the easiest game out of all of the people in the lobby right now, because there's not much reach.
Well, let's find out.
Ya, sebab nak tangkap Moreno susah, guys. Melainkan Moreno sekarang ni out of position.
Games of the future 2026. Will ONIC end up being champions once again?
Nak tangkap Moreno memang susah. Melainkan Portal, Loyi punya ulti, kejap cari dia. Ui, sakit.
I feel like early game with the Novaria, but still, no battle spell is actually going to be expended just yet.
Pretty chill about it. It'll be curious how ONIC will.
Ramai di sebelah. Ramai ke di sebelah? 400.
This lineup that is really front facing.
Di TT 400.
Apart from the Novaria, everybody wants to dive in front of ONIC, and ONIC. They do have 2 tanky dudes, but they only have.
Ini adalah semuanya yang community MLBB, guys. No matter who play, they will watch. Ada orang just hanya akan menonton pasukan kegemaran, pasukan kesayangan mereka. Ada yang menonton semua, nggak kira siapa yang berada. So itulah 400 orang yang ada di YT hari ini kurang, yang game ini kurang. Tadi banyak. Tadi ramai dalam 300, 400. Sekarang tinggal, tak tahu 30. Betul ke angka ni? 29-30. Adakah angka ni betul? Wow, tengok Moreno punya. Free turtle ke?
Might be able to secure this. Let's see if they make
Kira dapat.
Kyrie able to get the retribution off, but they're going to go for the
Fast
fight
blood.
anyway. And Luffy trying to get away. He's going to get chased down.
Boom.
And they will take him with a Daytona's welcome.
Ui, lepas.
Good duality, but here comes Nile to the back line. He's got people lined up, but it's just not enough. And now diversion going to be used already a couple.
Wait, Nile!
And Sands will get him with the double.
No way, Suns did just that. I mean, 2-0 and 1 for
39. Oh, 39.
I think that was a mistake coming out from
Nail ke mana sih? Nail kick. Ini Fanny Subgam ke?
The Uranus towards the members of ONIC. I think he wanted to.
Kata Haji Roslan, Fanny Subgam ke?
Or maybe he just outright misplaced his spit afterwards. But that allowed ONIC to refresh with Loot P. And of course, the Barretts is staying in front for a long time means that the duality, dispersion is the damage output of Suns will be just really high because you're just constantly throwing away your orbs.
Macam main have fun Bang Lord. Tak juga guys. Sebab first dengan second banyak beza price pool. Champion $315,000 US, second 144 sahaja.
And then the teleport afterwards, my god, Louis coming on from Suns, that guy's scary.
I think the Louis is going to just be a pickup that we see more and more, maybe even unless some major changes happen between now and the next tournaments, of course, but it's working out really well, especially when you have the Wrath of the Dryad from the Belric. It just makes things happen. Look at this. They're going for the purple buff. They want to put pressure on Nile's buff, and they'll do just that. Notice to Kyrie, on the Hirara, he locked in his Fury Hammer.
ONIC mau
Then
cari
he's
duit
starting
besar.
to just go with the
Iya.
Sky Piercer because he wants to start building stacks early on, I believe. And that's all possible. You know, you got an early kill on, you've got momentum in your favor. You're 3,000 gold ahead at this point. And now the second turtle is up. Kyrie, go ahead and start this one up. Emon is here, though. So now gold laners will be a part of this fight. Everybody rotating down for this objective. Half health on the turtle. Unbreakable.
Okay.
Oh, Daytona's welcome. Going to be charged in. Shogun taking quite a bit of
Oi,
damage.
free hit though, Keldra.
That's quite a bit of damage.
Free
too,
hit
as
though,
Shogun
Keldra.
falls. Niall gets the turtle. He's going to be able to go ahead and do a bit of damage before he gets out.
Carry
But
free
Big
hit,
Trump by
oh.
Vitality might have got the turtle, but they lost two.
I see the vision now for BTR. They will go for the
Okay guys, ONIC menang guys ini 1-0.
with the Daytona's welcome that was
Ni ONIC sudah menang guys.
followed up by the
300 sudah macam win 3 kali MPL.
It will be layered properly.
Enggak bang.
After the Daytona's welcome,
Kalau di MPL ID championnya berapa ya?
And taunt afterwards. It's the chain stun between.
I try to get info. Oh, Keyboy. Mati.
Okay, Keyboy. Unfortunately,
Salam dari Sony bang. Welcome
It
guys.
made sense what ONIC wanted to do. They get a kill
Waalaikumsalam.
over, and they didn't overcommit because I thought Kyrie with a couple stacks might have tried to do something, but they just kind of pull off there. That turret's almost down. That's one of the main things that ONIC wanted to go ahead and do, give Kelra that advantage. You can already see the advantage
MPL
building
ID.
up, though, too, in
Oh,
the jungle,
champion.
man. Kyrie, again, a couple levels ahead right now of Nile. He's been taking his buffs. He's about to hit that level 10. And he continues to do so, just as he does.
3 kali
this
MPL
level
champion
10.
guys.
So that gives him, again, an advantage that he can work with into the next turtle. But so far, Nile at least has been able to swing in, do a little bit.
Baik, Eman.
Even doing more.
Eman Nanael.
As he takes him out. Good play there. I didn't know if
Sorry.
he'd be able to get him that fast, but he does.
Well, with the help of his teammates and of course the fact that you have a lot of damage.
Kalau tournament begini gratis atau berapa duit pendaftarannya? Gratis bang.
Is already laid up. That allowed for BTR to burst down Suns
Gratis.
and shut him
Di invited
down.
kan?
Has been a problem for them.
Jadi bila di invited, nggak ada duit pendaftaran. Yang pertama, yang kedua, segala perjalanan, transport, hotel, makan semua diberi. Jadi nanti kesana just bawa uang saku aja. Tahu nggak uang saku? Duit jajan, uang jajan.
Kyrie has control of this turtle. We'll see if they do anything, but Nile's just going to go down to the bot. They're going to trade it for a
uang
turret
jajan.
for the turtle. So they go for that. Diversion going to be used. This is what we were talking about, though. They send themselves down towards this bottom side.
Pasti apa nak pilih
This is about as good as it gets for Big Vitality right now. Daytona's welcome into the turret. Astro Echo combo. They
Dapat satu.
will be able to catch him. Even with the revitalized Keyboy falls. The tree down again, but now in the mid lane, Kyrie's there. They get the duality proc. He wants to get the stack here on Shogun.
Serious?
Does he actually have it? He doesn't. He has to get away. Too much of a threat there under the turret.
See the pressure now being applied by
Kurang 5k USD dengan Champ M Series. Champ M Series 320.
are not letting up. They're already able to push down the bottom lane.
Okay, dapat atas.
And are about to push up top. Eman is moving really well. Comes to these map movements. Died already twice, but at least makes up for it by split pushing and still gaining a lot of gold. He is unfortunately behind Kelra, his counterpart. But at least he's making something happen for BTR right now. Doesn't erase the fact that ONIC is leading by 2,000 and they have allowed Kelra with 1-0-1 as they go for Kyrie the dodge!
Oh, he tried to dodge. What a play from Nile and Emon. Able to make a move. Nile trying to get away. A flicker from Sans. They'll recoup it though as they also take down Emon. And that kill went over to Kyrie, so, but he's dead. But, you know, the turret did the job there for him.
Yeah.
Nanail.
I'm gonna be pushing in the middle. Great kill of the carry. A great shutdown overall coming out from BTR. 22 seconds before the Lord, they needed to make a play. Unfortunately for Niall, is still trailing behind a lot from his opposition right now. So there's still a lot that
SRG kalah 2-0.
By the side of BTR for them to come back to this game. But then again, Keyboy
Orang
already
rasa saya
positioned
perlu
himself
letak.
into the so-called new bush. Will be spotted out by Finn for now.
Okay. Lord is up. Let's see some of the focus here. Let's see what ONIC decides to do. They can play the macro just because they have the
Inilah supaya korang tak tanya-tanya
Grab their purple buffs, getting
Boleh
situated.
Saya letak bawah tu. Ni masuk tanya, susah tu. Penat nak jawab.
The version used here, setting them up top. Astral Echo being dropped down. They're just going to go for the fight anyway. Kyrie be able to dodge that with the iframe. Niall's going to have to go back to base. So this is an open opportunity for ONIC to go ahead and start up this Lord. Under half health, Shogun gives the information. Finn's going to pop the conceal.
Preload.
Try to delay this so that Niall can get here in time, but it's already gone. Lord secured by ONIC. And now Niall jumping into the backside, looking for a
Okay,
possible
good.
kill. He'll
Tapi
find
mati
the
juga ke?
Suns. A pick
Dah
up
tak ada
there,
energy
and
dah
they're
tu.
looking for it now. Niall again cabling away. After the Guardian, Finn trying to grab their attention. Akela takes a shot with the shatter. He's going to back off, but they're going to force the fight anyway. And now it's ONIC trying to get away.
Kelra tak masuk ke? Sayang dah kawan-kawan mati dah Kelra.
And now Keyboy and Loopy fall. The front line of ONIC goes down.
Oh, great team fighting coming out from BTR. They have erased the lead that ONIC was able to build, and it didn't matter if ONIC was able to blitz the Lord away from them. Their team
Kalau
fighting
impro
was
parah si
great.
SRG,
And at that
kayak belum
time,
siap lawan
Terra
tim
didn't
gede
have the
sekarang.
flicker, so
Iya,
they
Kusito
didn't
dah the
feel
best bro.
that
Thank you.
confident to command his team into
Alfarizi.
a fight. And Lutpi as well as Keyboy just overstayed their welcome. And BTR utilizing Shogun again, this time offensively. I feel like for BTR, if they play
Guys, thank you very much yang mana yang menghadirkan diri, yang mana yang belum follow, mana yang belum subscribe, bantu saya follow dan subscribe guys. Terima kasih.
Again, their lineup is more of a dive composition, and with the vision that they get from Moreno, they are well informed about what ONIC will want to do. Look at that ultimate catching 4. The Astral Echo finding out what ONIC wanted to do, and that
Okay, makan.
Niall was able to skitter through and sneak a purple buff.
Good one.
Oh, wow. Talk about a turnaround so far. Niall able to make something happen here again. Just able to shred through, you know, who you'd think is the tankiest or one of the tankiest. But so far, both Lutpi and Keyboy had a really difficult time at some
Apa nama YT? Abang Lot sama. ABG Lot.
Might have to be in one of those cases where now you
ABG Lot.
Kelra here if you're ONIC to go ahead.
Titik official.
And he should have his power spike. I mean that Kelra.
Sikit lagi guys, nak pergi 10,000 subscriber. Aku baru aktif guys bulan Juni. Bulan Jun.
Sure. This makes it really difficult now for ONIC. With the composition that
we love you. Wow,
Vitality
thank you.
has, this is very
Abang
impressive.
tu official. No.
Find a way to get to the Navaria.
Abang Lot official.
Said that we'll have a free game essentially in this game, and it has been so. Moreno is 2-0-4. There's not much that can contest him. And then eventually Shogun will be so tanky that he is no longer threatened by the damage of ONIC.
Ya, BTR harus win cepat ya. Kalau tidak carry online susah.
You are tanky enough that you expose camera for far too long. So there has to be a creative way of ONIC finding an angle to eventually take on BTR. Otherwise, it's going to be easier for BTR to maneuver into the fights. They're already...
Kapan masuk roster SRG jadikan bang. Arcadia tu terlalu jago bang coachnya.
Well, we'll find Kyrie's buff anyway. So he's not going to have that. The Lord comes up. Emman will make his way slowly down here. The rest of the team already set up, but you can see in this, man, the Star Shatters, even on Loopy, already do a decent chunk of damage to the health bars. Moreno dropping down the Astral Echo. Extra hitboxes being extended here too. Now Keyboy, he's got to be careful because we've already seen him shredded down so quickly on this Belric, especially with a Fanny flying around. Emman spotting the Loopy here. They might try to make a play instead of the Lord. Right now ONIC on the back front. They got to go ahead. Keyboy. Oh man.
Mati ONIC Keyboy.
Niall is already working on the system. He's low. But be careful. Kyrie forced to pop
Keyboy
more
pulang.
of the iframes. You can see how menacing Emman is right now with this Paquido. He's going to be able to burst down the members of ONIC. And then if you pair that up with Moreno's damage output and the constant Astral Echo in the face of ONIC, it's going to be more difficult.
Avatar the Guardian on the defense already used. ONIC comes in with a diversion.
ONIC udah silap tu.
Up top by Niall. That wave's going to be managed now. They're going to fight for this Lord. Half health on it. Finn charging up the Unbreakable. Goes in with a taunt. They're going to come down for Keyboy.
ONIC dah salah tu.
Kyrie, he's down too. Make it another as Sans is able to pick up Shogun. So far, A big trade across the board, but now Iman and Moreno trying to keep things together while Niles also on the hunt here. He's quite low, but he'll be able to secure the Lord. Bigatron by Vitality comes out with a win.
And all they had to do was to find a man advantage. It was already enough for them to take on the members of ONIC this time again.
Let's go BTR. Yelah tu position si Innocent jangan boleh malah diculik. Novaria, itu Nova susah nak tekan Novaria guys. Ay!
Ambitious but almost got it, almost taking out the outplay coming out from Suns to survive against Nael, but that was just for BTR to secure that turret because it will be just the Luyi to defend. It wasn't successful in doing so. ONIC now have lost control of the game as BTR are leading by 3,000, and all it took was for them to punish ONIC when ONIC tried to go for a 5v5 against them.
Let's see if they can do it here. Lord slowly making its way. Good push in the mid and top as well. Daytona's welcome. Throwing it in the wall, chopping him up, throwing him down. Keyboy gonna pop the Revitalize. They want to hold down this front side. Niles just gonna make his way up top. He wants to take out the base turret as Lord goes down and dealt with, but good response from Kyrie. He won't let it happen. Diversion. Where are they going to go? Into the jungle. They're looking to cut things off. They're going to go right to this one. And now Finn gets taken out.
Kelra is online, guys. Kelra online.
No, he's fully stacked up. He's got to get out of enemy lines. He's waiting patiently. It's only Lootby.
For now, it's not a big threat. Information is important. Lootby gonna be seeing Eman get away from there. Good fight coming up from ONIC. Go for the -1, but it's not nearly enough. Nail wants a piece of this purple buff. They're trying to go for the exchange, but it's Kyrie who secures it.
Thanks for the leash, says Kyrie. He's basically do a little damage with the buff. Finally, Kyrie gets his purple. He's gonna go ahead and grab his orange next. Really nothing that they really want to focus on until that Lord comes up in about a minute, but maybe if they can get a kill here. Maybe if they can get a kill, make something happen.
Tapi hari ni kalau urusan defense kuat. Yeah.
Lord's not going to be up for 40.
Yeah. It's going to be a long time for both teams to recover this one. Kyrie going in for the Blade of Despair.
Waalaikumsalam.
His 5th full item in this game. Lutfi actually went for the Sky Guardian helmet, which I wanted to talk about earlier. Which is interesting because you generally want
BTR champion
resistance rather than raw
no lah
HP
guys.
as well as
ONIC back-to-back champion ni.
Plenty of that anyways, but I guess because of the amount of poke that BTR is throwing at him, it feels like okay, maybe during long team fights, during Lord dances, maybe I can get out of the fight region up by myself, then try to fight another day. But now in comes the Lord, spawned at 17 minutes. ONIC will defend their bottom lane. A little bit of long lane setup out there coming out from Lootby. Diversion gonna be used.
Okay. Makan!
Shogun. They're going to go right for Shogun. He didn't have the stacks. And now he's taken out. He's going to go anticipate. Kelra's got the room to work with here.
Mati Kelra.
Nail goes in.
Moreno.
With the wind of nature. So BTR turns it around to fall. They're going to be looking for more. They're chasing down Kyrie. Moreno might be able to get a shot. Niall's going to go ahead and join in. Cable's not going to connect on that one. That's not where he wanted.
Menang BTR, guys.
Anyway, BTR will win that fight. And it was one that ONIC started for Shogun. Niall jumping in. He takes out Keyboy like cutting down a tree. And now it's only Kyrie to watch the
kena guys. Kena juga.
try to dodge, but he
Gila Moreno.
And BTR will take game
Benar kan?
one.
Nggak bisa tangkap Moreno.
Both teams getting what they want when it comes to the draft, but eventually Vitality. When we said that their draft looks so complete with that last pick of the catch out with
Gelo Moreno.
Novaria, it looked very cohesive. And they look really good. For the first few minutes
Now Moreno punya prime. Ini betul-betul prime Moreno.
Side of BTR, they just can't be stopped.
Tadi bilang menang ONIC. Ya itu tadi. Sesudah draft bilangnya BTR.
But for now, gonna be hopping into a break.
Balap Moreno asli orang Medan. Iya. Teman aku bilangnya Moreno aslinya Kuala Lumpur. Orang siapa Moreno? Aduh. Penny Sabga menang dengan ONIC. Itulah. Nail juga Medan. Oh, Nail juga Medan. Okey. Mod Indo berbagi mekanik buat Malay Dash. Ya, terima kasih ya. Berbagi-bagi. Ya, semoga kalian dimurahkan rezeki ya. Terima kasih berbagi-bagi. Predik pakcik, ONIC 3-1 bang. Terima kasih Muhammad Habib. Kata Bio thumbs up. Orang ini orang Sabah dan klaim. Okey. Skor 1-0. Moreno, Sans, Jokowi from Kuching. Uish. No netizen Indo bang, nggak apa-apa. Layankan aja bang semua. Moreno suka makan tuhau Itu BTR win. Oni kata orang luar kuat kalau di MPL Elite cuma cemilan.
What a phenomenal, sensational moment, you guys. We just witnessed. We just watched how ONIC has lost the first time ever throughout this tournament of Game of the Future. The first time ever.
Ini kekalahan pertama ONIC ya. They never lost any single game.
You guys. Semua first ever time ONIC lost to a team like Bigatron. They took the game. I mean, that was very close game. I would say really close. Good fight.
Thank you, Amir.
So this is what we want to see actually. I mean,
Sans atau Moreno bang? Moreno bang.
I mean, just like you said,
Aku lebih ke Moreno sekarang.
An intense, close game and intense.
BTR counter ONIC. Iya benar. Belum tentu sih kecuali jika Moreno konsisten selanjutnya bisa menang.
Beautiful tournament, which is Freedom. We'd like to appreciate Freedom for making this beautiful event, such as Game of the Future here in beautiful Astana, making possible. Thank you very much, Freedom, for doing that. Moving forward, I mean, that's a surprise for the fans, for casters, for me, for everybody.
Wow, what a game! I mean, just what we wanted to see as a first game of the 5, possibly 5. We still don't know, but I think this is going to be a 5 because off the bat, the first game, ONIC has lost the one, but I mean they might come back again. We can't say, but this is good. I mean, this is good actually.
Liverpool tengah lawan Monaco ke?
Right? If the ONIC actually won, they would have actually go on as undefeated
Liverpool,
team.
Monaco
It's more predictable. Like if you're going like that, then maybe it's gonna continue like that. But what a game! We want to see this. This is what we want. But we got the highlights up on the screen. I mean, we have ONIC fans here all around the arena.
Buat fans SRG ini tim MPL bukan Liga Tani. Laugh cry.
We had another also fans there rooting for Bigatron by Vitality. Sorry for interrupting you, but there is a fans also for Iman per se. There is a fans of ONIC and they're fans of Bigatron by Vitality. We see the highlights here. I mean, the fight. I mean, the game itself looked until minute 17. Correct me if I'm wrong. Until the minute 17 until the second Evolved Lord was even.
Yeah, I mean we've been trying so hard to keep up with the game because a lot's been happening on the map. As you can see on the highlights, we are at around 5th minute mark and ONIC had a clear lead by then. I mean initially I believe around 3k gold advantage was there, but then as it went through, Bigatron actually stepped up their performance and then swept it at the end. I mean, this was a tough fight for both of the teams. What great performance for both of the teams. As you can see, it went towards the 10th minute, and ONIC has still had a 3-kill lead and a bit of goal, but not much to be honest. But the fights, man. I mean, I'm trying so hard to keep it up with that.
I agree with you absolutely, Heidi. I have one more thing to tell before we remember what I said pre-draft. I said Bigatron by Vitality is the team who won Aurora Gaming on a 1-0.
Yeah.
And twice they picked a hero called Novaria.
Yeah.
And that Novaria actually helped them to win the second and the third game against Team Aurora.
Oh, Chelsea lawan JDT juga ada live
now it happened
di
again. That's what I see.
Astro.
Like I saw that coming in.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that ONIC wasn't really paying much respect for this
Chelsea JDT apa cerita
Novaria, because he's been playing it two games in a row.
Hai, dua sama.
Yesterday against Team Aurora Gaming, and he got a victory, and because of that now he's playing at the grand finals and actually winning Team
Berkoyok dari terbang tak? Chelsea dengan JDT dua sama tu. Serius ah?
Also, I'd like to mention, I mean, Barrett, the heroes that I was saying earlier, has been picked and being one of the best heroes here at the Game of the Future. According to statistics and stuff,
yeah.
I mean, just an incredible game overall.
Of course, I think around the 17th minute we saw a tie. So I really thought ONIC gonna come back again, just how they used to before.
Yeah.
Habis masa dah, ya. Minit 82.
Like, oh, they went for it. They really went for it. I mean, this is gonna be a tough grand finals that we're gonna be having here at the arena. We got the stats up on the screen. 4 kills in lead by Bigatron against ONIC, and this is only the first game now. This is going to be interesting to see how this goes.
I mean, I would be very surprised if Bigatron by Vitality keep the momentum and keep it going, and then maybe get the second game again. I mean, that would be very horrendous if they're going to do that. We see the scoreboard here. Meanwhile, I mean, Keyboy and Lutby couldn't do much against the pressure of the team Bigatron by Vitality over there. We see Morino was 408 on the Novaria. As I was saying earlier, the Novaria draft pick, the hero, has made the problems for Team Aurora Gaming, and now it's making a problem for the team of ONIC.
Now we are yet to see if they're going to come back with the same pick for the next game as well. We don't know yet.
Draft,
the next draft and bans. Possibly they're going to ban the Novara overall. We never know. But before that, before we talk about the next one, I mean, make sure you go check out Yandex Go. You got the QR up on the screen. Scan it, download the app, because that's going to make your daily life a lot easier. You got everything in one app. Make sure you check that out. Thanks for Yandex Go for being a partner for this one, because we are having a great time here. First game, I'm so thrilled to see how this is going to unfold. We got more stats coming up on the screen pretty soon. But if you initially, when it started, I mean, Kyrie started with the first blood, and then Sans went with a double kill soon after that. But yeah, we got the stats up. We got Kelra versus E-Man on the screen now. How does that look, Steel?
For me, it does look exactly identical. From all of our perspective, the gold is a little bit more towards the E-Man.
Xabi Alonso buat apa tu kat sini?
Yes, but the same thing. Kill participation, identical. Damage taken.
What is Xabi Alonso is doing there?
KDA is the same as
Dia sebagai apa sekarang?
For you guys to understand, Kelra is playing from the behind. They've been losing the game, whereas Iman was winning the game. So
Chelsea
there's
manager.
differences. But for me, the most notable player is definitely the guy who played on Novaria, which is Morino. Yeah, that was an outstanding performance for me. And
there we go.
So the way I think the broadcast people think, and this is, I think, 75% of the kill participation over there, 600 GPM. I mean, 408, the guy is a GOAT, the guy is here to win a champion. And, you know, I'm so excited to see the team who are not scared of other team. And respect is another thing, but in terms of when it's a competition day, you gotta be a killer, right? Like the other people were saying, and now Bigatron by Vitality is making a surprise and sensation here, because this is the first time the map has been taking off of the team ONIC. And ONIC, if you guys are listening to me, you guys need to step up. I mean, you guys are here to defend your title and champions, and you guys were saying that you guys are here to make another run and you guys want to be a champions. All right, go for it.
Yes, I think we get to see how that's gonna turn out. But there was this moment initially when the Kyrie, I mean, during the draft phase, Kyrie went for Hirara, which he's good with. And also when Lutpi went Uranus, which he was, I mean, he's used to playing that. We saw that in the last few days. He went for a couple of games with the Uranus. So I was more like, okay, this is going to be good. But then Novara came up with Moreno. So, I mean, this was a very tough game, I would say. I cannot really deny the fact that for both the teams, they fought really hard. And I think by the almost 5.5 minutes, I mean, Bigatron's turrets were almost down, I would say. But the way they pulled it off at the end, that was great. And then a few more things. I mean, there was around 8 minutes mark, they had a 3k gold advantage for ONIC, which is good. And of course, and then the whole game went in a different way. And 9:50, we had Kyrie taking the loadout. And then around 14th minute, I'd say ONIC, pretty much all the outer turrets were gone except for one on the upper lane, which was almost down, I would say. We can consider everything as gone, but by that point, I believe ONIC was pretty much,
BTR
we were pretty much sure where the game was going unless they make a comeback. And I think after 14 minutes, Bigatron actually made an attempt to get to the base, but Kyrie somehow responded and took it back in control. But at the end of the day, I mean, they went for it. Bigatron went for it.
I mean, let's be real here. Nobody could have taken a single map from the team of ONIC, and Bigatron making a pull off from the pro esports. Then they're facing Aurora Gaming. They're losing 1-0 from both of the teams. They're coming back through on the second and third map, against both of the teams, and now they're playing at the grand finals here at beautiful Astana and taking a game off. First one from the ONIC. It's really sensational. I'm so hyped up, and actually doing what's going to be happening forward. And my tongue is twisting now. It's just like I have so much emotion to express you guys how big this win is for the team of Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah.
And we'll be happy to see what's going to happen in the second game.
Of course, I mean, when it neared, I think the last few seconds just before the crystal was taken down, we saw ONIC going down like crazy. I mean, at the end, I think a few seconds just before the crystal was taken down, 3 of the players were gone. And then in a moment, that was only Kyrie left at the end. And by that time, we could see the cameras here in the arena looking at ONIC's teammates, man. They were like, we are done. They were almost sure that this is done. I mean, it was clear. And they took out all of them, and then the crystal was gone in no time. But again, I mean, I believe that the moment that they got the turrets down, they realized the turrets are down. I mean, that was pretty clear. And also that was a big push for Bigatron to approach the crystal and get that done. But huge save with Kyrie. I mean, once he did save that crystal, but they couldn't hold up. Towards the end, Bigatron took the ONIC teammates, everybody down. And the last one was Kyrie, and once he's gone, I mean, that was a clear shot.
I mean, everybody's hyping up Kyrie. Kyrie is the GOAT. Kyrie div, Kyrie everything. We've seen the fans all over here in beautiful Astana, at Jack Pijak Arena, hyping up Kyrie. People were saying that Kyrie is the one player who actually can switch the swing of the game and make sure that ONIC will get a win out of the team, out of the really tough situation. But this time is different. This time is different because Kyrie couldn't do that because the teammates have been dead, and that was a perfect opportunity for people to go in and take that W from the ONIC.
That's true. I mean, it was only Kyrie left at the end. I mean, he couldn't do much. I mean, he cannot do much, to be honest, at that point. But again, I mean, great play by Bigatron. I mean, Moreno's Novara pick, and also Iman went with Paquito. I mean, great play by him as well. We cannot disregard anyone. But it is time for the next game. We are yet to find out what's going to happen. Let's move it to the gentlemen, Wolf and Niso. Take it away, gentlemen. It's game time.
Is indeed game time for both of the teams. It's ONIC going up against Bigatron, and BTR was able to scramble a win against them. Well, it wasn't really a scramble.
Jadi dia boleh daftar EPL dan itulah pasal.
But the moment that
dah setara EPL tu. Kalau dah 3 sama macam ni.
BTR were unstoppable. Nice. Game 1 went heavily in favor of BTR afterwards. What do you think are some changes here that needs to be done by ONIC for them to get back into their winning ways?
That's a great question. I think give something to Keyboy that, you know, maybe I don't want to say it's not Belric, right? Like Belric can work. He's been meta for a while, but maybe give something different to Keyboy. I think he dealt with too many early deaths just because there wasn't too much that they could do in game one. Lootby as well, maybe draft for the Barretts for him instead of the Uranus. It looks like we might be going for the Hirara trade, of course, here again. But I don't know. I have to say that I think for Bigatron by Vitality, they just did an amazing job at getting themselves back into that game, because ONIC did control the early game. Like, they were even into the mid game. You gotta remember, they were up like 2,000-3,000 gold. So it was one of those moments where ONIC was actually doing the right things, you know, like they were doing the right things until eventually.
Fokus Bang Lord. Okay. Draft. Ini pun lagi tinggal 2 minit.
Heroes, man. Whether it's the Selena,
Last 2 minutes.
Now the Novaria, which is, it's been like his hero. I mean, there hasn't been many other people that have brought up the Novaria the way he has, and it's one of those things where he's star-shattering people. And if
Marcel, Atlas, Fanny, Melissa, Freya, Pakito ke?
He's just providing enough information.
Pakito ke Matilda.
So I think it just got to a point where for ONIC it was really hard to actually fight Bigatron by Vitality because they were never fully healthy. You know, like someone had
go Matilda first pick
damage somewhere.
Yeah. And to be fair, it's
ni final ke bang? Yeah, final.
Work for more, I feel like
go Matilda first pick.
What BTR were able to achieve with Moreno himself, but of course this is massive
atau Hirara
team effort, including the drafting that allowed for BTR.
Barat.
Now, what will be their first pick? There still is the
maybe Barat. Yeah. Uranus. Okay, let's go.
This is Uranus.
Dia namain badan.
That they first pick with. Well, there's no Pakito. There is Barretts available. There was the Hirara, but on top of it all, it will be the Uranus apparently. Interesting first pick here from BTR.
Are they just gonna trade the Barretts and the Belric going to ONIC now, or because I almost expected at least over here for Bigatron by Vitality to take something else. But again, Shogun did play the, if I recall correctly, there was
Hirara Beleric
where he just played the Uranus like 3
games
in a row. I'm trying to remember. Oh,
Matilda.
It was the pro esports
Hirara
that they had. They went 3 games with, and Shogun only played the Uranus. So, you know, this is a very comfort pick that they can build up off and gives them a lot to do. It is going to be a trade, though. So you've got the Matilda and the Hirara going over. Once again, this time Kyrie will be on that Hirara, and I think this Matilda does help activate Keyboy a little more, right? He's going to be able to go ahead and do a lot more than what he felt like he could do on a Belric, who literally is.
Tano Indonesia bang, waalaikumsalam.
Boost up that Wrath of Dryad with a flicker.
Dukun mana bang? Aduh, gak tahu bang mau dukung mana.
Yeah, and they take it away from BTR as well, which BTR would really appreciate. Imagine playing the Uranus with the Matilda. There's just so much tankiness that could be found in there. So, do you now pick up the Beleric for yourself as BTR? Do you get the composition that ONIC was able to had before? But no, they will prioritize the Varia, and then as well as taking this cloud for themselves. So maybe ONIC now will not pick up the Barretts, although it has good synergy with both the Hero as well as the Matilda. Maybe just the presence of this Novaria is enough for them to not pick up that Barretts. But also it is available. Maybe now they're going to be looking for a dive. What if they pick up something like an Alice instead of typical bats in the EXP lane? But that will be for later on. I think that right now you're more concerned about your Keller hero. Harith is available, so is Granger, heroes that will be able to pierce through this Uranus eventually.
I wonder if they just end up sitting on it. Yeah, because I was thinking Kelra can just play so many different things that you typically see ONIC kind of and wait. Like, it's usually the Kelra pick that comes in last. So I was thinking Barretts too, although Alice would have been great. I think Barretts just because it's usually paired up with the Matilda, you know? Like, you just have so much of ways to go ahead and utilize your Daytona's Welcome, regardless of if it's by yourself in a flicker, or then you now have a Matilda too to kind of help you. Obviously, the shields that Matilda
let's go.
gives, plus when that Flask of the Waste.
Sekali lagi Novaria, Cloudy.
Fights, and that's why Matilda has been so, you know, valuable for a lot of these lineups. And you gotta think too. Now that you know.
Dove yang menang aja. Iya. Okay. Fokus.
That
Nah, aku fokus. Player Chelsea pasti semua habis tenaga semalam selesai lawan AC Milan di Jakarta. Langsung terbang ke Malai. Iya.
It's also just part of the fact that
Selepas ni mereka ke mana ya? Mau ke Thailand
it
enggak?
almost feels like it's too difficult of a task for ONIC
Alah,
because his
tengok Australia tu guys. Bukan. Aku tak ada nombor dia tu.
You know, she can kind of go through walls and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things where again it provides so much vision. And there was
Saya tak wasap-wasap dengan perempuan-perempuan
when
lah.
Novaria was like the go-to pick in the mid lane, and you know she's had this kind of resurgence back into the meta now.
And the reason why that is because it has good.
Lepas ni Asian Games. MPL dulu, MPL start. Asian Games bulan 9. Hey, terima kasih free for the mind blown.
We saw how much damage. Melissa can just easily freely hit when there's Novaria around because.
Guys, yang mana yang belum follow, belum subscribe, bantu saya follow, bantu saya subscribe. Terima kasih.
And then Brody with probably a Granger ban here coming out from BTR.
Tebak skor Bang Lot. Aku tebak mula-mula tadi ONIC 3-1 guys.
Matchup. Oh, it's the Clint instead. I feel like, which is also a good option, all things considered. But I feel like
sekarang
with how
BTR 1-0.
This Hirara, they probably are more into the Granger than the Clint. But we'll see. ONIC now will
Final,
pick up
final.
Roamer. Oh, sorry, they're mid laner.
Mid lane, yeah.
What is a good hero to play again? What if they go Xavier, right?
Range for range.
Range for range.
Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if we're that crazy. Maybe. Oh, what does he just go?
Pick Mia win ONIC. Mia itu untuk BTR
Right,
guys.
if your sons. I mean, other than
Mainnya
I guess you
best of 5. Best of 5.
The Astral Echo is actually a good ultimate to copy, all things considered.
Menang 3 juara 1 guys.
The Astral Echo.
Astral Echo, I guess so. Yeah, at least you have your own.
But
you gotta
can
get
you
to
reach
him, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You gotta reach him.
That's why I was kind of second guessing it. Like,
Susah predicting sebab
right now, you know?
sebab
the whole
apa?
point was is that's so difficult to get to him.
Yeah. Let's see. What
Last
are
two picks.
you thinking now? Where are you thinking now, BTR?
All right, they still need
Kenapa ya Valentina?
And their roam. So I think at this point, you know, you're against Hirana, maybe just
At
the
this point
Harley.
of time,
That's probably
Valentina itu
the only
nggak perlu lagi.
other option we've really seen other than the Fanny come through, so they might
Dia
get
mau
Rafaela Harley.
copy ulti siapa?
Unless they do something
Cloudy.
different.
So this is
Hayabusa.
Rafaela with the Hayabusa. Usually not paired up together, but this is more of Rafaela plus this Uranus. This is Rome Rafaela, by the way. So
yeah.
Now there are a lot of problems now.
Ambil
You
ulti
have to
siapa
have
ni?
a lot of like damage sources from your gold laner. What I mean is you're not ultimate.
There is no point Valentina di sini.
That's the last choice here for ONIC.
Rafaela mungkin.
What is that? The Sky Piercer?
Oh yeah.
I can't read the
That's
text,
right.
but that's a Sky
Macam tu
Piercer.
early lah Valentina tu.
Like it. Yeah, I think Granger is the best option here for ONIC, or maybe Harith as the second best option. But there's the Hayabusa as well.
Harith.
Okay, so they still pick up the Harith. Yeah, those are the only two options I feel like that.
Oh.
will be good for ONIC.
Nah, bisa dikejar sekarang
Yeah,
Novanya
like
Moreno.
the composition
Iya.
that the BTR has built here.
Bisa dikejar ramai-ramai guys.
BTR to just do some weird things, you know? Like we said this going into game 1. It got them game 1, and then now
Susah.
Yeah, I think this is interesting.
Macam 2-0 tu.
Because you've got great tankiness up front in that front line. You've got a great ability to go ahead and revive, get yourself back in this game. We'll see if we are on Flying Clouds or not, or which map we're in once we get to this game. But I like what BTR is doing, man. And again, the Rafaela helps you even more because you can rotate very quickly. You can stun if you need to. The Hayabusa is really squishy, right? But now that you kind of have some ground to cover with your sustainability with the Rafaela, I think that's really great here. So I don't know, man. I like what
Dia kira
BTR
belum
has. I
ambil
think I'm
pokok.
gonna have to
Ya
definitely lean towards
mungkin.
BTR for this game too. Wolf, I think we might potentially see a 2-0 right now. But you guys, of course, if you guys are watching around the globe with us,
Okay, let's
let us know
go.
who you think
Game
has the
number
upper hand
2.
in this. Let's jump into the game. It's game at 2 in this best of 5. Bigatron by Vitality up 1 in the series. Let's see if ONIC can equalize.
already the setup here for BTR is good. It seems like whenever they play against ONIC, they transform and just know exactly what to do and deal with ONIC. ONIC has been so dominant all throughout this tournament, and it seems like it's BTR that has got their number. And that's also true with MPL Indonesia. Everybody was just dropping their games up against ONIC. ONIC are so dominant, but in comes BTR coming in, and they look like they are the better team against ONIC. It seems like we're feeling that again. Not unless ONIC decides otherwise. Not unless they do something really different right now for them to be able to show us
Satu dapat RM.
some sort
RM
of
1 juta.
fight against BTR, especially with this draft that they built. Gonna be starting with here.
Sakit.
Yeah, something along the lines of, I don't know. I think it's more of just ONIC finding that form of execution. You know, it's the team fights. Like, we already know that all these players are individually, you know, some of the best in their roles, and they had an amazing, you know, last meeting with the grand final that they had. Hold on,
First blood.
lane, first blood going over to Kyrie, but here's the return. Shadow kill.
Wih, dapat Nanayan mati juga.
Now it's Nile that falls. So that's not going to be worth for Bigatron by Vitality, and that's 2 kills in the hands of Kyrie.
Great start again for the side of ONIC. This time they've utilized Kyrie in an offensive manner before the 2-minute mark. They identified that if you are able to force out where Moreno is, this is a good opening for them, and they do have to reach.
Okay, they might be able to go ahead and just make something happen. They get the turtle. Now they're going to be looking for more. Shogun, tanky enough. Nile might just want to go ahead and grab his purple buff, even though there's a lot of low health bars. He's able to pick
Cyanak
up
Liat on a
Lippy.
Game 3
So
make
that's 1
Layla.
kill, but now
BTR
ONIC,
Mia We
they know
Serena.
this. They're going to put pressure on the mid, and out they go. Finn's gone. They're going to be looking for more. BTR firing back, but now it's Kelra to get
Brawl though, brawl.
Man, ONIC looking for
Ini
more,
apa
but they're
brawl?
gonna keep Kyrie alive. This is the most action we've seen under 3 minutes in a while, man. That's
for sure.
That's insane. I think the entire game's the future.
Yeah, and that's 6 kills in what, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
A quick activation of Kelra as well. I really like how ONIC is doing it because now they're calling Kelra into the fights very early on, and he gets a kill. So never mind the fact that Claude versus Harris
Okay,
is
Intan.
more
Terima
of a
kasih,
farming
Intan.
battle in that gold lane, that you're the only time that you actually will die in that lane is if you really mess up, or if there's an external effort from
Lu orang mana bang? Malaysia bang.
players into that
Sorry
lane.
bang Lat, baru masuk balik. Kenapa skor SRG Arura tu masih letak lagi? Ya, ramai yang bertanya. Bang, tadi berapa skor? Tadi berapa skor? Jadi aku letak aja di situ. Supaya tidak ada persoalan.
So both junglers are having a hell of a start here, Wolf. You know, 3-1 on Nile, 3-0 on Kyrie. This is going to be the assassin showdown that we want to see.
Yeah. And we're going to be waiting for that to happen for
Makro sikit kalah. Ya, bos.
right now.
Sorry, bos.
But it seems like
Nanti
it's
makro
all about
banyak
the
baru boleh
targeting.
menang,
The
bos.
first time that they used this Hayabusa, it wasn't as impactful because the targeting wasn't that good. But if you see like Sans, for example, getting picked off in the middle, the timing was perfect for BTR. They are looking at the Hayabusa that's really scary, that can be activatable. Because apart from the healing coming out from the Matilda, there's not much they can do against this Hayabusa.
Oh, man. Kelra. I mean, the shadow kill's already used up, so Nile's not going to be able to find Kelra here, but Nile building up very quickly. This is very different from the Hayabusa game we saw him play against Pro Esports in the first game.
Salam dari Sonic Indo Bang Lat. Waalaikumsalam. Welcome guys.
That kind of potential to just snowball, but opposing him is the Kyrie snowball. So you got 2 snowballs going down a hill right now. They're going to be looking for Nile, and they shut him down. And it goes to Kyrie, of all people, who's already got the Sky Piercer.
Ayo, satu sama. Predict score. Saya score. Saya predict tadi ONIC 3-1 guys.
Use their game sense to find where Nile will be. They secure a purple buff for themselves as well. They take it away from Nile, so that was a costly death for the Hayabusa. Not having... does have the purple buff, but...
Kenapa TLPH tidak ikut tournament? TLPH tidak di-invite guys.
Kyrie has lived in his jungle.
Bagi organizer mereka tidak mau ada dominasi dari tim PH.
Kyrie's got an XP lead. Oh, they're going to re-engage. Shadow Kill going to be used on Sans. He's still going to be okay with the shields, though. And now the rest of the team join it. Both gold laners.
Let's go, Matilda.
Do it was already used.
Boom.
Go for collapsing down on Nile. They'll take up one wall. What a shot.
Oh, sakitnya Moreno.
This is what we were worried about. If you're opposing this Novaria, they're going to go for more. Echo drop down.
GOTF Sabellum NIHTLPU reject SBBTU GOTF SKRGTKINV.TLPH.
Sebelum ni
Goes in breaking the ankles, but Kyrie goes in to get another stack.
tak jugalah.
Oh, Kyrie is back 5-0 and 2. Game 1 was more of a warm-up game for him, so it seems that this
SRG juga reject sebelum
he's
ni.
actually showing his prowess as the
Kan SRG reject pergi ke SEA Games time tu.
People out there in the bottom lane eventually getting 2 kills for himself.
Bro, so
I would assume 3 or 4 stacks from the Sky Piercer. Gonna be a really
perang terus guys, ni perang terus.
Hirara coming out from
Tidak macam Nobel Grand Final.
Now they are just leading
MPRID, ya benar.
With all due fairness, they are retaliating, and the kill onto Kelra coming out from the Maestro is good. So ONIC cannot celebrate that yet, this game just yet, especially because BTR are showing their teeth now. They're showing that they can actually fight into this neutral objective.
Seems like they want to continue to fight here. Half health, last turn of the game. Will this be a 3-for-3 for ONIC? Moreno lining things up. Both Astro Echoes being used here. They're going to go for it. It goes to Kyrie, able to secure it. Shadow Kill going to be used. Into the Zaman Force they go. Now Loopy looking for an opening here too, but Kelra is able to take out the gold laner, Emon from BTR. They're going to be going for Shogun too, as Sans picks one up for himself.
Let's go, ONIC. Let's go, ONIC.
Flicker and ONIC. They're going to be happy with that little sidestep too here. Potentially a re-engage. They just back off. Sounds very low. Threading the needle. Moreno going for the shot, but just not enough distance on there. And they'll take the tier 1 after the fight. Oh, Kelra.
With the dance.
Sakitnya
Two quick kills for Kelra. That's not a double, but he did take out
Selangor dah main ke dah?
Emon before that, which is be so good for ONIC. They are now gaining ground. 7 minutes and 40 seconds in. They lead by 3,000. They're feeding kills into Kelra and most importantly onto Kyrie. And already there's a big change when it comes to the non-verbal cues. You're looking at the camera for ONIC. If you're looking at their camera, I mean, everybody's so happy.
Tapi Zindo atau sini-sini lain je, kalau dia cukup ni untuk dibaca. Ada juga bang tadi ramai bang, lepas SRG kalah terus. Langsung dibacot juga di sini juga.
Okay. This is still relatively close, it seems, based on the team fights. Now there's a gold lead for ONIC right now. You're going to be taking the purple buff, though. They continue to put pressure towards Nile. And now Kyrie, level 13. I know.
Ada Matilda win, Ada Matilda win, guys.
Still, you're seeing, you know, this pressure on his buff, the pressure's on his green camps. ONIC is able to go ahead and take.
Can you say Kelra Palung Palo?
You know, they only have 2 base.
Kelra Palung Palo. What does that mean?
They're eventually going to get 3.
Don't teach me bad words, okay?
But it looks like BTR wants to go ahead and open up the map a little bit themselves too before the Lord comes up. But they don't just get that turret just in time now.
Means
this potentially be bad. Good coverage from Moreno though.
He's setting up for this Lord this time, and the long lane has been pushed heavily in favor of ONIC. There are 5 members of ONIC around here. They're going to be waiting for the
extremely confident, on point, aesthetic, or doing something exceptional well. Okay, good.
So it seems like ONIC are just going to take
Macam jago, energetic, ya.
This is
Kelra jago, gitu. Okay. Palung Kelra!
Go ahead and grab themselves to the Lord. Now ONIC can start to look to take down tier 2 turrets. I'm not sure if they're going to get to the base ones just yet, based off the way that BTR has been fighting. They can try to maintain what they can again. Emon might have to go ahead and utilize Blaze and do it here, but their clear is pretty good. And he's going to go ahead and push that top 1 up top. Potentially deal with the Lord too. Actually, he's going to go back to base as tier 2 bottom side will be taken by ONIC. So,
Lapu dah masuk aja.
Wait! Oh, no, he's going to get stopped from recalling. He's going to be able to escape this one. Kyrie is going to chase him down. Oh, he goes back.
Nain. Mana mau lari?
Into the jungle and now
run! Where are you running?
He gains some space, but Keyboard's going to chase him down anyway, utilizing the flicker, and he goes back to the shadow, but Niall's got nowhere to go after this.
Serious?
He's been hunted down.
Masih selamat.
Take out some minions. He's going to buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team until he's eventually taken out by Kyrie, and that's another stack for Kyrie.
Yeah. Well, the
Aduh.
Style actually showed some really good moves out there, using his quad shadow to eventually disjoint the circling.
Prediction 100% saya mengatakan champion GOTF ni confirm dari Indo. Iya.
Especially because
Confirm.
no ONIC. There's not much ONIC heroes that to force this job, but no, they will still go for this ONIC.
Serius?
Oh, Loopy falls.
Oh, palong Kelra.
Shogun, barely surviving. BTR will be able to go ahead and defend. They
Lagi nak beli kerusi Todak lah bulan depan. Beli. Nanti kalau nak beli, boleh kontak saya.
Still, I think they're happy with that. Again, as I mentioned with that first Lord, they just want to go ahead and get the tier 2s down, potentially take out some base shields, but they don't get all.
It's going to be a long night
Talk to Henty NYA Perang
Ya,
2.
tak ada henti duk perang. Hilang do makro.
BG Lord.
But they're still
Berapa harga bang Lord?
they're going to start playing into is now ammo.
Korang kena tengok website tu.
That's one of the main things.
Sebab dia ada beberapa model. Dia ikut pada model. SRG kalah. Iya.
But even Niall's got to look for that window, right? That opening to go ahead and use that shadow kill to either follow through after the damage of the blade,
Beli Todak bang Lord.
or maybe vice versa on how they want to approach
Aku mau beli Todak. Aku pun kerja dengan Todak guys.
BTR can still fight into this. They still have 30 seconds before that Lord comes up.
Yeah. I mean, using the ultimate again, the Astral Echo to find 2 and maybe just poke Keyboy. Niall is, utilizing his ultimate, a very ambitious one at that, although
Okay.
Defense coming out from ONIC.
Shogun just standing there menacingly, saying, you guys got to go through me, basically. A lot of ultimates being expended, but now attention toward this buff to try to take it away. Kyrie will be able to do that. So this is all part of the plan, I feel like, for ONIC.
Yeah, especially if they're forcing the Astral Echo out, right? So it will now be available, fortunately. Well, I guess Moreno knows exactly what the cooldown is, and he timed it perfectly for the alert to be up. So now they're ready. Hayabusa is going to be split pushing, top 4. A little bit of defense on the long push, but ONIC feels like they can burst.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and fight for this Lord. It looks like
mati
give
Lutfi.
this one a go. BTR in space. Loopy quite low. He's going to guiding win on out. Now Niall jumping in with a shadow kill. They're looking for a kill. He's able to
Nice.
the stack, taking out Loopy. Winter Crown going to be used by Kelra.
Mati Kelra.
Be next, and he goes down too. And now ONIC falling apart in the Lord fight again as Keyboy and Kyrie are trying to run away. But what a shot! Again from the Maestro, man. They have to get rid of this
Gila,
because that's going to be a
Moreno.
Lord going to BTR.
Gelo
Unbelievable
Moreno.
coming out from BTR. Again, winning out of nowhere. They were down by so much. They've erased the lead by ONIC. They're now pushing. They're about to take the lead
3-0
for
Lani.
themselves.
Saatnya
Because
menghujat.
only Kyrie is left.
Jangan,
And
bang.
with
Sama-sama
Rafaela,
Indo,
it
bang.
means that longer team fights means that you will be topped up. It's going to be a difficult defense now for ONIC. And even if you eliminate one, the resurrection will be there. So Vitality, they are just taking everything away from ONIC right now.
So quick to turn that around, Wolf. Again, playing on the back foot. They dealt with the first Lord pushing it in their base, and then all of a sudden, Bigatron by Vitality now has control in this game. They took out one of the base turrets of ONIC. It's their turn to go ahead and take some green camps and resources from them. And they still have this Lord making
Kami
its way
di
down
Indo
bot,
Fujat
looking to go in,
Siapa Kala
crash into
BG
this
Lord,
bottom
Amenge
base
GAK
turret while
Live
the wave up
Fans,
top. Unfortunately,
NYA.
tier 2, they're going to force a fight anyway. Shadow Kill going to be used to get them low enough to get them to back off the turret as the turret falls. Now ONIC, you got to deal with this Lord. Half health on it. Wave's going to go ahead and push up top. Can they get more? Sans has to be careful. Half health. These procs
Masalah
and
di
these
sini,
star
guys,
shatters
Valentina,
are so
guys.
deadly. If
Valentina
you're
mau
ONIC.
copy ulti siapa,
Right
guys?
now, BTR might potentially make another go.
So
on that
Valentina
last
might be
base turret,
playing
lining it up
with
the
no
Astral
ulti.
Echo. They're going to throw it down again. A shadow kill going to be used. They have to get enough space. Keyboy in trouble. Loopy going to go use the Daytona's welcome. But a shot from Moreno is going to bring him low. And it's Loopy that falls. But they have to disengage. A BTR is happy with the base turrets down. Now Kyrie jumping in. Holy Baptism going to be used. But he's able to avoid it. And now it's just 4. 5 full force for BTR. They've got a
Perang
cannon
trust.
minion
Yeah,
and
Perang
another
trust.
wave pushing up top. They might want to end it here to get to a 2-0 lead right now in the series, but the waves are going to be cleared out as ONIC stays in it. Kelra dropping down the Zaman Force. They get a nice stun
Ini
out
kalau
with the
silap
circle
settle
game.
Okay.
Kelra is gone. He's blasted down. Moreno lines up a shot on Sands.
Mati Kyrie.
He has to go heal back.
Bye-bye,
up, but they're still
2-0.
going. Kyrie gets shut down in this mid wave. Should be enough. Lutfi, he's got no stacks here. They're going to go for it anyway. And
2-0.
drop down. A double for Iman.
Wipe out, guys. Wipe out.
And they're going to work on
Settle.
the crystal to take game 2.
The masters of the poke strategy, and with this sustain coming out from the Rafaela, and a lot of good stuff that you see from Nael as well as Moreno. And Eman eventually in the end, BTR
Ben aja lah, Novaria tu.
number 2.
Wow, terus.
Discussing how
3-0 pun gak apa-apa, pulang awal.
BTR was able to outgun ONIC in a
Jangan
snap of a
remontada
finger.
ya, guys,
One fight was all it took.
Dilarang
That will be
remontada.
after this break. We'll see you guys after this.
Hak tenang lah macam ni. Tiga kosong respect terima. Iya, benar. Oh. Apa itu makro yang penting, Wak? Enjoy!
Etsi Tampak Hapus Malu.
Dah habis, baru 2-0. Kalau 3-0 habis.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Secara roster BTR season depan, Flash sama BTR ni. Flash sama BTR nampak solid di roster.
Pokoknia
Tak pernah 5
DMPL
game
Malay
Lord. Kita orang
Pertahanan
Singapura
Hazel
cuti
2
esok sebab
Jungler
9
Padu.
Ogos. Oh ya, 9 Ogos. Happy National Day for Singaporeans. Selamat Hari Kebangsaan untuk warga Singapura besok. Today. Hari ni 9. Yes. Today, wait. Birthday abang aku tu hari ni. Kejap, aku tengok kat grup. Hari ni birthday abang aku. Betul. Lupa aku nak wish.
And we're back here
Abang
after
sulung aku.
devastating loss once again from Team ONIC. What a surprise, guys. ONIC, if you guys hear me, wake up. Wake up.
I have
Why
no
you guys-
idea what's happening right now because this is unlike anything that we have seen until this point for ONIC, right?
It's the first time they lost to Bigatron by Vitality. This is the second time now they're losing actual BO3, let's put it that way,
Yeah.
to the Bigatron Vitality. I mean, guys, they won 2 games against Team Aurora yesterday, right? With a pick of Novaria. The hero has been, let's be real, it's not the most pickable hero at this tournament, but I mean, you guys are giving them, alright, maybe you guys have plan and you guys are giving them the first game, and then now you guys are risking, and then now you guys are losing to Novaria. Now it feels super bad to you guys. I mean, you guys are in a verge of elimination here. I mean, you guys are verge to get the second place if all you guys won. I mean, you guys need to step up. We'll be talking about this more. Let me appreciate one more thing. It's a Freedom. Freedom, thank you very much for sponsoring this event, and we can see how Bigatron is actually winning the ONIC here because of you guys. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much, Freedom, for making this event and everything possible. Moving forward, now 2-0. Like, You guys are not banning, like you saw how Aurora lost to them when they were doing 1-0. Now they're 2-1. Aurora lost to them. All right. The first game you guys are giving Novaria. Okay, they lose. You guys lose. Second game is the same thing.
I mean, they are racing ahead, right? I mean, Bigatron's on a roll so far. I mean, we are yet to see. By any chance, if the next map goes to Bigatron again, I mean, we are done. We are pretty much done with the grand finals. We don't know yet. But great performance, I would say, by Moreno with Novaria. And, of course, Nanel also had put up some great fight right there. We got the highlights up on the screen. As you can see, this was a tough fight for both of them. But I don't know what went wrong with ONIC. Just as the last one, I mean, the first blood went to Kyrie again at this time, and starting with a double kill, to be honest. And then I think it went pretty much head to head when the game went on. It was like they were catching up on each other as the game went on. But we are seeing the early games, as they said, it's 2-2. And at some point, I mean, ONIC had a lead of 5k gold, but that didn't help at the end, right?
Yeah. Also, I'd like to shout out for Shogun for playing a phenomenal game on Uranus. It's been clearly like really good play from for the whole team of the Bigatron by Vitality here. I mean, we saw the team fights were even all the time, and you couldn't tell exactly who's winning, who's not. It's been always close back and forth game. I'll give a respect to ONIC. They've been playing phenomenal as well. I mean, just to be fair, it's like 2 games in a row we see very tight games, but the end of the game, who's winning is Team Vitality. You guys are taking one bad fight and then it takes your towers down, your turrets down.
Yeah.
Completely, it just aberrates your all the turrets are down, and it's just so hard to do anything when when all your buildings are getting exposed within milliseconds.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every time ONIC, as you can see on the highlights, every time ONIC grabs a kill, Bigatron has been chasing them down, and at this point, around 15 minutes there you go. I mean, Bigatron actually crossed the kill points right there, and of course the load strain helped as well. But there we go. I mean, as you can see now, 15 minutes, they did not have any turrets at all. No outer turrets, no base turrets. Everything's gone at this point.
There's nothing. There's just naked throne, and it's been being harassed right now by the team of Bigatron Vitality. I mean, the guys look humble. They look at their face. They're very serious and stuff. And now, I mean, team of ONIC as well.
So we have the stats up on the screen now. 17 kills against 12 kills. I mean, we had some in the middle around 5k lead as for the gold for ONIC, but that didn't help at the end. And as you can see, where is Moreno? There he is. 12 assists, man. Like crazy
12 assists. And just like, look at the Finn. He has a 17 assists. Then my man has participated in all team kills. And whereas in Kyrie, on the other hand, 6 kills, 1 death, and 4 assists there. I mean, what an awesome performance from Kyrie, but you can't really fight. What I wanted to say in the first game, game 1, when you were mentioning about the Kyrie. I mean, we say you can't fight. You're a lion, but the lion can't fight 5 people at once. When you can't simply, because we're playing a team game. This is a team matter, and for you guys to do well, you need to trust your team, and you can't play only for one hero, and you have to have a good strategy for Romamos. And for that, we'll help you guys watching our all games at phygitalplus.com. There you can watch all the strategical games and make sure you get your strategies up just like us do. And thank you very much. Make sure to watch all the games, all the disciplines throughout the link down below. Moving forward, I mean, I didn't expect ONIC to be at 2-0, 0-2, and one step close to lose the finals.
There we go. We got the stats of Kyrie against Nanail right there, map 2.
Yeah.
And what are we looking at? I mean, the kill. I mean, it was interesting to see the last in the last map we had kill participation almost like 50-51.
Yeah.
I mean, that was interesting to see because it was not too polarizing as the previous games. Now we are seeing more of towards the 83-71. I mean, it's coming up. But I mean, Kyrie did his best. I mean, we can't say he sticked with Hirara for this one again.
He did well.
Yeah. I mean, Nanail, good performance as well, and the MVP, we are yet to find out who's going to be the MVP. It's going to be interesting to see. I have a huge feeling it's coming back again with Marino.
Yeah, it could be Marino, it could be the other guy with 100% the kill participating, his teammate. I mean, I would like to pinpoint on Kyrie, honestly, because Kyrie into Nanail. Don't get me wrong, Nanail is a fantastic player, but Kyrie is playing from the losing opponent team, and he has one left, and he's making this all kills and all assists there. And in comparison, we see he did more damage than the previous guy, and all the damage here. That's what I was saying, Finn. 17 assists. What an absolute chat! What an absolute goat here. 100% kill participation. I reckon any 100%.
We haven't seen any, right?
We haven't seen. I don't remember we've seen 100% kill participation. Finn, what a chat! What an absolute legend. That's why you actually won the game, because you were playing amazing, and keep working like that, keep working like this, and maybe you get the champions right now. We'll get to see. I mean, you're one step close for getting a new champion.
Exactly. I mean, the next game is going to decide if you're going to even have more maps after that one, because if by any chance Bigatron actually managed to win the next one, I mean, that ends there. The whole MLBB championship ends there, and ONIC is not going to be taking the trophy away. So we still have to find out what happens, but just before that, I mean, let's give you a huge shout out for the fans, but let's watch a video of yourself. Let's take a look.
The atmosphere of the Phygital Games of the Future 2026 in Astana is not only about high-tech competitions, professional athletes, their feelings and emotions. It is also about many small parts which make sport what it is. Entertainment, bringing people together and sharing joy and sorrow with each other. The fans create a delicate ecosystem in which the strength of the athletes amplifies tenfold. And this is why we find it so important to ask, what makes our fans the way they are? Let's welcome the crowd of the Games of the Future. What do you think about the Games of the Future 2026?
So first time at Phygital Games, first time in Kazakhstan. Unbelievable. I didn't even know things like this existed, so I've been blown away.
3-0 while Mamang Batul counter on a Kenya
BTR. The best opportunity to Kazakhstan and especially Astana to promote our city, our country to other people who travel for this event.
I think that the Games of the Future is that it's a really nice opportunity to join the video games and the physical activity. So I think this could be the great opportunity to show to the young people how we can do activity, also that we play video games. So I think I'm physiotherapist. I take care of professional e-sport player, and the physical is we need. So I think that is the perfect mix, the perfect match for the future of the video game.
Nice to hear that. What games have you already visited, and which ones did you like the most?
The Phygital shooting, the soccer, the football, and the third one will be, and dancing, and this will be my fourth one, the MMA. So far, favorites, I think the shooting and football.
I've been only in 2 games. It's football and MMA. And I love football, and it's very interesting format of football where only it's like mini football. And MMA, I didn't see a lot, so we will see how it be.
Here with the Phygital Spain, again with Spain, we came with the basketball, football, soccer, and Counter-Strike. But normally I have been working for football and also for basketball. But it's true that in the last few years I'm training me as a person in MMA. So I think that you can do all the video game, but it's true that for a long time I prefer FIFA. So I have been playing football for a long time. So I think we are all addicted to FIFA, but sometimes we play with the other people.
In Gary Batul BTR ni on
Info score 2-0, 2 BTR.
Do you like the
At 2-0 win
physical part
BTR.
more?
Physical, because it's more interactive. I don't really know what's going on the digital. I get confused, so physical for sure.
For me, digital is for the first time, it's interesting, but physical will be always more interesting, I think.
Yeah, it's what I told you. I always play in video games, so I love video games. But it's also when you are in digital games, you need to do both. So I think that is a great opportunity to do. I love physical. When you train, you feel good. But
ONIC
also I love
sama.
video game because when you win, I just
Experience MSC kemarin hoki aja, belum ketemu BTR. BTR kemarin kalah sekali langsung out.
That kind of speciality in all the school for young people, inactivity people. So I think I prefer.
Ya, info score BTR 2 ONIC 0 ya guys.
Who you root for in the finals?
It's my first day. I saw only
Adayanam Kanapa E Kalau Onik Lawan Team Lane Serum Gilaran Lawan BTR JD Talk Serum.
Went from South America, and the way they celebrated their win, it's very interesting. They're like very united players.
Between Argentina and Mexico, we are Hispanic spoken, so I prefer Mexico. I love that country, and I hope I encourage you to win in the digital soccer final. Let's go.
Finally, what do you think about perspectives of the games of the future?
I think it's going to grow a lot, and hopefully we can bring it back to
kena
South
sidai
Africa as
tu.
well. It'll be good. Yeah, I definitely think it's going to grow.
Yeah, I think the perspectives
Kopi dulu bang,
good
aduh.
because now
Sidai, bang.
digital games are very popular among young people. So I think it will be very interesting in the future.
Yeah, I told before now, we were talking about that. I think the perspectives we must to know more about this specialty, to introduce in the school, in different countries, with population that they don't do a lot of sport. I think that is, if you play video games, it's cool to introduce to the physical, and you do physical. Normally, all the people, all my professional players, they play video
At
games.
Manga Pink 25 Tapi Kanapa BTR Bole Kala Sama Falcon A Kalau Onik Manang
Thank
Lawan
you so much,
Falcon.
everyone, for answering all of our questions. We wish all of you to have fun watching the tournament and the teams you cheer for.
And that was a huge shout out to every fan, everyone who's watching. I mean, this wouldn't be as successful as this is how now, without all the audience, all the guests that's been coming to the arenas, and of course watching on the broadcast also.
At Fish
Huge shout out to
BTR
you
champion
guys.
MPL
But again,
Idla.
I mean, 2-0 at the moment. One more game coming up right next.
Yeah,
Next.
one more game.
Let's take a look at the
3-0 lah guys.
draft
Kasih 3-0
for the
lah.
last, map. I mean, Shogun grabbed Uranus. I mean, Uranus was with Luffy
Kasih 3-0 terus
in the first map.
Apa
And
yang
then
lama
Shogun
sangat
just
itu
went ahead
lah.
and grabbed Uranus first off. Moreno stayed with Navaria, which we saw how that played out. And Kyrie stayed with Hivara
At
as
Manga
well.
Pink
I mean,
25 BTR
he
Ni
did
Da
his
Hapel
best
Batol
for sure.
Jerikan
And
Onik
then
Ni.
I think the start around 2 minutes 30 seconds, that was very chaotic how they started, like double kills, and it was more around 3 kills within 2 minutes or 2 minutes 30 seconds. Great start to the game, but again, I mean, as it went down later, it was going to change. But let's give a big shout out to the Center Credit.
At Fish La
Make
Terrace
sure
in
you
Iapa.
download the app. You can download it with the QR code up on the screen. Scan it, because managing finances is going to be tough without Center
At
Credit.
Fish
So make
BTR
sure you check that out.
OTW 3 to
Manage your
0.
finances easily with the Center Credit online banking app. Check that out with the QR code. Thank you for Center Credit for being one of the partners. And then as we went, as I said, the initial start for the last map was a bit chaotic. I really thought that's going to go ahead towards the end as well. I mean, that was around 2-1, a double kill for Kyrie, and of course, I believe the Bigatron got 1 kill as well. But that was very good start, to be honest, for the game itself. And then there is one pattern.
ada.
Around 30 minutes for the
At
last
Fish
map.
Antak
There was
season
only
in
Kyrie
Isaja
left when
Bangku
Bigatron
Karu
actually took down the
Paham
other players from ONIC. And the same thing happened in the first map as well, where there was a point where I think around 10th minute when Bigatron actually took down all the players from ONIC and Kyrie was only left. But good job with Kyrie for this one. because at that point there was only Kyrie left and waited for others to re-emerge. But they made an attempt, but they backed up, but then came up again. 14th minute, we had 11-11, 2 equal kills at a tie. And then after that, I believe, Bigatron had a more control on the map. Plus, Bigatron had the load as well. After that, I think around 15th minute, all the bases were down. Base turrets were down. Off ONIC, at that point, there was no return, I believe.
Yeah,
At Fish Untucked
definitely is.
season
Thank
in
you very much,
Isaja
Heidi,
Basil.
for mentioning everything about us. I'm thrilled to see what's going to happen on game 3, just the same as you guys. We're gonna give our words to our beautiful casters, Naiso and Wolf. Please take it
Apa
away,
khabar
guys.
Mulan?
and
Hai
welcome to our
Abang
game number three.
G22T220. Berapa skor? 2-0.
Thank you so much, Katie, as well as Ilyas says. We are indeed heading into a game number 3. There is a massive potential out there that this could be a 3-0. And it's
Could
not
be
to say that
3-0,
ONIC
yeah.
is not showing anything, showing to us that they are worthy of this grand final. They did start 2 games with 3,000 gold leads apiece. And I think that it's just BTR finding better Lord fights. And it seems like BTR is showing us, okay, this is not a snowball meta anymore. What this meta is good team fighting, good sustain, and a lot of pokes with the Navaria. Naisu, do you think that game number 3 is a game that finally ONIC gets a victory with?
Hey, you know what? If that's going to be the case, Wolf, it starts with banning Navaria, at least taking it away from Moreno, which they do. They do ban it out, which is good. I think all the ONIC fans around were like, come on, just ban the Navaria. Well, they banned the Navaria, okay? But this could leave something open, too. This might mean we might see Moreno just pick up a Selena. That might be one of the cases because so far, it just feels like there's something about Bigatron by Vitality that is just, I don't know if they're just a kryptonite towards ONIC or what, because you know what, if Kelra's the god in the gold lane, Emon's freaking Batman, man. I don't know, because like what is happening in the gold lane? It seems like there are times when Kelra is winning the lane and he's able to go ahead and do things, but Emon just seems to play better as a team. It seems like the other teammates of Emon is just the utility belt, you know, and then all of a sudden he pops off. And that's something that I've been noticing here more that we watch Bigatron by Vitality play throughout this Games of the Future is the way that they kind of move around the map together, but also the team fights. Like, I always look at the team fights as sort of this kind of choreography. And if you really look at what Bigatron by Vitality does, they're so good at that. Shogun is just that guy to be up front. You know, obviously he has to do that, especially with him usually picking up the Uranus. But then Finn, too, the way Finn moves and allows that space to be provided. Think about it. Niall's jungle was just destroyed half the time by ONIC, you know? But still, somehow, he makes this hero, the Hayabusa, who barely gets picked by anyone. He made it work, you know? And even that, it takes the entire team to either follow through after your ultimate is used, that shadow kill, or for you to be able to capitalize on it when he has, you know, he's building those Sky Piercer stacks. So it's just like, it's one of those things where Bigatron by Vitality is just doing more as a team. You know, is Marcel the answer to change things, hopefully, and not have a grand final be a sweep? Maybe so.
Yeah, it's a good step because it's also being banned out many times. But that opens up still the Uranus as well as the bats. I feel like if you are BTR, you
Mirap
want to pick
Kayak
up the
why
bats
not
still,
Jer?
in this scenario, but in case they do have the Uranus as a
Moreno pernah 22 kill dengan Zuxin. Ya, betul.
With the Matilda, almost an impenetrable.
Okay, Marcel lepas
we saw in game number 2.
Tapi ada Uranus dengan Matilda belah sini, guys.
Game number 1 where it was ONIC then that actually used that hero.
Apa yang lepas? Freya.
Used that combo Rafaela with Uranus. But overall, we already know that this is such a good combination all throughout that you can
Nobody ada event keluar tu.
any kind of jungler in here. Maybe you can get the Nolan eventually, or as we saw earlier.
Apakah MPLMY bakal ada juara baru nanti?
Bangalore Jagan dukang ONIC nanti kalah.
Jangan dukung ONIC nanti kalah.
Especially up against someone like a Marcel, who is not a burst type of hero. In fact, this is not a hero that also facilitates for a burst, right? You really trickle heroes down with the Marcel. So they do pick up the Barretts, and this time there's the burst that you're looking for. There's the immediate takedown, and with the Brody, the torn apart memory, it seems like this is the
Skor
answer. 'Cause
2-0,
even with
BTR
you
2.
going through it, once you have the stacks, the torn apart memory will actually be able
Apakah
to take
Zuxin bisa dipilih di sini?
Hopefully this is the pieces to the puzzle that ONIC needs, because
Okay, I know. What is the best?
A lot
Vezana.
of people watching if this is actually just going to end up in a sweep by Bigatron, by Vitality, because yeah, we saw the results, right, when they met back in
Vezana, go.
CK Express sama mid SIH ini.
Go Vezana, 3-0 guys.
But it's just like there's got to be something here. Like, what is it about Bigatron that's just throwing ONIC off what most people are used to watching them be capable of doing?
Serious.
And these first 3 picks, as you had highlighted already, Wolf, are great. But then, I mean, look at the answer right now by Bigatron. It's still the same thing. Brother,
Apakah
Shogun,
Eman mau tunjuk tutor?
Uranus is not the funnest hero to play.
Gimana mau mainnya Kairi?
I know you like to play the Uranus, right? This is just
that's right.
And even our good friend Wilmy was playing him earlier, and he was saying, you know, it's a boring hero, but man, does it get the job done, right? And I guess that's how it is. But then also, this is why the Matilda is so great, because you can just let Shogun do his thing, and then you have Finn roaming around, taking care of everybody, providing, you know, utility and speed and shields and everything else. And this is why I'm saying Emon Emon relies on everybody else. I mean, look who he's playing. He's playing carry. You can't. You literally cannot solo carry as carry. As crazy as that sounds, right? Pun intended. But you need the rest of the team, and that's why they build around that potential. Whereas then again, Moreno is like a playmaker on heroes you're not expecting, and Niall can hold his own. You know, so it's just like that seems to be what the magic sauce here is for Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, and the reason why I would agree with that is because the carry is good versus most of the heroes here for ONIC, especially against this Barretts, and its true damage also is appreciated up against the Marcel, who relies on the sustain and resistances. And if you have the Matilda with you, now you're almost impossible to beat. Now even the Brody is a problem, and you also have this Uranus to aid you when it comes to like peeling and everything. So BTR have mastered this kind of gameplay. If you're ONIC, you want to be able to take out the heroes of vitality as fast as possible. So you're going to be drafting a hero for Kyrie that deals.
Siapa mau menang tetap Indonesia jadi diam.
If you're looking at ONIC, these are the
Marina,
heroes
ya.
complement their
Jadi
composition.
diam.
It will be a problem for the Matilda. If the Matilda
sama-sama tim video yang lawan.
is almost useless. You gotta find a way for you to be
Masa mau dia kalah lagi.
sustain your teammates.
Facecam udah ada. Tadi.
You know, there's a lot of ONIC fans out there. Kyrie, Keller on screen here, ONIC in the back. It's just people are saying it's going to be a reverse sweep maybe. Well, it starts here. These next 2 picks that are eventually going to come through after the red 4 pick for Bigatron will tell us the potential of ONIC making that happen, at least taking one step in that direction. I do like what they already have. I mean, you know, this is already a very strong foundation, but whoa, talk about another curveball in our current meta, a Sicilian. Now, I know we've even seen the Carmilla, right? Carmilla has showed up a time or 2. Well, now it's Sicilian. You take away my range heroes.
Yeah,
I still got another one.
There was actually a time where it was Carmilla and Sicilian together. It was Rune Eaters actually deployed it. Weren't able to win with it. But you're right. This is a Moreno special, and the idea here is to make sure that you take out the Marcel as fast as possible, as well as the Brody or threat to the Brody, and most importantly, you trickle down the Barretts with all of your slows, and you're gonna be a threat in that. ONIC are playing this game so weirdly, and weird I say because in game 2 they used what BTR played with, and now game number 3 are picking up the Hayabusa, which was freshly picked up by Niall. So this kind of tells us that they might be behind, where BTR is dictating the tempo of this game, of this series, in fact, when it comes to drafting. Especially now that they picked up this Sicilian. I wonder what they close it out with. They're going to be looking for their jungler. What if they are the ones to pick up the Balmond?
Oh, man.
I think it makes
Imagine
sense.
if they go Ballman, they take one. Okay. Oh, they're doing the... Okay, they're just having fun with it, right? I mean, Bigatron by Vitality up 2-0. It's match point. They're doing the combo,
What is the jungle?
man.
What is the jungle?
It's Carmilla. It's Carmilla.
Carmilla jungle. All right.
Yeah. It's the Carmilla
Sicilian,
jungle.
We
even saw this in MST.
Sicilian Carmilla.
So,
Ed Nika.
Carmilla jungle with the Sicilian. Are we... Don't tell me they're gonna... I mean, is there some crazy stuff that they can do with the interactions?
So, apa yang sudah berlaku ni?
This is just... It's gonna feel a little weird, but I think it's also gonna put a
So,
statement
Matilda
out there
EXP ke?
if this ends up being a win for Bigatron. How are you feeling about it, Wolf?
Okay, so I always
Nebo
like
ONIC YG win.
picks.
Sans Jago Parshanya.
I wanted this Carmilla Sicilian to be
Ednika
successful
SRG
actually, so
Buddhist
many times
guys.
before. So yeah, I like
Atau
it.
Camilla
I
EXP.
think that this game with the Matilda, there's a lot of sustain. Again, they will try to out-sustain ONIC. What they're going to do here is to poke ONIC continuously, force some ultimates, then try to survive with some iframes out there, which will be available for their Carmilla as well as their Sicilian. So yeah, this lineup rules. And I feel like it's not easy to pull off because it's so late game centric and it's so item dependent, but BTR have shown us in games 1 and 2 that they can make things like this work.
Well, we're going to find out if this is going to work or not. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's game 3 here, potentially the last one, Games of the Future
At Veristory
2026.
SRG
Bigatron
mode
by
MSC.
Vitality is at match point against last year's champions on it.
Jungle.
Will they be able to go ahead and get it in a sweep?
Tim Malaysia mana?
With this
Tidur bang,
lineup,
tidur bang,
will
tidur bang.
ONIC
Jangan
take
kacau
one
bang.
game and extend this series.
Sedang tidur bang.
We'll find out here. A lot, again, I think has to rely on the potential to make this work. Here's one thing though, Wolf. You can't let this get to the late game, man.
Yes,
because otherwise, like we've seen before, Sicilian is just going to be stacked up, and it's not going to be a fun time if you're ONIC.
No. So how do they deal with that? They're going to be using this Marcel to be aggressive. Maybe the third
BTR
turtle is
Lupa
super
Julukan
important here
Hayabusa
for
Kairi.
ONIC. That's what I feel like. That also coincides with the fact that the Hayabusa will now get the important items. So yes, it will reach critical mass. And of course the Brody. You got to be very intentful with your Brody when you draft it. That means that you have to activate it properly. And we will see how Kelra will play with this hero. To be fair, they will have to go through a lot of sustain coming out from BTR. But if they do get the burst, the initial burst, which they are very scary with, they can actually stop what BTR
first
wants
blood.
to do.
Oh, Shogun. Okay, he'll guiding wind on now, but the shadow kill is going to be enough to get that first blood.
Hey, Kairi, boom.
Oh, the sanguine claws, and then they get trapped into it. Kairi goes down. Good use of the claws there into the back. Impact, and now this turtle is up, but they'll just wait. They can go ahead and wait for Shogun to get back to this. Again, Broken Wall is going to keep that turtle there. There's a feathered airstrike coming down. Artillery, it's going to take out Nile now. Bigatron, do they just want to try to capitalize this on the turtle? They're going to go for it, and Sans will secure the turtle. But Moreno does fall, and now Bigatron trying to disengage from it.
Oh.
Alti apa
Everything
tu?
fails, it's going to be Sans to save it. Look at that wonderful play coming out from Sans. Using this Farsa, of course, with the feathered airstrike at the last moment so that they
Alti
can
Natalia.
take out the Carmilla. And good shot calling overall coming up from ONIC. We don't know exactly who made that call to still fight even when Kairi has been lost to them as Lutpi.
Kenapa dia tak buat emblem fighter Camilla?
Sans Parshanya Jago.
Ni patch yang paling tak membosankan sebab banyak hero boleh pakai.
Just
Betul.
like in previous 2 games.
Okay, now
Natalia
they have to
Bangla.
maintain the kind of lead that they've already built for themselves up to this point. We'll see if they're able to do that. I think this is just a call for a
Late game
readjustment
BTR
that
guys
everyone's kinda needed.
Kalau late game BTR.
It's not that they haven't controlled the early game in the
Ada
past 2 games. It's just
Sicilian,
somehow
ada
slipped through and
carry.
out. They put pressure on Emon. Feathered airstrike drop down. Kelra is going to be able to get a couple shots off. He already used the torn apart memory, so Emon's going to survive. Are they going to rotate up there? You know, he's still dealing with pressure, but they want to go for this anyway. Golden hour used up. Niall's looking for his own steal. He's going to get trapped into this, but the fight's already going to break out, so Niall is still there. Shadow Kill going to be used. He's going to take the majority of that damage. So Niall is gone, and now next is Finn. Sans, and they're looking for more, and Moreno will fall too, so ONIC will find nearly everything they wanted.
Let's go. At least boleh menang satu guys.
Take out their third energy shield in here with Kelra being in there, so that's a lot of extra gold that you're given to your gold laner. Gets back and pushes it. Gets a kill afterwards, and then taken out. Sans is on a different planet right now. We always say that Sans has always been one of the best mid laners out there. He plays so well. Whenever he is on, man, he is really on.
Yeah, this game, Sans decided, you know what, guys, let me take this game in my hands, at least for now. But it's just been different because of the pace that they're able to set. You know, this is also ONIC's turtle go ahead and take. You got Kyrie swinging over there. Everybody is a big threat to Bigatron by Vitality right now in this game. And Keyboy, too, on the Marcel, which we usually see banned out. There's a reason why it was prioritized, picked up. He's able to go ahead and provide so much information and just be annoying. I mean, look at him right now, just staying in the jungle over of Bigatron by Vitality. And also, again, with this kind of unique pick, maybe this is one of those cases where they got, oh my goodness, Loopy, yep, he took the purple. Loopy got the purple, so that maybe it's one of those cases, Wolf, where they just kind of overcooked and Sans gets another one on Emon.
Yeah, sometimes there are just games where you are so ahead and you are incentivized by being so aggressive. Sometimes you're not, but this game definitely is a game that incentivizes aggression from ONIC, as they are now controlling the map and they're taking so much away from BTR. However, it still is the early game, right? If there's anything that we've learned from the past two games that we've seen is that you're never going to be complacent if you're ONIC. There could be a lot of angles for BTR to eventually come back from this game.
Yeah, this is, okay, Shogun, he just tried to do what he could. He knew that he was caught out. The rest of the team's fighting in the mid lane, though. There's just not enough damage. I mean, Loopy enough, able to take those bad impacts, and now jumping forward, Keyboy has to flicker, but there goes a kill to Emon. He's able to go ahead and trade. XP laner for the roam. A kill that Bigatron by Vitality needed here, but they're still massively behind. Yes, we've seen this before, but not this much of a deficit in between both teams, and it's about 6,000 gold. So we'll see. Bigatron by Vitality needs to cover some grounds. BTR, though, they can try to push this tier 1 turret, but look who's around the corner. Kyrie's here. They know it. They've got to go ahead and get back. Sans is also rotating up. They want to go ahead and fight this. Looking for a feathered airstrike. They're going to drop it down. Retribution used. Emon trapped by himself. Doesn't have Finn next to him, so he goes down. That's unfortunate.
Bang, tak ada podcast baru ke? Besok keluar, besok keluar.
ONIC are now
Pre-season
in a spot where they can control this turtle because of that. The push up top also recommends as the Brody is there. As long as they see the Moreno Sicilian, they know that they can push. From the other side, of course.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, yep, 3 for 3 turtles go in the hands of ONIC. ONIC has ballooned the lead up a little bit further now, almost 8,000 gold. And it's this is why we were saying, you know, it's the case of you just don't want to allow this to get to the late game. There's still potential that it can, but I mean, in this case, for ONIC, it would look really bad if somehow this game got away from them. Just because you don't take this kind of lead, face against this kind of composition, and let that happen. You know, there's just no way I can see that happening. This is one of those games, like you said, Wolf, where, you know, it might be one of those instances where it's just go again, you know, get us to the next one. Because right now it's just too much. And ONIC, you know, they got to wait for the Lord to come up, and there's still a minute and a half, so they're just going to go try to get the shield down here. Feathered airstrike being dropped down. They want to push this wave in, but they can't get the shield just yet.
It'll be settling with this one for now, as they're slowly trickling down the resources of BTR. If they are oppressive this time with this Brody, I think they can easily take this game, and especially you cannot wait for when the Bat's impact coming up from Moreno is too much to handle and you're not able to push anymore, and you're gonna be put in a game where it's finding Moreno all the time.
Yeah,
you don't want to be in that spot for sure.
Yeah, they're going to put pressure here at Tier 1 and the base. Feathered airstrike dropped down. Emon in trouble, has to get away again, but Sans will burn them on it down, able to take one, and now Golden Hour are going to be dropped, trapped in it, but turret goes down first, and they go back to the fountain to heal up, and that's going to be the shield popping up finally here in the mid. They might be able to get the bottom, too, with 10 seconds still in the death timer of Emon. Rockets being thrown out here, Dragon Shogun back. Kelron is able to get a couple stacks here. Still tanky enough to go ahead and take that damage. Feathered Airstrike once again, but they hold on to the shield.
We hold down the jump. They want to try to go for an exchange here, BTR, but they can't. 5 seconds before the Lord has happened, so these are the games, these are the moments, specific moments that you have to look out for if you're on it, because these were the moments where you lost from the previous game. So
look at the jungle, man.
Yep, it's all on it.
The Carmilla is just, it wasn't it.
Yeah.
We've seen it before, but you're down 3,000 gold. And I think all he had was, what, Cursed Helm and another half item, basically, at this point. I mean, that is not where you want to be. I'm sure this one, once again, is probably... I don't think it's going to be an ending
Game ni dah bosan doh.
Despite being up this
Pula kau dah kalau dah direbut sebut untuk Godzilla.
Still hold on,
Oh
but
yeah.
they might lose all the base turrets, especially since the shields were worked on and
Dia cakap apa?
all these waves lined
Asyik dia
up.
jebang dah. Ni
They're
macam
gonna start approaching the base here.
macam troll tu game ni.
The last time this happened, though, BTR were able to find something, so you gotta be careful if you're on it.
Feather Airstrike being thrown down. Golden Hour already used too. They're gonna clear out that Lord. It's nearly taken down that turret. They're gonna jump in with the Shadow Kills. I thought Kyrie was gonna use it. He actually holds on to it. So still, the Lord is cleared out.
Dia
Now
2-1
this bottom wave pushing forward. Bigatron. This is what we were talking about. This lineup allows them to clear these waves.
Tapi kalau late game sakit tu BTR.
Moreno's getting stacks here. Once again, they got to press
BRABG
onto
Lord
this
Gossipat
turret. A
Celeste
feathered
Livenia.
airstrike dropped down. They're holding on, though. Clear out the waves.
Okay. Not too bad at all. Not too shabby at all for BTR, but they do lose their mid lane turret, which is going to be annoying for them to deal with. And now there is going to be the purple buff take coming out from side of ONIC. 90 seconds. That's another important milestone here for ONIC that they have to really be careful about, because not only were these moments the turning points in the previous games, but also it is a point where you're gonna see whether or not you can actually take out the Sicilian, because Sicilian eventually will be a problem. Right now it isn't, but eventually it will.
Daytona's welcome. We're going to go ahead and throw Shogun down really low. Can't escape. And now trapped in the golden hour. Finn circling Eagle. The rest of the team taking the shadow kill here, too. They're trying to get back to their base, but Keyboy jumping forward. Moreno's still going to be able to survive because of the health. And now Finn in trouble. Kyrie will just go ahead and grab this one. It might take him a little bit longer, but Finn knows it. He's gone. And now the rest of the team of ONIC in this base with a wave pushing in. They've got the full force. Kyrie might not even need to be here for this, but they're going to do what they can. BTR on the defense, trying to clear out the waves. Daytona's welcome. Going to be used. Winter Crown. There's the feathered airstrike. They take out Nile. Lootby's in trouble, though. He does fall.
Okay,
and Shogun's able to
2-1.
get it. The shadow kill is already going to be used. Now they have to heal up, but they're looking for more. They have the stacks there, and they're going to go for Emon. They're going to lock down on the crystal. They've got a wave, a cannon minion, but BTR will still be able to defend.
They hang on. They use the golden hour, I guess, to stop any kind of progression coming out from BTR, but I guess they just are aiming to get this Lord for themselves, which they will, freely, this time. They have inflated their own lead.
Respect streamer K. Laugh.
Ya, respect streamer guys. 3-0 udah lah.
Gold. And there still is a chip on their shoulder. Because of whatever happened in games number 1 and 2, you cannot be complacent if you are ONIC. But you have a titanic lead now, though, with 2 turrets also down in the middle. So there's a lot that they can work with. Naisu, would you feel like there is still an angle where BTR eventually wins in this game?
Oh, man. That's so... I feel like that answer lies on if Moreno can stay alive. And Emon, I mean, even for Emon, you know, on
At
this
Zian
carry,
Yang Pending Indo.
he's kind of had a really tough game, honestly. Moreno's going to go ahead and try to clear this wave. Shogun will go ahead and tank this up, but this is an opening for
At
ONIC to
Lucas
go ahead and
Young
take.
Pending Indo
Consecration's
champion.
already going to be popped too. They displace him a bit. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down, and Moreno still going to be alive. He takes a couple shots from Kelra, but they're going to clear out the Lord. And now Shogun falls. The front line is
At
gone.
Y15 ZR
doing
Troll
what he can.
Matamu.
Guiding wins on out, but they clear out the wave again. And now BTR, they got to clear out this Canyon Minion and the wave in mid, but ONIC eyeing the base, eyeing the crystal here. They want to go for it. They're going to go in, just a last-ditch effort, trying to stay in as Finn is gone, and now it's too long for Shogun to be up, so a Feathered Airstrike's dropped down. Emon is working on what he can, but the crystal's going to go to ONIC anyway. Finally, ONIC
Gotta respect
makes it
streamer
a
though.
series.
And with the amount of lead, about 13,000 and even more afterwards, they use it as a battering ram to push their way and force their way into game number 4. The series is not over yet. Another good start for ONIC this game. However, this time BTR were not able to resuscitate themselves. Unfortunately, this decision with the Carmilla is still not working, at least for games of the future. That is game number 3. This time Kelra quickly gets out of their booth, as it seems like ONIC have found their way again back to this series. More of that
Young pending
after this
Piala
break.
K Indo. Young pending Piala K Indo. At Zian.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
At _DS03 Batul MPL SRG Mana Bole Macam NIH.
And we're back here in the panel's desk. Thank you very much, Niso and Wolf, for your commentating. As you guys were saying earlier, finally they have found their keys, right? The ONIC?
Yes.
Yeah, the ONIC, they came back now, finally banning the hero called Novaria and making it win for themselves and make it easy for themselves. I mean, this is a champion title after all, and they're here to defend the title. So therefore, they actually won their game. That was a clean game, let's be real. And outstanding performance from Sanji, personally. The way how he played Farsa was incredible.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think the first thing that they did was, I mean, the first plan was just banning Novaria. I mean, as soon as they get in, ban Novaria, because, and also that, I think that kind of paid off. I mean, we cannot completely negate it to that fact, but I mean, good performance by ONIC. Great. I mean, they had the map for themselves, I think, overall, for making all these fun and all these competitions happen. Let's give a big shout out to Freedom for being the general partner, bringing and making MLBB happen here in the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. But we are all excited to see what's going to unfold. I mean, I really wanted personally to for ONIC to win this one, because that's the only way we can have more maps going forward and get the thrill going, right?
I mean, if they're gonna ban Novari again, then they'll increase their chance, let's put it that way, for the victory. I mean, this time it's different because Novari is out. Now there's not a hero for Morino to do this so well, just like they were doing with Novaria. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the highlights here at the game number 3.
@_DS03.
Here the Sanji gets his first kill, and from this moment he's been just clearly unstoppable. I mean, followed by with another assist kill, making a good game for Lupi as well. I mean, they got the Barretts as well. They were doing phenomenal, and then Kyrie again on his signature hero as well, doing an outstanding performances here. We see people are killing after killing. There's a minute 10. We see already 12 kills at our scoreboard, and it's making on 13 now. Just incredible overall performances. And on like I said, Sanji just did an amazing, outstanding performance here on his hero Farsa. And
of course,
we'll be seeing if the Farsa is going to be picked again. I personally, if I were ONIC, I would just do the same. So the same strategy, banning Novaria out, picking a Farsa if possible, making sure Sanji gets his hero, getting at Barras as soon as possible and making sure that we can just have the same strategy on the game number 3 for ONIC. However, for Bigatron by Vitality, I mean, you guys are just one step close to get a championship. And now you guys should understand, okay, Navaria is out, there's not gonna be a free win with Navaria once again. I mean, that was not 3 wins, but still, like, now you guys are playing with a different type of ONIC, right? Without Navaria, so I'm pretty sure the team has to adjust on the heroes and they should do very well. And we can see the scoreboard here.
Tidak berat. Bukan. Tiba-tiba BTR datang dengan anomali punya draft macam ni.
Great comeback by ONIC right there with his stats up on the screen. Moreno, I mean, he did good, I would say. But Kyrie going with Hayabusa was really good. I mean, he took down I believe, the first turtle, second turtle, and even a Lord or more than one. Great performance by Kyrie as well. And Sands, of course, on the mid lane, he smashed it with the Farsa. I think he's going to come back with that again. We're looking for the next one for sure. Great performance by both the teams, but ONIC actually had this game. Sands, if you look at that, 7 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. And Kyrie 6 kills, 1 death, and 5 assists. Both of them, I mean, the whole team played really well. Let's face it. Yeah.
Everything was smooth. It looked that they had the strategy on their mind. Now it was a clear strategical move.
Yeah.
And I would like to also point out the key boy with 10 assists there, always on top. He has no kills, 2 deaths, but 10 assists, always there, making sure his teammate course getting those important kills. As you guys should be watching our beautiful Phygital games at phygital-plus.com, making sure you get to see all the insides, outsides, everything over there.
Apa-apa 2-1 BTR 2.
So if you missed your broadcast, no need to worry. You can also rewatch it over there.
Of course, I mean, even from the first 3rd minute, ONIC
At
really had the lead,
RRR9
and
BTR
everyone
2
was
ONIC
hoping
1.
to keep the lead
Yeah,
and
betul.
not get Bigatron the other way around. But by 3rd minute, I think 3 minutes 20 seconds, they had a 4-kill lead with a 2k gold deal. I mean, towards when it went to the end, they almost had around 13k gold advantage for ONIC towards the end. That's a huge advantage. And at that point, I believe Bigatron didn't really have any turrets left for them.
Right.
Here we have the stats for Moreno and Sands. How do you think?
I feel Moreno has been unstoppable in 2 games in a row on his favorite signature here in Novaria. And I would like to point out Sanzi. I mean, 13 KDA into 1.33 KDA from the players of BTR. Moreno. Gold advantage is there, hero advantage is there. It's double damage on there, even if not almost triple. And hero damage, I mean, Moreno took a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I mean, he of course he's been losing, but the kill participation, he's been always in the full kill participation there from Moreno himself. But unfortunately, that's not enough when you have 4 kills totally for your team, and when you're getting stomped by 18 kills from the team of ONIC.
Yes, of course, and we are yet to find out who's gonna be the MVP. But before that, just to get you all the details in one place, making it so lot easier for you, make sure you check out our official website. You can see it on the screen, astana2026.gofuture.games. Check out our official website. You got everything in one place, making it a lot easier for you to get all the pulse from Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. Check that out. But there we go. We got Sands as MVP. Great performance today as a mid laner.
Very well earned. I mean, he played phenomenal game. 7-0-6.
BTR menang lagi ni si ONIC.
Overall, if Sands is going to continue just the way how he continues now, and if there will be Farsa picked again for him, I would be really happy to see Farsa in the second game on the hands of Sanzi to make sure that to close the game number 4 and we can get to watch the game number 5. But nonetheless, let's see how they're gonna do. Let's see if Bigatron by Vitality can adjust on their heroes, because now they should they should be prepared for the Novaria ban, right? So there should be another hero, another substitution for the Novaria ban in order for them to pick. And also, they banning Novaria, I mean the ONIC banning Novaria, that creates an opportunity because they are skipping one ban that they were banning before. So the what is it called? The team of Bigatron by Vitality, that now they can make advantage of they banning Novaria and make it a 4-head move and 5-head move. So making sure getting those important heroes and making the strategy easy and smooth for them.
Of course, I mean, the overall style, I mean, everybody, both the teams are going to be looking for the win for the next one, because for Bigatron, it only takes one more win to get that crown of the championship. Whereas if you're looking at ONIC, they still need to win 2 more matches, 2 more maps.
Liverpool 2, Monaco 2. Yeah.
So that's going to be, I mean, it is a challenge. At the same time, ONIC's been unbeatable so far until yesterday.
At
But
Umbergak,
Bigatron
USA
actually
provoke
came
bang.
up and then changed that history for today. So we are yet to see how that's going to play out for the upcoming games. If by any chance, if the next game goes to Bigatron, we are done there. They're taking the crown.
100%. Also, I'd like to mention Team ONIC for their professional performance. I mean, just like what I said about Team Aurora, right? So they lost 2 games. They didn't give up, and they actually give their all in, make sure they adjust a couple drafts, make sure to secure that 3rd game, and then now we get to watch in the 4th game. But before that, let's watch our quick video about the couple interesting moments.
Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities, but the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers.
At Umber
Might be
Relax
unusual
G.
to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular, but it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and South America.
That was an interesting video on the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I mean, I didn't know the fact that this all started with a fan-made map. Like, that was interesting to know. That's a good fact, new fact for me.
I mean, that's the same history about Dota.
Yeah.
The Dota initially started from Warcraft 3 and initially also from the brought up by fans and making sure like there was another map.
Right.
So that's how the history becomes history. I mean, that's why
At Umber
MOBA now it's
IYETPPBTR Win
biggest, like,
Topiala
one of the biggest
NYA
disciplines
Juga
here
K Indo
out
Relax
there
Law.
in the world of esports.
Of course, I mean, released in 2016, I mean, we are going non-stop with MLBB right here. As you can see, we have a huge fan base for MLBB as for the game and also as for the competing teams and the players. We're going to be jumping into the next game 4 of the map 4 of this grand finals in a short while. But again, as I said, if Bigatron managed to get the next one down, we are having a crown, we have having a championship, but ONIC still has to win 2 more games just to get to that championship.
At
A
Fish
few
Win
moments
Lose
which I really
Bias
noticed from
Asia,
the last
Tapi
game
Pawn
is
Colin
around
Nanji's
3:20
Ludi
where
Pojo
I really
Pintu
felt like ONIC has,
WKWKK
the game
fans
in their
Landak
hands,
Temple.
where they were 4-1, a 3-kill lead plus 2k gold lead for ONIC, and then it went ahead when you went up in less than 30 minutes, sorry, in less than 30 seconds, it became 7-1, a huge lead for ONIC as well. And then of course Kyrie just went down and slayed the turtles and the loads as it went on, and by 6th minute it was 10-1. I mean, what a lead right there. Yeah. And then by around, I believe around 13th minute, or between 12 minutes and 13 minutes, that was 13k gold lead for ONIC. Huge lead gold.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way how ONIC just now adjusted themselves and the way how they just started to respect ban the Novaria from the team of Bigatron by Vitality was a very smart choice.
At Ball Relax
because
Relax.
otherwise there would be could be a consequences, which they actually took the consequences for. I mean, on the game 1 and game 2, we've seen two Novaria picks, and they were just phenomenal now. Consecutive wins for the team of Bigatron by Vitality, where, for example, Team Aurora, they hadn't had that chance to make sure to ban the third game because they actually played two wins on making sure to close out Aurora. And now they're winning 2 games off of the ONIC, and I do respect ONIC for their
At Fishuda Bang
perseverance,
Ayen Asia.
and for
Dot.
their like being professional, because
Yeah.
they are managed to get a game off of them. Now it's 1-2. We'll see how it's going to be played out on game number 4, if we're going to get to see game number 5.
I mean, the
At
composure
Saboon
of
Alpha
the teams
Legacy
is a very
7
big factor when
BTR
it comes
2
to these kind
ONIC
of
1.
situations, because you're looking at a big, huge prize money plus a championship, which could be twice.
At
I mean,
Fish
two
ONIC
championships
YGD
in a row
Bongan
for
Kuma
ONIC.
DMLD Game
So
Lane
for them,
Kosong
losing the
Ampas
first
Happy
two maps
Malakala
is
D Game
actually
Sadu
very
and
disheartening, I
YAW.
would say. But keeping that composure game for
P3E
going
final.
for the third map, getting into that inner fresh mind with a fresh mind and the strategy to back it up is, I mean, that's commendable once it. And also it's worth noting that ONIC actually made 3 attempts, I believe, towards the base. First 2 attempts were actually defended by the Bigatron. So I guess we are ready for the game up next. Our legends, Wolf and Niso is getting
At
ready.
Fish La
And
Bodo
over to you
Amad
guys.
Ama
Let's do
Kingdom
this.
Wuk Wuk. SMAE.
Thanks so much, boys in the desk, Elias, as well as Haiti. We are at the precipice of seeing either the game, the series, extending into a full best of 5 or it ending right now, as BTR have managed to bounce back in the first 2 games of this series, scoring 2-0 against the dominant ONIC in the early stages. Game number 3, however, was different. They started with
Let's
this
go.
Carmilla as well as this
Harapnya ni one last game eh.
combo that is,
Come on BTR.
I would
3-1
say
BTR, come on.
in all things considered. And
Last game ko bang harap
that's
nyo
why they're now
nganto.
heading into a game 4. Naisu, what changes should there be for ONIC? Should they just continue banning that Novaria?
Okay, Marcel di ban. Tahu pun
At
lepas Marcel pula.
UMSCBG any golf
Freya,
tournament lane
Melissa.
Fry.
If they, I mean, no one, I don't see them wanting to play it, right? Like, unless Sans decides to go ahead and do it, but it might have been one of those cases where it's like, okay, it's just better if we do, because it's likely to
Liverpool dah kena balik 3-2 dah bang. Aduh, Liverpool dah kena 3 dah.
more so of what ONIC can do to even out the
Tak apa, tak apa,
series is
pre-season
just,
je ni.
Again,
It's okay.
replicate that team play we saw. They
Kalau jantung
they
aman,
played
aman,
the
aman.
same way they did the previous games. Again, they controlled most of the early games throughout the series. It just somehow
Yeah,
BTR was
minum
able to go
sih.
ahead and make a comeback and then turn it over on its head. You know, even when they were down a couple thousand gold. But ONIC, in last game, they got a lead. They kept going. They didn't let up. They're still going to ban out the Novaria because that seems to be one of the lucky heroes for BTR. So this is all things they need to do. Fanny is going to be the first.
Remove
pick,
the
though,
ball,
to go in the
man.
hands of Nile. And I think that was one of the main things that they struggled with last game. Nile couldn't be activated, albeit it was a Carmilla, right? I mean, let's be honest. It was kind of a cooked draft, but you know, this is better.
Yeah, this is totally different, but this time with the Fanny, you are already challenging ONIC for
At
something
Fish
that is
Sante
similar,
Nantan Asia Bang dot
The way that you
DAKEK Gitu
do
Karna
it
Sakit
is
Hattie Tim
the
NYA
way that
Pulang.
you are signaling to ONIC that okay, pick your hero now, Kyrie. Are you gonna let me just run rampant with the Fanny? Your ego can't handle that for sure. Ego draft against me. That's what they're trying to say here. But ONIC, my
At
God,
Rain Na
they
Ini Jelmon
get my
Kingdom
favorite combo. It's the Paquito and the
WKWKWK.
Barretts. Already a very strong start for ONIC.
Yeah, I like the start. They get themselves the Barretts, the Paquito, which, you know, right now, let's just assume this is a Kelra Paquito. I don't see Kyrie wanting to play this against the Fanny, but let's see. What does that say? Nile is better than Kyrie? Is that what that said? Nile's better than Kyrie. We got people warming up in the audience as well for this one. But Matilda and Brody. So they're going to go ahead and snag the Brody here instead of letting that go over to Kelra. But again, I'm assuming Kelra is going to play the Paquito. And then again, Finn will go ahead and grab the Matilda. So Matilda, Brody, Fanny.
Yeah.
This is a pretty powerful first 3 picks.
For sure, for sure.
We've already seen Nile play the Fanny multiple times, but even in the first game, like, he did pretty good with it. So
At
what's the
Fish
answer here
Yela
for ONIC?
Landak Tumple Bentar Laji
Pick up
Kesawalu
you
Wakwak.
probably want to keep this Paquito flexed. So that means that you would want to pick up your mid lane or your roamer now. And when it comes to dealing with the Matilda, I think you better, as well as the Fanny, you want to pick up the Valentina, but they immediately pick up the Hayabusa. It's like, okay, yeah, the ego challenge worked up against ONIC. This draft, coming out of Fanny, coming out from Nael, it means that Kyrie will not let him have a losing matchup. At least with this Hayabusa, you have a fighting chance.
At key_SRGK, KLUSRGTDI Aurora 2 ONIC 0.
I feel like the Paquito Barrett is
ASRG
just
0.
too good though. As the opener here for ONIC, and it's hard to really
Laugh cry, laugh
contest
cry.
that if you are BTR.
I like that we'll at least get the, that matchup in the jungle, the Hayabusa and the Fanny. I think that's always really fun to see how the teams make that work, but also just how these two individual junglers move around the map.
Okay, dua sama guys.
The assassins that we've played have been great, and Carmilla's the only one that really it doesn't fit that profile, but let's forget that, right? Now you get to go ahead and do things on the Fanny that you couldn't do on the Carmilla.
Apple Fuji
'Cause
Kabang.
even if you get behind on the Fanny, you still at least have an option. I think that's one of the
Apple
biggest
Fuji,
things is, in comparison, let's just say with that Carmilla,
Dia crunchy.
you fall behind.
Apple Fuji ni dia
Literally
crunchy.
at one point you had one item. It was a cursed helmet, right? And you just can't do much other than just maybe stun and drop down your cursed blood ultimate. But at least with
Bagi-bagi lah,
Fanny,
bang.
if you get behind, then let the team handle themselves while you at least put pressure across the map. So it's
Bang Lord
going to
Kalo
cause a
Ardinya
response,
Bingai
and
2
then,
Wapa Bang.
Hayabusa can do that. So you might see just a 1v1 assassin in an off lane or something happening while the rest of the
Bingai.
team is dealt with each other. You can see the
Macam-
roam options being narrowed down here a little bit further.
Macam
Still
bodoh.
respecting that Selena too. So Moreno, is he going to surprise us with a different pick? I think is
Macam
where
bodoh,
we're
guys.
wondering where we're going, right? Like, what else? 'Cause the Sicilian,
Bingai
I don't
equals
know if
Kamal.
the Sicilian would have been
Bukan,
fine in
bukan,
a
bukan.
different instance. Like if they didn't have the
Jangan ajar bukan, bukan.
we didn't really get to see it hit that power spike.
Do apa Bang Lot?
I think the Sicilian makes
Cuman
a lot of
itu
sense in that
bahasa,
draft. I think that it
kalau
has
di
a
sini
lot of
ambil
potential.
panggilnya bahasa pasar.
I do agree. It's just the Carmilla that was the choice from the jungle role in.
Aku makan do.
It's like they're putting themselves in a situation.
Gimana
where
ya?
it's
Macam
almost,
C.
It's difficult to win.
Di Indo kan
To be
biasa
honest.
guna
But
C.
At the
C.
same time, if they do win, it looks good.
At Fish.
Now, ONIC will close this one out with a Ruby from probably the roam position, which is interesting because it is another role. Definitely that the Ruby can be played in. It's just that teams are veering away from it. They want the scalability of a Ruby to be there. But it's one of those heroes that are
Kalau
always
di orang
answers to
Sabah
assassins,
bilangnya
most
bah.
importantly against both the Hayabusa as well as the Fanny. So I think this is a generally good pickup for ONIC.
Yeah, I like that because it just gives you ways to go ahead and catch, catch the Fanny, catch the Brody if you can. This Vexana pick, this was banned out a couple games ago. This time it's going to be picked up. Really good crowd control. The Eternal Guard is great to go ahead and play on. Plus you got the Hylos here now too, so help speed things up or slow down ONIC. This
Makasih
is a
Abang Lot do.
well-rounded draft, I
Gitunya
would
gitu
say, for
tadi.
Bigatron by Vitality. But I think even if you
Bukan,
look
bukan.
at they're just lacking some magic damage. So it's like, what is their mid laner to do that? Is it just a Farsa? Is it just going to be a Farsa again? Is there something better for them to fight into? I know Eve has kind of fallen off, but yeah, okay, it's going to be the Farsa. Farsa is the best.
Gini, makasih do Abang Lot. Makasih do Abang Lot.
Like in the Magic.
Sering live.
At least go
Gitu.
ahead and give you that early skirmish capability.
Bentar ya.
So I do like what ONIC
Apabila
brought to
udah
the table,
makan,
and honestly, I think this could be a
kita
2-2
harus
by the end of this one. Obviously, Coach Yeb,
tutup kameranya.
players there motivated, they're ready to go. I think they have the momentum. Great draft here too, but let's see. Bigatron by Vitality might
Baru
make
mau main
something happen
Vezana.
with this
Tadi
Fanny,
nggak
with
mau
this
main
very
Vezana.
mobile lineup to be able to move around the map.
So I guess
Aku udah bilang game tadi harusnya main Vezana. Asa dulu guys.
For some ONIC fans out there, but yeah, for ONIC in general, what you get from this is, I guess, stability and a lot of ways to approach the game. It's not mid-game centric only. It's not late-game centric only. There's so many ways for them to approach team fights. And with this
Fu Lepis
Farsa,
Apple
where
Fuji
Suns
Langsung
was heating
Gudang
up
Garam
in
Haha.
this game, to allow them to really piggyback
Ruby
off
room
it.
Ruby
Same thing
room.
is it for
Wow,
BTR.
ini first blood. First blood. First blood. First blood. Boom. Let's go. Gone.
Shogun.
Woi, 4 lawan 1 guys. Wah, selamat. Mati juga.
Shogun tried. First blood go in the hands of Lutpi. What a move. What a plan, man.
That's interesting. But at the same
Belajarlah
time,
bang dari match ni agar gak blunder lagi untuk
will they
kedepannya.
actually
Iya, iya,
win?
iya, iya.
Maybe this is the only time that they can do that, you know? And it happens to be in game number 4, so I think it's safe, because if they want to extend the series, then that's really some sort of the early game shenanigans that they really wanted to utilize. And the thing is, they only had to pop the flicker onto Lutpi, so there's not much that they had to do for that one to work. It did work. First skill going in for ONIC.
Finish, join the
this
Kumar
is,
family.
XP lane is just kind of funny because it's a Barretts and a Hylos, you know, and like we mentioned in the draft, you usually don't see some of these heroes in those roles. They're going to go for Lutpi,
Niall.
though. Niall's up here, but Lutpi's tanky enough. You really can't commit to that. So one of the things is expected to be kind of a dead lane, right? It's mostly what they're capable of doing when these turtles come up, especially now that it's on their side. They want to go ahead and have those level 4s. If you think about value, though, who's the better value? The Glorious Pathway ultimate for Hylos or the Daytona's Welcome from Lutpi?
Yeah, it really depends on the situation, I feel like, but generally speaking, most of the situations, I feel like 90 to 10 is going to be the ultimate coming out from Lutpi. The Daytona's Welcome, especially with all these top XP laners, I feel like they have been so good controlling and piloting this Barretts, and they're very sneaky with it, and I'm just happy to see a lot of good stuff from them.
Oh yeah.
Boom.
Laying down his own.
Udah 2 kali mati Shusogun.
Like on that one, that's going to be a kill going over. They're looking for more. Emon, a little bit late to that, but they do find a Kelra. Good pickup and response by BTR, although the turtle went to ONIC.
Yeah. I think you're happier if you're BTR, actually, because ONIC giving away some kills is always bad when it comes to the first turtle fight. I feel like kills are more important, but because of that, oh my god, Keyboy. What a snag. That's the reason why we say the Ruby is somehow a counter to the Fanny.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble. Guiding Wind, good usage. Don't run Wolf King, Feathered Airstrike down. Emon bobbing and weaving, using the stun too. He's actually going to be able to survive. Really good usage of his own kit to stay alive in that Feathered Airstrike. Good play there. But now there's some more pressure.
Sebenarnya biasa saja
soal. A little bit too late to that, but he is going to take a green camp over. And you can see he's got a lead now, a level ahead of Niall. Niall getting caught in that bush.
Aku tak tahu Fix bilang apa ya.
At least for now.
Yeah. No, that happen at all. It's gonna be some movements here coming out from ONIC here in the bottom lane, where you have to now think about Kara, because you're fighting with the other heroes already, right? Here, Lutpi's fine, Keyboy is having a great time, Sans is definitely having a great time, and Kyrie by extension is safe. So you're gonna have to think about Kelra now if you're ONIC. How do you activate this Paquito? It seems like the response is to force some rotations into the first turtle, or in the second turtle, I mean, where it is nearby the Kelra lane.
Okay, so at this point, what do you look for if you're a BTR? You know you had not really a chance in that last turtle, so now you want to go ahead and try to make it happen. Obviously, Shogun, he's going to have to watch where he puts down this Glorious Pathway, but Lutpi is pretty much doing the same thing. So Shogun just doesn't want to get caught into a Daytona's Welcome and thrown into the opposing team while the rest of the team isn't ready. So buffs are secured. Kyrie's going to go ahead and make his way. Same thing with Niall. He's got both of his. So it's going to come down to an entire team fight for this one. Actually, Purple's just coming up. Daytona's Welcome on Niall as he's thrown out already. Eternal Guard going in and knocking them up, but Moreno is gone. And now without Moreno, this is a tough one. Bigatron is just going to have to give this up. So Turtle should just go over to ONIC. He's going to grab his purple buff and rotate in. Malefic Gun, first item rush for Emon. He needs the range here. So ONIC, easy take on this objective.
Yeah. It took a lot of effort from BTR to
Dua sama kah guys?
find their way into that fight, but in the end, it wasn't enough for them. It was a difficult scenario to be in, I would say. But at the same time, it's proven that ONIC is just better at team fighting at that point. And especially because they're equipped in the
Pula
early
dukung
stages.
apa? Duit
This
TikTok
early game
sama
comp
itu
that
mah
they
besar
have,
mana
the
bang? YT bang, YT lagi besar bang.
It's just way too good. But this time though, they're just utilizing
TikTok
their
hanya
videos
harapkan
just
dari GIF
efficiently.
aja.
Be always a threat, you know, because if you're BTR, you're always afraid. There could be
Ada
a bush
GIF,
play
ada
that
income.
the
Tak ada
key
GIF,
boy
tiada
can do
income.
with the flicker on hand. So up top, Kelra.
Oh,
he's gonna be able to outplay them.
Sokolil!
Unbelievable.
Kumar family Rayman IH.
I thought the Carmilla was a bad game. Well, right now for the Fanny, it might be worse. Finn taking the shadow kill here from Kyrie. Circling eagle to be used. They're going for Kyrie. They do have the damage to take him out. Emma unable to capitalize on that with the torn apart memory. Good play down here in the bottom lane for BTR.
Oh. Wow. I'm actually surprised like how BTR, well, they're defending ways for sure, but taking down carry is the most important thing at this point because they're stopping the Hayabusa and also allowing for Eman to get a kill. So they achieve
Game
so
pertama
many
tu bang
things
dia
out of
berlebihan
that play.
walaupun saya RQ cuman saya
BTR
tukar
are
Indo
now
Pride saat dia.
slowly working their way
Ya, aku
back
nggak tahu
into
dia
this
hina
game.
gimana.
Started not so well, but now they are finding a lot of ways.
Oh, they're making a play again. Eternal Guard dropped down, but Keyboy should be able to survive that. Really good response there for ONIC to be there on that engage.
Kadang-kadang bahasa tu bedanya. Mungkin bagi orang Malaysia mungkin okey. Untuk orang Indonesia merasa keterlaluan. Sama juga bahasa Indo mungkin untuk orang Indo itu okey. Tapi untuk orang Malaysia rasanya keterlaluan. Itu lah.
That's the main thing. There we go. Thank you so much. Now 1.3k between the XP laners, but the jungle's not so bad given how things have gone for Nile. This isn't too bad. 500 gold lead for Kyrie. But this next turtle up, third turtle of the game, they're going to go ahead and work on it. We'll see if they're able to go ahead and secure this one. Nile has to go ahead and approach this carefully. A turret's going to fall though as Kalwa knocks it down. They're really taking their time to allow Kalwa hopefully to get here for this fight. Circling Eagle going to be used. Already the marks knocking forward, but the turtle secured by Kyrie. Emon gets a kill. Kelra waiting with the full stack.
Okay, BTR is back. BTR is back.
Nile goes in. He's able to take out one. There wasn't one for Kelra though. Now Kyrie going in with a shadow kill. Kelra's going to go ahead and flicker forward and take out Moreno. So at least something, but it's Kyrie that falls too. So BTR
Amana Bang
wins
Lord
the
Bao
number
Bao
team
3 to
fight
1
there.
knee.
Wow, this is definitely BTR showing us that they are really good at 5v5s.
Cable miss tu, Nael. Cable miss tu.
That they get from the mid lane.
Aduh, Nael.
Roma, Matilda, and then of course the EXP Hylos with this revitalize. They were able to out-sustain ONIC once again, and that made it
Nael
really
ngantuk.
for Kyrie, the Hayabusa. As we have said many times in this series, it's very awkward for
Skin Matilda
Bawa
YG
3-1
Lana
lah.
2.
sustain. Work around Matilda as well as maybe Rafaela. This time Matilda.
Respect streamer guys, respect streamer. 3-1.
Kurla Taroma Kappa
KM.
KM.
Emma is just able to just stack up, just keep on attacking whoever is in front, who's facing for ONIC. And then when the turn apart memory opens up its windows, Eman is just there to collect.
Yeah, this is it's looking a whole lot like what we saw
Final,
back
yeah,
in
final,
1 and
final.
2, man. Games 1 and 2. Bigatron by Vitality somehow finds these ways to get themselves back. I mean, again, think what Niall has had to go through. The amount of pressure being caught, you know, by Keyboy on the Ruby and everything else, getting killed by Kelra. But he's still able to go ahead and do this. And now, even if Kelra surprises him, he takes a couple punches, he's not, you know, he's not going to get bursted down so quickly. So Niall's going to continue to put pressure across the map. ONIC now has to shift their focus for that to make sure that Niall's just not pushing elsewhere, pushing turret down eventually, and able to get real estate across the map. Both junglers doing the same thing here up on the top side now that Lord has spawned.
Gonna be tricky now because every single lead that ONIC was able to build has now been erased. Of course, there's 1,000 lead ONIC right now has, but it doesn't feel as impactful as it should. And again, another good start by ONIC, but one good team fight from BTR was enough for them to turn things around. It's because of the positioning that we're seeing from BTR, the sustain that they have.
At Zian ga sampalate ini BTR B3 to 1.
Apa lo dukung siapa? Aku pun nggak tahu guys dukung siapa. Siapa-siapa aja lah yang menang aja lah dukung. Cara juaranya harus 3-1 ya.
At OCONNN Tourney ga resmi.
Vixen down in the bottom lane, not showing himself just yet. A tricky situation now for ONIC. Lord is at 50.
Okay. Moreno might get here in time. They actually delay this Lord take. And Niall's getting his buff, so it's going to reset. So even with that information, they're able to go ahead and handle that wave a bit, at least so it's even. Now Niall and Moreno will be back for this fight. ONIC is respecting the potential setup here that BTR can pull off.
Surely.
Dukung SRG itu udah pasti guys. Tapi SRG nggak ada.
Buff bottom lane being controlled by Keldra. Keyboy is there to help a little
they want to make a play. They want to make a play on Kelra. They're going to drop the Eternal Guard. They get the Terrify off, but oh, they miss a little bit. Kelra's trying to get away. The cable, though. He's 1 HP away. That Eternal Guard quite hurtful, but he's actually going to be able to go back to the base, and now can they get back in time? This is Flying Clouds, so they will be able to travel very quickly. Again, a big factor here is the map that they're currently playing on, the Clouds being able to bring them back quickly, reposition themselves. So a good attempt by BTR to try to take out Kelra, but it didn't happen.
Did force out the flicker onto Kelra, and Moreno will have his flicker first. It seems like they have already started with the glorious pathway, but no commitment just yet, even after circling Eagle Daisu. It's interesting that BTR are wasting some of their ultimates just looking for an opening.
I think they're really just trying to delay ONIC and make them second guess this. One of the strengths again of having a Matilda.
Atas menang BTR. Bawah juga menang BTR.
BTR as the Lord is just dragged back and forth between both squads. Looks like Niall's got something else in mind. He wants to go ahead and take the purple buff. He wanted to see if Kyrie would rotate for it. So he's going to take it away, win a crown for Finn. This could have been also part of the plan, man. Just wait for some of these defensive items to be available to make it happen. They know that this Lord alone
Kyrie nggak ada biru.
potentially get them to the base.
Kyrie nggak ada buff biru.
And vice versa. Loopy, half health, taking some damage here. Shogun as well. He's quite low. They're going to go for Loopy. Loopy pops it. Whoa, pops it. Daytona's welcome, but he was so low. He's gone. They're going to set it up in the mid lane as Shogun goes next. And Niall's got to get out of there because he's low. So now it's going to be a reset. He's going to go back to base, and ONIC will reset as well.
The pokes of coming out from BTR was enough for Lutpi to be forced to make that play. Albeit good catch coming out from Lutpi, but he was far too low. So when he popped the Daytona's welcome on the right target, the damage was too much for him to handle. He was taken out. And Keyboy had to pop the flicker just to salvage that fight. So it's an XP for XP trade-off. But flickers, battle spells, I mean, gonna be more available for BTR in just quite a while. So ONIC really has to delay this for them.
Boom, bye. Good combo, good combo. Good combo. That was a good combo.
PLZ 3 to 1 Habas 2K.
Okay, let's go.
They're going for Kelra. Kelra, he's got stacks, he's got some shields, but he's all against the world. And
Let's go BTR.
Let's go BTR.
That's going to be a Lord for BTR.
Respect streamer.
Oh my God, Moreno. The problem for ONIC for the longest time, and showing no signs of stopping, my man. And now, look at them knock into the front door.
They just want to take this turret out. They're going to be back up here. BTR knows it. They're happy with the base turret for now. They still have the Lord to go ahead and spawn and start marching forward.
Indo versus Indo ya. Unggul tim mana?
BTR.
Yang unggul Malay guys.
I mean, even the brute force
Tetap yang unggul Malay.
is why it's so difficult to actually burst him down, you know, to kill
Sakit
him
hati ya SRG di Pulau Gino ni. Enggak bang. Saya dukung yang menang aja bang.
The long game here, the long map is what they're dealing with.
Enggak bang. Enggak sakit hati bang.
Being on the bottom side made this happen.
Saya Sonic bang.
They still got to deal with the Lord here. They're going to go ahead and try to clear out the last cannon minion. Kelra will be able to do that. So they maintain the base bottom turret. Tier 2s all down. ONIC sees BTR knocking at championship.
Tak boleh nebak 3-1 BTR. Itulah aku awal-awal tadi menebak ONIC 3-1. Sudahnya dibalikin. BTR yang 3-1 kah guys?
The game that they've lost. Still Moreno playing so well, and this game, he is a problem for ONIC.
They just want this base turret, little fake out here. Glorious pathway drop down, Eternal Guard, they're going for T-Boy. He's quite low, picks up the immortality. He's gonna be fine, and BTR, they take the discipline route to back off.
Ngapain Fanny Nail dilepas? Fanny Nail itu isap gambang.
To go ahead and reset and not let that happen again.
It's really dicey spot here for ONIC. You know one thing that's fortunate for them is that the Lord will spawn onto the short lane. Their short lane is the side that was pushed up, and their long lane, they still kept their turret intact in that lane, so they still have a fighting chance. But now we've reached critical
ONIC
mass
Lawan
for
team
BTR.
Besar Lane Bisa
The
Lawan
Fanny is
BTR Kawalahan
already
Ginny.
has been a problem, and now is a full problem with this brute force breastplate, so that there is additional anti-CC that you get.
Kenapa ya ONIC susah mau menang sama BTR?
Amount of crowd control that they have with
Apakah mereka ada buat dosa besar sama BTR?
and he is also tankier, so
Di MPL ID juga kemarin 2 kali menang MPL Grand Final menang.
Have a marksman, so at this point in the game, he can only do so much with a Paquito. You will need this.
Karana Kurla Tak Depad Mainam. At Flame Dash Chaser of Vicissitude Dari Liga MPLID Juga Suza ONIC.
ONIC counternya BTR.
BTR ONIC K Airport Solnya BTR Menang Dan Pulang Karuma.
Gorgeous ML tu bang.
How again the story happened.
ML
going for a sandwich play to cut off
SRG ML.
He has no stacks, he could be in trouble. Pops the flicker, they're gonna go
Why Lutfi? Why?
Again, and Loopy is gone without the stacks of feathered airstrike. He's gonna be stunned by Shogun. Good play. Emon still alive as Kelra gets the
SBB
shutdown.
Romanic
Gelo Moreno.
Falls, and now Kelra on the run. He's quite low. A quarter of the health. They're gonna chase him down. He has the shields though, so he's gonna be fine. But they got a wave to deal with. Down bot and BTR without Nile though. I don't think they can get much more, even though they're in the base here, unless ONIC decides to go ahead and...
Kalian tahu nggak Coach Panda juga ada membantu.
Sama ML Panya Piala BTR.
They're trying to delay this as much as they can, but again,
oh, mati Gelra. Boom.
But he's going to be in trouble and taken down by Emon, and Moreno goes in with the flicker.
Gelo Moreno.
The setup from the Maestro, a triple, and they're looking
315,000 US dollar. BTR champion.
Bigatron by Vitality. They want to go for more. They want the savage, but they don't care. They'll take the championship from ONIC here.
Denied of a back-to-back championship run. Not
Aku
only in
BTR.
this tournament, but also in a tournament prior to this.
Karena ada kejeniusan Hertot ya, bukan kejeniusan Nafari ya.
The members of BTR are just way better at the game when it's the grand final up against
Gak apa-apa Onyx. Sonic gak apa-apa.
Champions.
2 years in a row in grand finalist. 1 champion, 1 juara 1, 1 juara 2. Gak apa-apa guys. Harus dibangga. Nafari itu kocak. Sonic harus bangga.
BTR are just
ini yang draft Nafari bang.
On a different playing field. All of the games ONIC led in the early stages, but eventually
WKWKW PUBG sama ML Kami Panya Inter. Okay La 22 LPS Sonic.dpt.
Ya GOTF ni memang untuk tim Indo guys.
By Vitality, they've got the flag there. They've got the championship. They got the trophy in front of them, Wolf. And as a team, I mean, just phenomenal. MLBB. Once
team
again, be able to make this
Vitality.
happen. The Maestro and everyone else, Nile, this as a team, they are your Games of the Future
Koleksi piala guys.
champions.
Tiada nationalisme
Menangis si
dukung
Fish gak
BTR.
bisa tighter dia.
We were talking about and hyping up how
Gitu je,
much ONIC have figured out the meta game where it's a snowball game that you have to win your lanes, and if you get a lot of lead in the early stages, you can win. But BTR, they just smacked us in the face.
ADUHH Piala apa ITU.
We know how to win. It's a sustained meta after all. The Rafaela, the Matilda, the Hylos with the
Mungkin berat
Revitalize.
guys. Mungkin
They're
berat.
all a tool to take out the snowball meta game where you're always
Lebih
just
jago
killing
Moreno
people
atau
left and
Stormy
right
bang lo.
with an immense amount of
Masing-masing
damage
jago
from
bang.
assassins. In the end,
Nafari bikin Todak masuk playoff 2 kali kan bang? Nafari bikin Todak jadi cruci guys.
Piala Macam PS5.
Championship, it has been nice.
Let's go ahead. Thank you so much for joining me and Wolf here. We're going to be going to the panel after the break.
Jangan lihat pada piala guys, lihat pada prize poolnya, pada uangnya. $315,000 Amerika.
Welcome aboard Aristana.
Tapi GPPYG pending BTR kita banyak piala intergai SSS.
Ramil Maestro. Okay guys, so selesai sudah GOTF 2026. Terima kasih banyak daripada hari pertama sampai ke hari yang terakhir yang nonton di live stream saya di YT dan juga TikTok. Sudah kasih banyak follow, like, give, comments. Thank you very much yang juga subscribe. Kita akan berjumpa kembali pada hari Jumaat di MPL MY guys. Dan juga MPL ID juga di tanggal 14. So kita akan jumpa di MPL MY MPL ID. Jangan lupa untuk dukung ataupun terus sokong MPL Talk MY dan juga MPL Talk ID. Minggu depan kita akan secara rasmi kita akan keluarkan poster siapakah talent untuk MPL MY, MPL Talk MY dan MPL Talk ID. Alright, so keep supporting us. Okay, terus support us. Saya Rain Todak Gaming.
For this championship, this year of games for the future.
InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang lebih baik selepas ini. So jumpa anda di MPL nanti, okay? Bye bye semua, assalamualaikum dan selamat malam.
Here, Bigatron by Vitality is your 2026 Game of the